Part 2.
Chapter 12 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess. Chapter 12. Why Mrs. Burbank Ran Away. Surely, said Astro, until you have solved a woman's emotional equation, there's little use in trying to discover her motive. A woman will kill a man she hates, but she will as often kill a man she loves. Now look at this letter and tell me whether the writer is in love or not. As he spoke, he selected a sheet from the many spread out on his table and handed it to his assistant. Then, taking up the stem of his narghile, he leaned comfortably back on his velvet couch and watched the girl with amusement and fondness. His oriental eyes narrowed, and his olive-skinned, handsome, oval face under the white turban became a mask. Valeska took up the writing with a pretty gesture and scanned it studiously. She looked up at last with a quick, interrogative smile. She's in love, I think, isn't she? Decidedly. The Master of Mysteries bowed slowly. The crossings of the T's are almost all in a double curve. It's a sure sign, but you notice that some of them have only a single curve, like the lower are of a circle. Oh, so they have. Why, then, she has had a previous love affair, hasn't she? Yes, she is sincerely in love now, though she hasn't yet forgotten her first. You see by the regularity of her terminals, too, that she's a faithful friend. But to return to the crossings, let us compare these with some others. He looked over the collection and drew forth another specimen. Here you see a woman that has had but one affair, and has quite outlived it. The arc is that of the top of a circle, you see. Here's one who is beginning to be in love. You will observe the same arc as in the first. A rising curve, but no compound curves. If you thoroughly understand this principle, we'll go on to a study of terminals and gladiated words. As he spoke, his face lighted up with enthusiasm. A bell, softly tinkling, interrupted him. With a sudden gesture, he swept all the letters into a heap and tossed them into a drawer. That done, he became again the calm, impassive seer. He drew his red silken robe about him as Valeska rose to answer the bell. He followed her svelte, graceful form with alert eyes till she disappeared in the waiting room. Then they fell abstractedly on the slow, gracefully rising, blue, perfumed smoke of the censer in a corner of the dim studio and remained there until the curtains again parted. The visitor was a fine military type of man, with white mustache and iron gray hair. Tall and well-built, but with a face drawn and haggard. He strode up to Astro with a determined air. The seer awaited the first words calmly. My name is Burbank, the man began. Major Burbank, retired. I have come to you on an important and delicate piece of business, at the advice of a friend who has told me of your reputation for solving mysteries. I trust, sir, that you will consider what I have to say to you as confidential. Astro nodded and made an expressive gesture. My wife left our home yesterday afternoon, leaving a very painful letter for me. I wish to know, sir, if you think that you can discover her whereabouts for me without precipitating a scandal. I have the greatest wish that this matter should not be known unless it is absolutely necessary. Astro bowed and pointed to a chair, seating himself as well. I am ready, sir, he replied. If you will acquaint me with the details, I think I can do what you wish. There are no details, the visitor broke out. That is, none but this letter. Everything was all right. We were happily married. My wife and I loved each other. We have 2 children, whom she has abandoned. It's incredible, sir. There is absolutely no reason for it at all, so far as I can see. But look at this, and imagine what I have to suffer. He took a letter in an envelope from his pocket and handed it to the seer. Astro looked over the envelope carefully, then opened the letter and read the following message. My dear, dear George, I shall never see you again. Don't try to find me. I am going to finish a long, bitter wretchedness. Forgive me if you can, for I have suffered. Farewell, Ellen. His eyes ran over the pen strokes carefully. He looked at the back of the envelope again, then held it sensitively in his hands, keeping a serious silence for a few minutes. His gaze became abstracted. For several minutes he did not speak, seemingly falling into a deep reverie. Then he said, "My dear sir, your wife is still alive, and I think I can find her. But I get from the radiations of this writing a conviction that she is in great mental distress, which it is not well for you to break in upon just yet. I should prefer that you permit me to inspect your house and see if I cannot discover the reason for this surprising action by visiting the place where she was last. I shall the more readily be impressed by her magnetism and get the vibrations that have undoubtedly affected her. First of all, I must ask you to send me immediately several photographs of Mrs. Burbank, that I may fix her image in my mind." Major Burbank had stood looking at him with a tense, anxious look. "Is that necessary?" he said. "I had hoped that, if you had the occult power you claim, you could do it more simply. If you wish to help her." Astro shrugged his shoulders. "Help her? It's just that," he exclaimed. "I want to save her, even more than I want to find her." "That goes without saying. Very well. Only a few more questions, so that I may be prepared for whatever influences I may find. Who lives in your house?" he added, "including servants, of course." "Besides my wife and myself, only the cook, a second girl, and a nurse." "Who are your most frequent visitors?" "Why, let's see. Ellen has a lot of women friends who run in occasionally, of course." "No, the men." The major looked at him sternly. "See here, sir, if you attempt for a moment to hint that—" "My dear Major Burbank," Astro replied amiably, "I hint at nothing. All I wish is to be able to distinguish between the astral emanations of those who frequent your place. It is possible that Mrs. Burbank was most affected by a woman, but it is not likely." The major, still frowning, replied, "We lead a very quiet life. My friend Colonel Trevelyan is the only close friend of the family. But I must tell you, sir, that my wife has of late confessed to me that she did not like him. It has made it very uncomfortable for me, I assure you. But I saw him only today. He can have nothing to do with this disappearance, I am sure. I have known him for several years quite intimately, and he's the last person—" "I understand," said Astro dryly. "But has he heard of Mrs. Burbank's disappearance?" "No, I haven't had the heart to tell him." "Very good. I should advise you not to. Well, I will call this afternoon. I think we shall be able to satisfy you." As soon as the visitor had gone, Valeska appeared. Astro handed her Mrs. Burbank's letter. With a curious look, she examined it under the drop light at the table. "She is in love, but has had a previous affair, just like that other woman. How curious! And she's suffering from a severe mental strain, too. I heard the major's conversation while I was in the secret closet. It's interesting, isn't it? Do you suppose she has outgrown her feeling for her husband and is in love with his friend now? Or is she in love with her husband and has outgrown her affection for Colonel Trevelyan? That's what we have to find out." Astro shook his head. "You said you knew she was alive, though. How can you be sure that is true? You haven't half examined that envelope," Astro replied abstractedly, as he walked up and down, his chin in his hand, supporting the elbow with his other arm, absorbed in thought. "It's postmarked New York, though." "Oh, I see." Valeska smiled at him. She had turned back the top flap, which adhered, loosely gummed, and looked at the imprint of the stationer. "Hodge and Durland, Poughkeepsie, New York," she read. "She may be there, perhaps. But how did she mail it here in New York? No doubt she gave a porter $1 at the station to post it when his train got into the city. Perfectly simple. You'll notice that the envelope is badly crumpled and soiled. It has evidently been carried some time in a man's pocket. Now," he continued, taking off his robe and turban, I wish to lose no time, so I'll go right over to the Burbanks while you wait for the photographs. As soon as they come, take the first train for Poughkeepsie and see if you can locate Mrs. Burbank. It's unlikely she is still there, yet she may be. And if I find her, keep her in sight, wire me, and await instructions." "I see." Valeska bent her brows and thought, "If she's gone, of course I'll try to trace her, if I can get it out of the hotel clerks." "If you can?" Astro, struggling into a long gray overcoat, paused long enough to smile at his assistant. In return, she made a mischievous face at him. He blew a kiss to her, and taking a stick and silk hat, left the studio. His green limousine took him in 10 minutes to a brownstone house on West 52nd Street, one of a row of gloomily respectable fronts. A butler, impressively solemn, ushered him into the parlor. Astro was about to sit down when the man said, "I'm sorry to say that Major Burbank has been unexpectedly called away, sir, and left instructions that you should see anything you wished." His voice dropped in tone as he added somberly, "The fact is, sir, the Major had just heard a piece of shocking news. His brother has just committed suicide, sir, and he has gone up to Kingsbridge to see about it, sir. He was very much upset, of course, sir, but he told me to do what was necessary for you. So if you are ready, I'll show you everything." "Is Mrs. Burbank in?" Astro asked. "No, sir, she is not. I understand an aunt was taken ill and she has gone out of town to attend to her. She left yesterday afternoon, sir, directly after lunch. In a great hurry, sir." "In a hurry?" Astro repeated, watching the impassive countenance of the servant. "Yes, sir. So much so that she never stopped to hang up the telephone receiver, sir. I expect the call was from her aunt's people, though she got a letter in the morning that did seem to upset her, too." "Ah." The master of mysteries knitted his brow, and sat for a few moments without speaking, while the butler stood erect, waiting like a lay figure. Astro looked up at him suddenly, with a keen, searching gaze, and for a moment a startled expression passed over the man's face. "So Mrs. Burbank has gone to her aunt's?" he said deliberately. "That's what she said, sir. Do you believe it?" The butler shifted his feet uneasily. "It's hardly for me to say, sir. See here." Astro rose and took the fellow by the lapel of his coat. "You're quite right, my man. It isn't for you to suspect anything, of course. But if I know anything about human nature, you are devoted to the Major, and you're to be trusted. Now see here. I'm here to help him in this matter, but anything I find out from you shall go no further. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," the butler replied uneasily. "The Major said I was to obey your instructions to the letter, sir." "There is one thing that I want to know, my man, and that is, did Mrs. Burbank write to Colonel Trevelyan before or since she went away?" "I can't say, sir, as to that." The seer still looked at the man searchingly, as if sending his will and thought through his eyes to fascinate and charm. The man's attitude, as he watched Astro, changed subtly from suspicious to confidence. Gradually he lost the conventional stolidity of the servant and became more human. "All I want to see is the envelope of that letter," Astro said, watching his man. The butler hesitated. "I might possibly find out from the colonel's man, sir. I'm well acquainted with him, and I've done him favors in times past. See if you can get it, and meanwhile I'll go up into Mrs. Burbank's room." The butler showed the way upstairs and left the master of mysteries alone. Once the door was shut, Astro gave a swift look about the chamber, then walked to a writing desk. Everything was in order, and not a letter was visible. From here he turned to the open grate. The fire was out, and only a few ashes remained. These he examined carefully. On the top were a few flakes of carbonized paper, crumpled like black poppy petals. With a deft finger he drew these from the grate and carried them to the desk, placing them on a white blotter. On the wrinkled surface, almost invisible, were some traces of writing, appearing as if slightly embossed on the surface. He could make out only one word, or part of a word. "Kellum." The closest scrutiny revealed no more writing, but on one charred fragment he discovered the remains of a postage stamp. It was curiously shrunk to half-size, and appeared as a negative, in which all that had been white was black, and the red ink changed to gray. By the time he had accomplished this delicate manipulation, the butler had returned. "I found the letter, sir, but it hasn't been opened at all. It seems that the colonel didn't come home last night, and hasn't returned yet. I got it out of William, but he's in a mortal terror, sir, and he wants me to bring it back at once. Do you think it will take you long, sir?" "About 10 minutes, but I shall have to be alone." "You're not going to open it, sir. It's as much as William's place is worth to be caught at this game." "No, I won't open it. I only wish to see the writing. Come back in 10 minutes, and I'll let you have it back." As soon as the butler had gone, Astro drew from his pocket a bottle of alcohol and a velvet sponge. With this he moistened the envelope, and it became as transparent as tracing paper. The letter inside was so folded, however, that he could read only one line, in a nervous, hurried handwriting which he recognized as Mrs. Burbank's. "I cannot bear it any longer, if you don't." He opened the window, set the envelope in a draft, and waited. In 10 minutes he took it up, smelled of it, and went out of the room. The butler was anxiously waiting, and received it with relief. "One moment before you go," said Astro. "I'd like to see the nursery and the children." The butler led the way and opened a door on the 3rd floor. 2 children, one about 4 and the other 2 years old, were playing on the floor with building blocks, while a nursemaid was busy at the window with some sewing. The butler retired to return the letter. Astro went to the children and knelt down beside them, showing by his manner that he was not only fond of children but used to them. He did not speak at first, sitting with them, smiling, and playing with the blocks as if he himself was of their age. The elder, a boy, seeing him arranging a pile of blocks, crawled over to watch and help him. As the two sat there together, the other baby stared at Astro. Then she put out her 2 arms and cried, "Kellum, Kellum!" Astro stared in surprise. It was the same word, evidently, that he had found on the ashes of Mrs. Burbank's letter. He turned to the nurse, who apparently had noticed nothing unusual. "What does she mean by that?" he asked. "Oh, that, Kellum, Kellum? Why, I don't know, I'm sure, sir. I fancy it's one of the games they play with Colonel Trevelyan. He often comes in here for a romp with the kiddies, and they seem to be fond of him. I've heard Agatha say that before, but, Lord, I never thought to wonder about it. It is funny, isn't it?" Again the child reached out her arms and repeated the words, "Kellum, Kellum." "Did she ever play that particular game with her mother, nurse?" "I don't remember, sir, I'm sure. I expect so, though. Seems to me, now I think of it, I did hear Mrs. Burbank trying to break Agatha of it, but no doubt I've got it mixed up." Astro watched the children for some time, then, after kissing each of the chubby faces, went thoughtfully downstairs. He had no sooner reached the hall than the outer door opened, and Burbank entered with a serious expression on his face. He bowed and shook his head sadly. "My misfortunes are all coming at once, it seems," he said. "My brother is dead, my wife missing. It's too much for me, and I'm afraid I'll have to call in the police and put them on the case. I can't stand it any longer, unless you have discovered some way of helping me," he added. "When did your brother die?" Astro asked. "As far as we can learn, early this morning. The gas was turned on in his room, and he was found at 8 o'clock, dead from the fumes. They were unable to locate me till 4 this afternoon, when I went right over and did what was necessary." "He lived alone, I presume?" "Yes, not even a servant. The body was discovered by a friend whom he had asked to call, who smelled the gas and had the door broken in. I can't account for it anyway." "Did Mrs. Burbank ever visit his apartment?" Astro asked. "Yes, occasionally when he was ill. She went over and took him things necessary." He stopped and stared at the master. "But you don't suspect that that there's any connection between Mrs. Burbank's disappearance and my brother's death. I should like to investigate your brother's apartments, said Astro evasively. I may be able to receive some impression there that will lead me on the track. I have succeeded in harmonizing the vibrations in Mrs. Burbank's apartments, and feel already that I understand her mental condition when she left home. But there is a strange discord there, Mr. Burbank, and I must complete the impression. Here's my card. Then I'll write a note asking that you be given the fullest opportunity for investigation on the premises. Of course, the body has been taken to the morgue, and the police are in charge of the apartment, but I think you will have no trouble with them. One more thing, Mr. Burbank. I'd like to know if Mrs. Burbank was ever hypnotized that you know of. Why, only once, possibly twice, at an evening party here. We did have some rather amusing experiments this fall, but it was nothing but fun, of course. And who was it that hypnotized her that time? Asked the seer. Why, my friend Colonel Trevelyan. He fancied that he had some power, and did succeed in influencing one or two of the company, my wife included, but nothing further ever came of it, and we never tried it again. Has the Colonel known your wife long? Yes, since before we were married. But, my dear sir, you don't. Mr. Burbank, at present I am merely holding myself sensitive to whatever influences I come in contact with, that's all. As soon as I have soaked myself in them, so to speak, I shall go into a trance and be guided by subconscious mind. I don't know about these things at all. I observe, I listen, I smell. But what works these impressions out in me is deeper than mere sense or mere ratiocination. You must wait patiently and hope for the best. He left Burbank disconsolate in the library, and jumping into his limousine, the Master of Mysteries drove to the studio. Here a telegram awaited him. It was from Valeska. She's in Troy. Shall find her this evening and wire address. He dispatched an answer, and hurrying to the subway, took an express to Kingsbridge. On the way his face belied the confident patter by which he had imposed upon his client. His eyes were fixed, his mouth set. Occasionally he drew from his pocket a notebook and consulted its contents, staring at the page for minutes at a time. As the train slowed down, he became alert again, and when it stopped, he waited only long enough to ask for directions, then walked briskly to Burbank's apartment. The note ensured a grudging admittance, and he was taken upstairs by an officer into a little flat. The place was meagerly furnished as a bachelor's quarters. A look into the kitchen revealed a few utensils and packages of food strewn about in a disorderly manner. The sitting room was scantily furnished, but in better order. Astro gave it a glance. The chamber where Burbank had died next engrossed his attention. Here he spent a half-hour in elaborate scrutiny. Still he appeared dissatisfied. Excusing himself to the officer, he opened the back door and inspected the platform. Here he saw an ash barrel and a can for refuse. He opened the cover of each in turn. Lighting a match, he looked eagerly into them. In a moment he had drawn out a broken, hollow, black rubber cylinder, and after assuring himself that he had all the fragments, slipped them into his overcoat pocket. He then returned inside. You have no doubt that the death was caused by suicide, I suppose, officer? Of course not. There's no evidence to the contrary that I know of. No one was known to have visited him the night before he died. The people downstairs say they heard footsteps late that night, but it may have been anybody. Nobody heard the door shut. Or if they had, how was it possible to turn on the gas? The door was locked on the inside, as they found when they burst it in, and the rear entrance was locked, too. That, too. It was a suicide, all right. Of course. Very well, then, that's all. I'll report to the major. Good night, officer. Astro hurried back to the subway station. As he reached the ticket-taker, he drew a photograph from his pocket and handed it to the man. Did you see a woman like this last night, late? He looked at it for some time before he answered. I wouldn't be sure about that. but I've certainly seen her several times. I can't recall just when was the last time. That's all," said Astro, and he handed the man $1, ran downstairs, and boarded the express for downtown. Another telegram from Valeska was lying under his door when he reached the studio. After reading it, he hastily scribbled 2 dispatches and rang for a messenger. One read, "Your child Bobby has been taken ill with pneumonia and is at a private hospital at number 234 West 34th Street. Come at once. Important." This was addressed to Mrs. Belle Grant, Delmar House, Troy, New York. The other was sent to Valeska Wynne. "Follow BG wherever she goes, and get acquainted with her if possible, but do not let her know you know her." Then, yawning, he took off his coat, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and sat down to a table under the electric light. Here he laid out the pieces of the cylinder he had found, and with liquid glue started laboriously to piece them together. One by one he fastened them and warmed them over a Bunsen burner till they were dry. The work was long and arduous, and it was almost daylight before he had finished the job. The cylinder was now complete, except for an irregularly shaped hole at one extremity. With a penknife he trimmed the protruding glue, and then examined the hole through a magnifying glass. Not till it appeared to satisfy his inspection did he desist. But at last the thing was done, and without undressing he threw himself on the great velvet couch under a trophy of arms and fell sound asleep. His pet cat, Deodar, a handsome black Angora, awakened him at 9 o'clock by clawing at his sleeve, and Astro jumped up and went to the telephone. A half-hour later, tubbed and clad in his flowing red silk robe, his turban and its moonstone clasp on his head, he sipped his thick black coffee and munched his rolls as he read in the morning paper the accounts of the suicide of Edward Burbank. Nothing new to interest him had transpired. As he sat there the bell rang, and soon a boy in buttons entered, carrying a parcel. Astro opened it and took from a box a phonograph, which he set on the table. He was a bit excited now. As he fitted his mended cylinder to the drum and started the clockwork, the wheels whirred. A harsh, dry voice announced a song by a well-known comedian. After a preliminary orchestral flourish, the solo began. Astro listened eagerly. The melody was constantly interrupted by discordant, explosive noises caused by the joining of the broken pieces. But with these interruptions the song ran on for a while fairly intelligibly. Then there was a splitting series of crackling noises. From the silence following these there came a sudden, loud, monotonous exclamation. "Kellum, Kellum, Kellum, Kell." Astro, staring, stopped the machine and reseated himself, to fall into a profound reverie. At times he shook his head. Once he rose to take Mrs. Burbank's letter from a pigeonhole, and scrutinized it long and carefully. At last, with a shrug, he took up his narghileh and a volume of French memoirs. Smoking and reading, the time passed away till 10 o'clock. The first visitors were sent away by Buttons. Astro would not be disturbed. At 11, the telephone bell rang. The Master of Mysteries took up the receiver eagerly. It was Major Burbank. "I have just received a letter," he said, "and I thought it would be well for you to know the contents. It is from my unfortunate brother Edward, and in it he tells me that he is contemplating suicide. The poor fellow was in ill health and financial straits, and the fact that he had been a care to me seemed to worry him. It's dreadful to think of his having been distressed over the little I was able to do for him, but I feel quite sure that he was not sane when he committed his desperate act. The poor fellow is at rest and peace now, I trust. I almost wish I were." Astro's expression had changed wonderfully as he heard the news. He hastened to offer his sympathy anew to his client, and assured him that it was only a question of a few hours before his wife would return. This promise seemed to quiet the old man's distress. Astro went back into the studio with a new expression, at once determined and jubilant. He sat down, wrote a note, and dispatched it by a messenger boy. This done, he set the phonograph carefully at the beginning of the strange exclamation that interrupted the song on the record, and waited. In a half-hour Buttons opened the heavy portieres, announced Colonel Trevelyan, and a man walked in. The visitor looked about scornfully. He was a lean, yellow, bony-faced man, with deep-set eyes and a drooping mustache. He spoke with a drawl. "I believe you requested to see me on a matter of importance and of a confidential nature," he observed languidly. "I did," Astro replied. "I am about to make a request of you." "Indeed, you do me a great honor." The man's tone was sarcastic. Astro scarcely looked at him. "I should be infinitely obliged to you, Colonel Trevelyan, if you would consent to pack up your things, leave New York, and not return for 5 years. The colonel scowled, took a step nearer, and clenched his fist. "You infernal charlatan! If you'll take off that nightgown and sweeping cap, I'll see that you don't decorate this cozy corner any longer." "What the deuce do you mean? By Jove, I'll thrash you and pitch you out of your own window." Astro yawned. Then he brought his 2 hands down on his knees, and his dark, alert head was outstretched toward the colonel, on whom he turned 2 blazing eyes. "Colonel Trevelyan," he said in a voice like the rattling of paper, "you have persecuted Mrs. Burbank long enough. If you fancy you understand the art of hypnotic suggestion, I can show you that you're a fool as well as a cur. For her sake, I consent to permit you to leave town without informing the Major exactly what kind of a cad you are. But you'll have to leave quickly." The colonel had already lost the most of his nerve, but he made a last attempt to bluster. "What do you mean, sir? I've done nothing at all, I assure you. You're quite mistaken. Why, the Major is my best friend, and you do not wish to supplant him as husband of your old sweetheart, Mrs. Burbank? Of course not. It's absurd." The colonel's face was ashen now. "And you did not suggest, after hypnotizing her and getting her somewhat under your influence, that she—" The man stared hard at Astro, and his jaw had dropped. "That she what?" He almost whispered it. Astro touched the phonograph. "Kellum, Kellum, Kell." It ground out raucously. The colonel stared first at the mechanism, then at the palmist. He dropped a step back, undecided, then, turning suddenly, bolted out of the room. Astro dropped again into his chair, folded his arms, and drew a long breath. The hansom drew up at number 234. A woman got out, paid the driver, and looked curiously at the front door. Apparently puzzled, she drew a telegram from her purse and read it over. She was a fine-looking woman of 35, dressed all in black, even to her furs, though she wore no mourning veil. Her only luggage was a small traveling bag. Everything about her stamped her as a woman of culture and influence, if not rich, at least comfortably off. Yet her demeanor was timid, almost frightened. As she started to ascend the steps, a green motor car, driving furiously, came down 34th Street and drew up suddenly before her. A young girl, fresh and pretty, smartly dressed, and with an air of jaunty confidence, jumped out. The woman who had first arrived stared at her in astonishment. "Why," she said, "how do you happen to be here?" The look of perplexity and timidity in her eyes deepened now into positive alarm. "Oh," she breathed, "you're not a detective." Valeska took her hand affectionately. "No, my dear Mrs. Burbank, only a friend who wants to help you. I knew that if I told you on the train you'd never come here, so I didn't dare to explain that we had really imposed upon you. Bobby is quite well, I assure you. You needn't worry on his account, and I hope on no other account either, for I am sure by this time the master has been able to straighten things out." "The master?" Mrs. Burbank gasped. "Yes, Astro, the master of mysteries, my employer and my friend, as I am sure he is yours. Your husband secured his services, for no one else would have been able to find you and help you without danger of publicity. Come right up and you'll hear from him that everything is all right." "Oh, if it only were!" The woman followed Valeska hopelessly. 10 minutes after that, Mrs. Burbank sat smiling in the studio. Astro had told her that there would be nothing more to fear from the prosecutor, who had made the last few weeks hideous. She had herself confessed everything. How, after the first hypnotic sleep, the colonel had given her persistently, so often that it drove her almost distracted, the horrible suggestion that she kill her husband. She had struggled hard against it, but the iteration of the words, kill him, so distorted as to be unintelligible to anyone else, coming now in letters, now over the telephone, now from the innocent lips of her own child, had finally unstrung her mind, and, for fear lest, in her distress, she should actually commit the crime, she had run away to get out of the colonel's power. When I went away, she concluded, I thought I had destroyed every evidence that might enable my husband to know how I had been tormented. That is every piece but one, the phonograph cylinder. I was afraid I could not destroy that, and feared to leave it in the house. I took it with me when I went to see Edward, hoping that I should find some place to conceal it, but everyone seemed to be watching me, and I was too nervous to risk throwing it away. So when I got to Edward's apartment, I left it there in the ash barrel. I had intended to tell him everything and ask his advice, but the poor fellow was so blue that I didn't have the heart to worry him with my own troubles, and I left him without saying anything. She looked curiously at Astro. I can't imagine how you ever found out. It's wonderful. Astro's look was cryptic. My dear Mrs. Burbank, he replied, such a nervous force as yours is intensely dynamic. It affects a disturbance of the ether, and to one sensitive to such vibration, the message impression is as plain as the ringing of a bell. Valeska smiled and folded her hands. But now, what am I to tell my husband? Mrs. Burbank exclaimed. If he knows everything, he'll want to kill Colonel Trevelyan. The colonel will take himself out of harm's way, I'm sure, said Astro. He has had his warning. There is only one possible way that I know of plausibly explaining your absence. Valeska looked up swiftly, as if to anticipate his explanation. What can I say? Mrs. Burbank said doubtfully. The truth, a woman's last resort. And Astro favored her with a rather cynical smile. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess. Chapter 13. Mrs. Selwyn's Emerald. Gasping at the splendor of the scene, the wonderful house, the gorgeously arrayed company, the terrifying magnificence of the servants in livery, Valeska grabbed Astro's arm tightly, trembling. He patted her hand and smiled. A pompous butler bent his head to hear their names, then bellowed them into the salon. Monsieur Astro and Mrs. Wynne. As they made their way toward their hostess, the buzz of conversation in the reception room was, for a moment, hushed. Women watched through curious eyes the distinguished, picturesque figure of the Master of Mysteries, whispered to one another, and noted critically the face and costume of the beautiful girl who accompanied the lion of the evening. Men glanced with amused contempt at Astro's oriental face, and scrutinized Valeska Wynne more indulgently. The murmur arose again, and the temporary stillness that had followed the announcement of Astro's name gave way to motion, laughter, and persiflage. The room fairly scintillated with lights, reflected from the cut-glass pendants of the silver electroliers, smoldering in the dusky gold carvings, twinkling from the jewels on women's necks and breasts, gleaming from the polished oak parquetry floor. The large double salon of the Selwyns was about half filled. There were not yet too many present to hide the elegance of the highly decorated Louis XIV rooms which enclosed the brilliant company as in an ornate frame. The ceiling, frescoed in the panels with nymphs and cupids, seemed faintly to reflect the life below. The tall mirrors multiplied the complexity of mysterious distances. There was an odor of winter roses which mingled with the perfumes of dainty women. An orchestra sounded languorously from the balcony at the head of the wide staircase. "I'm delighted," Mrs. Selwyn exclaimed effusively, leaning gracefully forward with a swan-like movement. She was a deliciously, almost a foolishly, pretty creature, with her bright smile accentuated by a black beauty spot at the corner of her mouth, her slender little fingers flashing with jewels, her lovely neck and her fair hair. It was hard to believe her a matron. Astro, in his masculine way, as striking a figure as she, presented his assistant. Valeska seemed more human than either. There was little artifice in her appearance. Her costume was girlishly simple. One was not tempted, even for a moment, to let his eyes wander from her earnest, pretty face. "I'm so glad to see you, Mrs. Wynne." Mrs. Selwyn scarcely gave her a glance, and returned spiritedly to Astro. "My dear," she said archly, "I had no idea that I had captured such a lion. People are simply wild about you. Why, I've made a sensation already by merely inviting you, I assure you. Not that I didn't know you were famous and popular and all that, of course, but dear me, it's a positive rage. You have no idea what stories I've been hearing about you. They say you can read one's thoughts, and go through a stone wall and eat fire and conjure the dead, and dear knows what. I'm actually afraid of you. And I of you also, madam, in that gown." She spread her hands demurely down her sides, and looked up at him from under her lashes. She wore a costume of silken mesh, sheer and delicate, over cloth of silver, touched daringly with black. The top of her corsage was caught together by an immense square-cut emerald set in small blue diamonds. Mrs. Selwyn was evidently not beyond being pleased at Astro's compliment, but her look suggested an unsatisfied desire. "They're expecting something wonderful," she hinted. Astro frowned. "My dear lady," he began. She nodded and shook her fan lightly. "Oh, yes, I know. I shan't ask you, of course. I promised. But at the same time, if something, anything, should happen, you know, it would be perfectly lovely, and it would make the thing go, wouldn't it? Oh, and there's an Italian countess here, whose hand I'm simply dying to have you read." Valeska, smiling amusedly at the hostess's prattle, was about to turn away when Mrs. Selwyn caught her hand eagerly. "It was so good of you to come on so unconventional an invitation. We must make you at home. You shall have positively all the men you want. I have armies of 'em tonight. And perhaps," here Mrs. Selwyn became almost coquettish, "you may have more influence with Astro than poor I. Do talk to him. Countess Trixola will be so disappointed if you don't succeed." A fresh group of guests here interrupted her, and she turned to welcome them. Valeska took Astro's arm again, and he led her to a corner of the room where they could view the assembly. "I see what's coming," he began hurriedly. "I'll be at my wits' end to avoid doing parlor tricks to amuse this crowd, in spite of what Mrs. Selwyn promised. I shan't have much time to attend to you, my dear. But really, you did beautifully. Nobody would ever imagine that you were born in an East Side tenement. Why, I think you can tell the would-bes and the bounders as quickly as I can already. It's all worth seeing, and I want you to use your eyes. Watch every little thing as if it were all of the utmost importance, and you were to use every bit of information you acquired. But don't on any account lose sight of me, if you can help it, and watch for my signals. Be ready for anything. It's the accidents of life by which we profit, and there is no predicting accidents. Give me the up and down sign if you discover anything particularly interesting. Well, I see that you are introduced. I'm going to be mobbed." "Here's the Countess, I'll wager," Valeska said. A tall, ashen-haired, limp, and insipid youth was bearing toward them, escorting a vivacious, green-eyed brunette with a narrow, alert face and eyes heavily shadowed. Nearer, those dark eyes seemed a bit hard and glassy, but they were quick. She was considerably made up, but her rouge had been applied cleverly. Astro had time only to remark out of one corner of his mouth, "Look at her right hand," and then the Countess was fairly bubbling over him. Valeska gave the hand a glance. It hung, white-gloved, lightly by her side, the first and second fingers tentatively outstretched, the third and fourth curled toward the palm, the thumb projecting. "You are Astro, the palmist, aren't you?" the woman asked gaily, tipping her head to one side and peeping over her fan. "Mrs. Selwyn said I mustn't bother you, but I do hope something extraordinary is going to happen. We're expecting something quite miraculous, after all we've heard about your occult powers." "My dear Countess," said Astro a bit cynically, "even saints must have holidays. I'm afraid I am out of miracles tonight." "But at least you can tell me something about myself before you go," she insisted. Astro smiled quizzically. "Surely not in public." The pale youth burst into a guffaw. The Countess shook her finger at him airily. "Why, my life is an open book," she protested. "Be careful that it's open on a blank page, then." The pale youth again bellowed, and was struck on the shoulder by the Countess's fan. "Oh, I hope I'm naughty enough to be nice," she said demurely. "Madam," said Astro with a queer expression, "I doubt if you could be either naughtier or nicer." "Now, what do you mean by that?" she cried. "Why, positively, I don't know whether it's the best kind of compliment or the worst kind of insult." "I leave it to your conscience and your vanity," said Astro calmly. She laughed it off and turned to Valeska. "Does he say such enigmatic things to you, too?" she asked. "Oh, he doesn't dare," said Valeska. "He knows that I'll take them all as compliments." The group was now joined by others, eagerly pressing about them to listen to the dialogue. The fame of the Master of Mysteries had grown wonderfully with the reports of his recent exploits, and his reputation as a palmist was almost eclipsed by his fame as a seer and solver of inexplicable problems. The distinction of his appearance and the charm of his manner gave him a personal influence as well, and on this first appearance in society in the role of guest, he was, as Mrs. Selwyn had said, an immense success. Valeska's reception was as flattering. She had passed the ordeal of introduction cleverly. The men flocked to this pretty blonde girl with the blue eyes as to a popular heiress. Unused as she was to fashionable life, her native wit and confidence, combined with Astro's own support, carried her through with colors flying. The affair soon resolved itself into a rivalry among the women for Astro's whimsical notice, and among the men for Valeska's smiling sallies. To all hinted requests for character readings, the palmist offered polished and affable excuses. He seemed as much at home in this smart company as in his own picturesque studio. Women gathered about him, fascinated by his romantic personality, and rather pleasantly afraid of his powers as an occultist. Mrs. Selwyn persistently showed him off, but, anxious as she evidently was to make her reception a success, kept to the letter of her promise, and did not ask him to perform any tricks for the company. The salon filled. The talk became gayer. Astro had no time now to speak confidentially to Valeska, but from time to time he sent her a look, a motion of head or hand, which directed her attention to one or another of the party. The quick-witted girl watched him everywhere he went, and followed his cues on the instant. Long practice had made it easier for her to communicate with him thus, but this was the first public test of her facility. She played their game with a new zest, her bright eyes and high color alone betraying her excitement. At last supper was announced, and as the company paired off and began to leave for the great dining room, Astro succeeded in eluding his worshippers and captured Valeska for a few hasty words. "There's something in the air," he said under his breath. "Can't you feel it? I don't know just what it is, but there is something sinister impending. Don't laugh. This is not mere professional jargon. You know I'm sensitive to this sort of thing. I never felt it more strongly." "I have felt so too, but I thought it was a mere fancy." Cultivate those fancies, my dear. They're the inchoate beginnings of intuitions. Nothing comes by chance. There's a reason for every whim we have, and you must learn to trace it. I don't like that green-eyed woman. I wonder if she is really a countess." He smiled with amiable derision. "Are you?" Valeska's eyes dilated. "Who is she?" "That I don't know. I've tried her with all sorts of traps, but she is too clever." "Oh, she's bad, I know that. But she fascinates me." "She came alone in a hired cab," Mrs. Selwyn told me. "They got acquainted through mutual friends in Florence. That's all I know, except—" He had lowered his voice to a whisper, and was leaning towards Valeska to continue, when the woman in question appeared at the door of the dining room, cast a sharp glance up the hall, and espied them. "Oh, aren't you coming in, monsieur?" She smiled bewitchingly. "In a moment, Countess." "I want to know if you're magician enough to tell me what Mrs. Selwyn's punch is made of. It's the most mysterious thing I ever saw." "If it's as mysterious as you are, my dear Countess, I'll have to admit I can't fathom it." She dropped a courtesy, tipping her head roguishly to one side, and withdrew. Astro's eyes followed her. He was much amused. "Looking for someone?" Valeska suggested laconically. Astro nodded. "Oh, did you see that chap with a pompadour and a curled blonde mustache?" "Yes. One eye was bigger than the other, the right one." "Watchmaker. Comes from screwing up his right eye in his lens and using it so much. Or possibly, by Jove, a diamond cutter. Queer, isn't it?" "Decidedly. But they seem to be sure enough of their position here. They're as well received as the other guests." "There's something awry. I wish I could get it. It's all there in my brain, but I haven't time to think it out now and here. And never mind. Only wait and be ready. Come, we'll go in. I'll talk to you later. Here's Mrs. Selwyn now." Their hostess sailed past on a young man's arm, and holding out a hand, carried Astro in with her to a seat at the end of the room. Valeska was promptly annexed by Selwyn, a short, puffy little man with mutton-chop whiskers and a fat stomach. He had the air of not being at all at home in his own house. Nobody could seem so harmless and timid as this chubby, round-faced host. He might have been an awkward servant in his endeavors to efface himself. Seeing Valeska left alone, he offered his arm in a sudden excess of courage. She was not like the others, and apparently he was not afraid of her. "Infernal humbug, all this sort of thing," he grumbled. "Why, what do you mean?" she answered, a little surprised. "Having this fool palm reader here and all that. Bosh." Valeska could scarcely repress a titter, but Selwyn was evidently quite serious about it. Seeing that he had no idea who she was, she humored him. "It is nonsense, of course," she said gravely, "but I think that Mr. Astro is quite modest about it, don't you?" "Oh, he's all right. He has to make a living, I suppose. But the women make such fools of themselves about him. I might as well give a monkey dinner and be done with it." Muttering thus, in an inconsequent, petulant way, he led her into the dining room, where she was immediately surrounded by men who offered her chairs, plates, and refreshments. Selwyn, more than ever disgruntled, retired to the wall, against which he flattened himself, and gloomily regarded the crowd. Valeska, besieged as she was, threw him a smile and a remark occasionally, pitying his discomfort and his timidity. Meanwhile, her eyes were busy in the room. Once she caught sight of the green-eyed Countess talking with the pompadoured man, and she noticed a certain surreptitious haste in their encounter. Was it furtive, suggestive, or did she merely fancy it? From them, her glance wandered to the group of which Astro, with Mrs. Selwyn, was the center. The Countess joined it, sparkling, vivid, keen. A heavy, soggy dowager in black silk, with an astoundingly low-cut dress, plump round neck, and innumerable curls in her gray hair, was absorbed in Astro's conversation. A debutante, as fresh as a lily, ingenuous, eager, bright-eyed with curiosity, leaned over his shoulder, holding out her hand for him to read. Valeska heard little gushes of laughter whenever he spoke. She had never before seen him in such a company, and it amazed her to see how he dominated it, how his magnetism radiated and drew one after another into his circle of influence. So it went on for half an hour, until the party began gradually to leave the room, drifting out by twos and threes, all more or less stimulated by the supper and the champagne to an increasingly good fellowship. All, that is, excepting poor Selwyn, who seemed to shrink smaller and smaller. He hardly spoke to anybody, except to apologize to some woman for stepping on her train, or to call a waiter to pass cigars or wine. His round eyes winked continually, and his lips moved as if he were talking to himself. When Valeska looked at him with an arch smile, he beamed like a child upon her for an instant, and the next all the light went out of his face. She met Astro in the hall, passed him, and caught a sign. It was the up-and-down signal this time, denoting whom she was to observe, a glance up to the ceiling and down to his feet. His hand touched his hair with a little flourish. The man with the pompadour. She had it as plain as words could tell it. She drifted away and sought the man with the pompadour. He was nowhere to be seen. The party was now humming with talk and laughter, and the double salon was crowded. The orchestra swept into a Hungarian rhapsody which seemed to waft a wave of abandon into the room. The men who followed her flirted persistently. It was all she could do now to parry their jests and at the same time keep track of what was going on about her. Astro was standing near the center of the room in a group of wonderfully dressed and dangerously pretty women, each perfect, finished, poised, yet animated and merry. Their little egrets nodded as they talked and laughed. Selwyn, his hands in his pockets, moodily effaced himself behind the piano in the corner. Every time he saw Valeska, he beamed. As she stood near the great hall doors, new men were continually brought up to her to be introduced, each with a new compliment or a flippant remark or a joke, each showing a friendly rivalry with the others. Valeska enjoyed it all excitedly. She could hear a nervous pitch in her voice as she shot her frivolous retorts, but the newness of it all stimulated her. For the moment she lost sight of the pompadoured man. She was gazing across the room to where Mrs. Selwyn stood when... Suddenly, the lights in the two electric chandeliers went out. The room for an instant seemed as black as night. Several women cried out in fright, and then a little chorus of laughter rippled round the room hysterically. In the instantaneous sensation of talk, a shuffling of feet was for a moment all that was heard. The picture in Valeska's view remained for a moment in her eyes as clear as a photograph against the darkness. Mrs. Selwyn, merry, jubilant, talking to a fat old man. Behind her the dowager, the debutante, the pale youth, all talking together, and a little aloof, the Countess, with a strange expression, and her fan pressed to her lips, looking in Valeska's direction, as if she were giving a sign. Then the picture faded. A babel of voices arose. Mounting over them all, rising to a scream, came Mrs. Selwyn's excited cry, "Oh, stop! Help! I'm robbed!" Valeska, at the same moment, felt a man rush swiftly past her, and there was a sharp twitch at the side of her waist. Then another voice came like a bark, swift, stern, mandatory, abrupt, angry. "Light up, there, immediately! The switch is on the side of the door. Don't anyone dare to move till we have a light." At last, after a frightened half-minute, full of whispers and shocked expletives, the lights sprang up again and showed a room full of shocked, agonized faces. Everyone looked at his neighbor with startled eyes. A louder buzzing of talk arose, only to cease suddenly again as Selwyn, pushing his way into the middle of the room, took command of the situation like a general. "Nobody shall move a step here until we find out what's the matter. My wife has lost her brooch, the Selwyn emerald. You all know it. I insist that everyone keep his place until it is found." What had awakened to the little man? At the crisis he had changed from a bashful boy into a willful, assertive man, dominating the room with his resolution. The talk swept excitedly about the place now. Each questioned his neighbor, or stared spellbound. Meanwhile, Selwyn had walked to the folding doors and rolled them shut with a bang. Then, red-faced, with a fierce scowl, he strode back to his wife. "Now, who was near you, Betty?"
"Oh, I don't remember exactly,"
she answered hysterically.
"All I know is that when the lights went out, someone came up to me and I felt a snatch at my corsage. See where the lace is torn? Somebody stole it. It's preposterous." "Search everybody," somebody called out.
"No, no," cried others.
"See if it hasn't dropped on the floor."
For a moment, everyone spoke at once, and the confusion was maddening. Then, suddenly, clapping his hands for silence, and speaking as sharply as an officer commanding his soldiers, Astro's voice rose over the tumult. He had sprung upon a chair, and his fine head appeared above the throng. "Mr. Selwyn, let me find the brooch. There will be no trouble, no unpleasantness for anyone. Let everyone keep his place until I've finished, and I'll promise to discover the emerald." A clapping of hands all over the room responded to his speech. Instantly, the mood of the company relaxed from its nervous strain of uncomfortable embarrassment and suspicion to an amused interest. But Selwyn shook his head savagely. "No, indeed. None of your parlor tricks, thank you. I will send for the police immediately. Meanwhile, everyone in this room is my prisoner. Those who object must necessarily be regarded with suspicion."
"Oh, George," Mrs. Selwyn pleaded, "do let Astro try it. I'm sure he'll be able to do it. He's so clever, and he has done such marvelous things." "Yes, yes, let him try it," came from everyone.
Selwyn hesitated, looking half contemptuously at the palmist. "How do you propose to find it?" he asked finally. Astro put his hand to his head and drew his brows together. "I already feel an influence disturbing this gathering," he said. "I shall be drawn inevitably toward the person who committed the theft, as if by a magnet. Or at least I shall be drawn to the emerald," he added. "Bosh!" Selwyn exclaimed. "That's all poppycock. What I want is a good detective and a police officer or two to search every man and woman in the room." At this there came an indignant chorus of protest. The guests stirred uneasily. "Mr. Selwyn, do you believe in the X-ray?" Astro asked. The little man grunted. "Yes, I do. But this is no time for a lecture." "One moment, please, however. Nobody knows in just what part of the spectrum the X-rays lie, except that they are beyond the ultraviolet. They are visible only with a fluoroscope. Nobody knows just where the so-called actinic rays lie either. They are invisible also, but they react upon a plate sensitized with nitrate of silver. Where are the N-rays, which emanate from the human body? Nobody knows, but I tell you, Mr. Selwyn, that they are registered in the gray matter of my brain. I am sensitive to them, as no one else has been, consciously, for centuries, and it is that sensitiveness that I propose to utilize. No thought can exist without modifying the molecular structure of the brain cells in the thinker. That change acts upon the ether, and is transmitted in vibratory form. Is it not possible that those ether waves can react upon the molecules in my brain and set up a corresponding change to that made by the original thought? Mr. Selwyn, I'll prove it." Astro's voice had risen to a strident tone, compelling and incisive. Everyone looked at him eagerly. There was a hush. Then a volley of exclamations broke out like a storm, and Selwyn's last objectives were swept away. At last, the host, overborne and himself piqued with curiosity, gave a gesture of acquiescence. Astro stepped down from his chair, with a fixed look in his eyes, and gazed eagerly to right and left. He paused one moment, standing with his hand to his forehead, his little finger pointed upward. Valeska saw and read the signal. "Follow the person I point out." He then walked up to the dowager with whom he had been at supper-time. "Will you kindly take off your left glove, Mrs. Postlethwaite?" he asked.
"The idea!" she ejaculated. "Why, what do you mean? Do you dare insinuate that I took Mrs. Selwyn's brooch?"
Her eyes were wide open as a doll's, and her anger was ludicrous to the company who watched her. For the first time since the lights went out, there was a hearty laugh all over the salon. "Silence!" Astro commanded harshly. He turned to the gaping matron. "Madam, you must do what I ask, and do it quickly, so as not to delay the recovery. If you are innocent, you have nothing to fear. If you hesitate, we can't, of course, be blamed for suspecting you." She stared at him indignantly, muttering to herself, but tugged at her glove nevertheless. He took her bared hand and inspected the palm. Then he took her right hand, gloved as it was, and inspected that. He left her as suddenly as he had come, however, with no comment whatever, and darted to the young debutante who had also been of his group in the dining-room. "Quick, Miss Preston," he said. "Take off your left-hand glove." Miss Preston was young enough and thoughtless enough to take these situations lightly, and obeyed him with a smile. He gave her palm a glance, then turned her hand and looked at the back. Then he left her for the pale wan youth. His glove, too, came off his left hand, and his right gloved hand was examined. The man with the pompadour came next, and the same pantomime was enacted. Astro's eye stayed for a second or two on the man's left coat sleeve. Then he passed on. So he went from one to another, now to a woman, now to a man, until he came to the Countess Trixola. Her eyes had never left him. Her hand remained on her breast, as if to hide the beating of her heart. Her eyes were hard and cold, but the pupils were dilated. Her upper lip quivered a little. "Will you kindly remove your glove, Countess? No, your right, if you please. Yes, thank you. Now your left hand, just as it is. Thank you." He turned swiftly to the next beside her, but before he had examined the hand he had bitten the knuckle of his forefinger, as if in abstraction. This Valeska noticed, and from that moment, regardless of what he was doing, she kept her eyes on the Countess. The woman had turned to a companion, and was evidently voicing some sarcastic comment on Astro's methods. As she spoke, she moved insensibly away, and back towards another group nearer the wall by the windows. The company had now begun to move a little, and her progress was so clever as to be unnoticeable to one who did not specially follow her movements. She passed a few feet nearer the window. Astro went on steadily, from one person to another, examining palms. In another moment, however, he had stopped dramatically, put both his hands to his forehead, staggered, and dropped to the floor. A woman screamed. 2 or 3 men ran up to support him in their arms. A physician elbowed his way through the crowd. At that moment, while everyone was staring at the group that surrounded the Master of Mysteries, Valeska saw the Countess move quickly toward the window. There, for a moment, she stood facing the assembly, looking sharply about, her hands behind her back. An instant more, and she had left again and joined the man with the pompadour. She drew him aside and spoke to him. He nodded, looked behind him, and moved away. Someone was calling for water. A man laid his hand to the door to open it, when Selwyn's voice barked out again. He assumed command again. "No one leaves the room. This man is not seriously hurt. He hasn't even fainted. It's all a trick to cover his failure. We'll end this nonsense right now and have in the police." Valeska hurried up to the group, pressed in between the bystanders, and knelt beside Astro.
"Stand back, please," she exclaimed. "I know how to attend to him. He has gone into a psychic trance, that's all. The strain was too much for him. He'll be all right in a moment, and will go on with his search."
She took his hand, and, unseen by the company, pressed it 4 times. Astro's eyes opened. He sat up, rose to his feet slowly, trembled, looked around, took a step forward tentatively. Valeska still held his hand.
"Silence, everybody,"
she called out, and held up her right hand with a warning gesture. Every eye turned to the two, and every tongue was silent, as Astro moved, at first uncertainly, and then with increasing confidence, directly across the room. He stopped before a tall cloisonné vase standing in front of the window, looked at it for a moment stupidly, then lifted it up and turned it upside down. Out dropped the Selwyn emerald. A hurricane of applause burst from the company. Hands clapped, and men cried, "Bravo!" Mrs. Selwyn rushed forward. Astro handed her the brooch. She gave one look at it, clasped it to her breast, and then took the palmist hands with both hers.
"Wonderful! It's perfectly marvel!"
Then her eyes caught a whimsical look in his, saw his cryptic smile, and her face changed. First it grew suddenly blank. Then a delighted expression flooded it.
Why, it was a trick, wasn't it? How clever! Oh, it was worth the fright, really. It was the best thing I've ever seen done. I never suspected it for a moment. Why, thank you so much. I knew you wouldn't be mean enough to refuse altogether. I knew you'd be nice and amuse us some way. But my, you are a wizard, aren't you?"
Selwyn strode forward. "Do you mean to say you cooked this whole thing up, sir? Well, you certainly fooled me, by Jove. You got us all going, didn't you? Think of that. But you pretty nearly caused a big scandal, I tell you." He turned to a neighbor and began to talk vociferously about it. The crowd swarmed about Astro now, each eager to congratulate and to praise. Everyone gesticulated, almost screamed at one another, laughing, asking questions without number. Dozens of people, their conventional reserve broken down by the strain of the last few minutes, shook Astro by the hand. The Countess came up also to flatter him on his success.
"But you didn't tell me my character after all,"
she complained playfully. The glance Astro gave her was cold and sharp. "Madam," he replied, "your character will hardly stand another such test. If you will call at my studio tomorrow, I will give you some advice. When do you expect to return to Italy?" She gave him a long stare, grew a little pale, but shrugged her shoulders.
"Are you in a hurry for me to return, monsieur?"
"I predict a great misfortune for you if you remain here for more than a week."
"Thank you very much for your advice, then. You are too kind. Yes, I think I shall be bored to death in this town. I shall go. Au revoir, monsieur. I should like to know you better. We would make fine playmates."
She smiled, and, as if reluctantly, removed her eyes and left him. Mrs. Selwyn drew him aside with eager eyes.
"Of course, I know I'm a pig," she said. "But really, Astro, couldn't you get that diamond off the Countess's hand and hide it somewhere? It would be such fun, you know. Do be nice and do just one more. They'll talk about our reception forever if you do."
Astro laughed. "That's one thing I can't do. You see, the Countess isn't quite so innocent as you are, Mrs. Selwyn."
"It was a pretty big chance you were taking, seems to me," said Valeska as Astro drove her home. "Of course, she grabbed the stone so tightly that it printed the marks of the facets on her white glove. That part of it was easy. But how could you be sure? You didn't look at half the people's hands."
"You noticed the way she held her fingers when I spoke to you, didn't you? I didn't have time then to explain, but I knew by that she was or had been a pickpocket. The professional dip works with his first two fingers, and almost always carries his hand with them extended, and the other two fingers curled up out of the way."
"But why did you look at her left glove instead of the right, as you did with all the others?"
"I had noticed at supper time that she was left-handed. When I took my long chance, my dear, was when I trusted to you to find out what she did with the brooch. I confess that when I dropped on the floor and waited for your signal, I was rather anxious. It was up to you then to make me or break me, but I was sure I could trust you, and you did beautifully." Valeska herself had been more anxious during that few minutes than she confessed. There was, however, one more thing to be straightened out in her mind.
"What I don't understand is who put out the lights," she remarked. "I forgot to tell you that I was standing near the wall where the electric switch was, and immediately the lights went out, someone brushed past me roughly, and something twitched at my waist. I wonder who it was."
Astro cast a look down at her side and smiled.
"Ah, that settles something that bothered me," he said musingly. "Clever little buckles on your corsage, my dear. I wondered how that pompadoured chap happened to have his left coat sleeve cut in such a queer way, but I was too busy to think it out. I wish now I had given both of them over to the police. I expect he's a diamond cutter fast enough. Mrs. Selwyn is lucky that 6 or 7 different persons won't be wearing pieces of her emerald next year, Valeska." End of Chapter 13. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 14 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 14. The Assassin's Club. "Every time I see a gargoyle," said Astro, "I feel a thrill of secret kinship. It's as if I were the only one who understood its mystery. If I were romantic, I would say that in a previous incarnation I had lived in the Dark Ages. What do you think about gargoyles, Valeska?" Astro looked up from a book of Violette Ledoc's architectural drawings and glanced across to the pretty blonde head, his assistant, busy with her card catalog, where she kept memoranda of the seer's famous cases, made a delightful picture against the dull crimson hangings of the wall. She came over to him and looked down across his shoulder at the pictures of the grotesque stone monsters. "Why?" she said. "I've seen these horrible, cynical old ones on Notre Dame in Paris, that gaze down on the city roofs. I've always wondered why they placed them on beautiful churches." "It's a deep question," said Astro, his eyes still on the engraving. "But to my mind, they symbolize the ancient cult of wonder. In the Middle Ages, men really wondered. They didn't anticipate flying machines years before they were invented, as we moderns do. They took nothing for granted. Everything in life was a miracle." Valeska dropped quietly into a seat to listen. Astro had many moods. Sometimes he was the dreamy occult seer, cryptic, mysterious. Again, he was the alert man of affairs, keen, logical, worldly. She had seen him, too, in society, affable, bland, jocose. But in this introspective, whimsical, analytical mood, she got nearest him and learned something of the true import of his life. He went on, his eyes half closed, his red silken robe enveloping him like a shroud, the diamond in his turban glittering as he moved his head. His olive-skinned, picturesque face with its dark eyes was serene and quiet now. A little blue-tailed lizard, one of Astro's many exotic fancies, frisked across the table. He caught it and held it as he talked. In the 13th century, clergy and laity alike believed that the forces of good and evil were almost equally balanced. They worshipped the Almighty, but propitiated Satan as well. So these grotesque beasts leered down from the cornices of the house of God and watched the holy offices of priests. The devil had his own litany, his own science. They were forbidden practices, but they flourished then among the most intellectual people as they flourish now among the most ignorant. Magic was then a science. Now it is a fake. Still, a man's chief desire is to get something for nothing, to find a shortcut to wisdom. The gargoyle is replaced by the dollar mark. So be it. One must earn one's living. Selah, I have spoken. He looked up with a smile and a boyish twinkle in his eyes. Then his businesslike, cynical self returned. He jumped up, tall and eager, a picturesque oriental figure informed with the stirring life of the West. "Valeska, I've been reading about the devil worshippers of Paris, the Black Mass, infant sacrifices and all that. That's an anachronistic cult. I'd like to know if there really is any genuine survival of the worship of evil." Valeska shuddered. "Oh, that would be horrible." But interesting. He clasped his hands behind him and gazed up at the silver-starred ceiling. "I don't mean degeneracy or insanity, but a man that does evil for the love of it, as they did in the old days. Think, for instance, of the lost art of torture, the science of human suffering." "Oh, don't! I hate to have you talk like that." Valeska put a hand on his arm. "Very well, I won't." He snapped his fingers as if to rid himself of the thought and walked into the reception room adjoining the great studio. Valeska went back to her work. For some minutes, she arranged her cards in their tin box. Then, hearing voices outside, she looked up and listened. Then she walked softly across the heavy rugs and, touching a button in the mahogany wainscoting, passed through a secret door. Scarcely had she disappeared when Astro returned, ushering in a young woman stylishly dressed in brown. When she put aside her veil, her face shone out like a portrait, vivid instinct, with grace and a delicate, rare hybrid beauty, full of character and force. Astro showed her a seat under the electric lamp. "I thought you would help me if anyone could," she was saying, in continuation of her conversation in the reception room. "If it were anything less vague, I'd speak to Mother about it, but it's too strange and elusive. I'm sure he has not been drinking. I would notice that in other ways, and yet he is different. He is not himself. It frightens me." "Have you spoken to him about it?" Astro asked. "Yes, but he won't say anything. He evades it and says he's all right, but I don't dare to marry him till I know what it is that has changed him. I know it seems disloyal to suspect him, but how can I help it?" "What is Mr. Cameron's business?" "He's a naval lieutenant in the construction department at the Brooklyn Navy Yard. But that is another reason why I'm worried. He has charge of work that is important and secret. If this change, whatever it is, should affect his work, he'd be disgraced. He might even be dishonorably discharged. When have you noticed this peculiarity of his? At any particular time? Usually on Sundays, when he almost always comes to call, but sometimes in the middle of the week. At times he talks queerly, almost as if in his sleep, of colors and queer landscapes that have nothing to do with what we are discussing. Sometimes he doesn't even finish his sentences and goes off into a sort of daze for a minute, and then he'll ask my pardon and go on as if nothing had happened. And when shall you see him next? He will probably come Saturday afternoon. Usually he stays to dinner, but of late he's been having engagements that prevent. All right, said the seer. I'll see what I can do. Knowing that he is at your house, I shall be able to orient myself and thereby be more receptive to his astral influence. I shall then be certain to ascertain the cause of any psychic disturbance. The young woman, rising to go, looked at him plaintively. Oh, I hope I haven't done wrong in telling you about it, but I do love him so. I can't bear to see him so changed. My dear Miss Mannering, said Astro kindly, you need have no fear. I assure you your business shall be kept absolutely confidential. With the exception of my assistant, no one shall ever know that you came here. Your assistant? She looked at him doubtfully. Miss Wynne. She seemed surprised. A lady? She asked then, timidly. Might I see her? Certainly. Astro touched a bell. In a moment, Valeska appeared between the velvet portieres and waited there, a piquant, sensitive face, questioning his wish, her golden hair brightly illuminated from behind. Miss Mannering walked to her impulsively and took her hand. Might I speak to you for a moment? She asked. Valeska, giving Astro a glance, led the visitor into the reception room. I had no idea that Astro had a lady assistant, she said. I feel much better about having told him now. Valeska smiled at her and held the hand in both hers. Oh, I only do some of his routine work, she said, but he often discusses his important cases with me. I'm sure that he can help you. He is wonderful. I never knew him to fail. Miss Wynne, said the visitor, no one but a woman can understand how distressed I am. I'm sure I can trust you. I can read that in your face. I am always sure of my intuitions, and now that I have seen you, I am going to tell you something that I didn't quite dare to tell Astro. I know my fiancé is in some trouble, but what I'm afraid of is too dreadful. It terrifies me. Here, look at this. It dropped out of Mr. Cameron's pocket the last time he called, and I found it after he had gone. She handed an envelope to Valeska, who looked at it carefully and drew out a single sheet of paper. On this was written in green ink, Be at the Assassins, Saturday at 7. Haskell's turn. What can that mean? Miss Mannering whispered. I didn't dare to show it for fear of getting Bob into trouble in some way. That word, assassins. Oh, it's awful. May I take this letter? Valeska asked. No, I daren't leave it. Mr. Cameron may miss it and ask for it, but you may tell Astro if you think best. Valeska gave another glance at the letter and handed it back. My dear Miss Mannering, don't worry about it, she said, pressing her hand. It may not be so bad as you fear. Whatever it is, Astro will find it out. You may be sure. When the visitor departed, Valeska walked into the studio with the news. Astro listened in silence till she had finished. Then he smiled, nodded, and took up his water pipe lazily. The solution of this thing is so simple that I'm surprised it hasn't occurred to you, my dear. But that's because of your lack of experience and the fact that you haven't read so much as I have. But all the same, there may be something deeper in it than appears now. At any rate, the girl is to be helped, and the lieutenant as well, and that we shall do. But what about the assassins? Valeska inquired anxiously. Oh, that's the whole thing, of course, but I think I'll let you study that out yourself. It will be good practice for your reasoning powers. First, let's see if your powers of observation have improved. Tell me all about the letter. He blew out a series of smoke rings and regarded her quizzically. Well, Valeska puckered her brows. It was written on buffalo linen paper of about 90 pounds weight, very heavy stock, anyway, in an envelope of the same, postmarked Madison Square Station, April 19th, 4 p.m. The handwriting was that of a stout, middle-aged man who had just had some serious illness, a foreigner, hard-working, unscrupulous, dishonest, with no artistic sensibility. Bravo! Is that all? No. The stationery came from Perkins and Shaw's. I saw the stamping under the flap. Very good. Unfortunately, we can't ask there about the assassins, but perhaps we'll find my ideal criminal after all. The easiest plan will be to follow Cameron tomorrow night. Meanwhile, you had better do some thinking yourself. Valeska sat down and gazed long into the great open fire, her brows frowning, her hands working mechanically, absorbed in thought. Astro took a small folding chessboard and gracefully amused himself with an intricate problem in the logistics of the game. When at last he had queened his white pawn according to his theory, he looked over at his assistant and smiled to see her seriousness. In that look, something seemed to pass from him to her. "Oh!" she cried, jumping up. "Does it begin with an H?" "More properly, with a C," he replied. She shook her head and went at the problem again, and kept at it until it was time to close the studio. The next afternoon, Astro and Valeska waited for 2 hours across 78th Street from Miss Mannering's house before they saw the lieutenant emerge. They had already a good description of him, and had no trouble in recognizing the tall, good-looking fellow who, at 6:30, walked briskly up the street, ran down the stairs to the subway, and took a seat in a downtown local train. Astro and Valeska separated and took seats on the opposite side of the car, watching their men guardedly. At 23rd Street he got out, went up to the sidewalk, and walked eastward. Beyond 4th Avenue was a row of 3-story old-fashioned brick houses back from the street. The lieutenant entered the small iron gate to one of the yards, and taking a key from his pocket, went in the front door of a house. It slammed behind him. "The headquarters of the assassins," said Astro calmly, his hands in his overcoat pockets, studying the windows. "And what next?" asked Valeska. "We'll wait a while. Come into this next doorway." On the side of the doorway they now entered was a sign, "Furnished Rooms." It was now after 7 o'clock, and had begun to snow. Valeska stood inside the vestibule, protected from the weather. Astro waited just outside, watching the doorway of number 109. The 23rd Street cars clanged noisily by, the din of the traffic muffled by the carpet of snow. The open mouth of the subway sucked in an unsteady stream of wayfarers. Suddenly, Valeska put her hand on Astro's arm. "Does it begin with a C-O?" she asked. He smiled. "No, C-A," he answered. "Oh, dear, I thought I had it, but don't tell me. I'm sure I'll work it out, though. But it makes me anxious. Anything might happen on a night like this." "Yes, even an assassination." "You don't fear that, really?" She looked at him in alarm. "But I do. Assassination of a sort. What else could the letter mean?" She had not time to answer before the door of the next house opened, and a man buttoned up in a fur-trimmed overcoat came out. He stopped a moment to raise an umbrella, and they could see that he was a stout, pasty-faced German of some 50 years, with a curling yellow mustache. He wore spectacles and seemed to be nearsighted. "There's the man who wrote the letter. Follow him, Valeska. Find out who he is and all that's possible. We must follow every lead." Valeska was off on the instant, running down the steps and walking swiftly up 23rd Street. Astro lighted a cigar, turned up his collar, and waited another half-hour in the doorway. Nobody having entered or left number 109 by that time, he rang the bell of number 111. A Swedish maid came to the door. "I'd like to see what rooms you have," said Astro. "The only one is on the 3rd floor rear," she replied, and showed him up 2 flights of unlighted stairs, steep and narrow, to a small square room meagerly furnished. Walking to the window, Astro saw that, level with the floor, was a tin-covered roof over an extension in the rear. It stretched along the whole width of the 4 houses in the row. On this, he might easily stand and look into the adjoining windows. Saying that he would move in later, Astro paid the girl for a week's rent in advance and left the house and walked home. Valeska next morning came full of news. The German kept right along 23rd Street toward Broadway, she said, and it occurred to me that I might get him to make the first advances and get acquainted without being suspected. So I passed him and very gracefully slipped on the snow and dropped my purse. Then I began looking about on the sidewalk for the money that might have dropped out. My German friend came along and offered to help me. It took some time, and the long and short of it was that we had quite a conversation, and I convinced him that I was respectable. He walked along with me and asked me where I was going. I said that I had intended going to the Hippodrome with a friend, but that I had been detained, and it was so late I thought I'd go home. He proposed having something to eat, and of course I refused. I had to be urged and urged, but the more I refused, the more anxious he was to have me come. Finally, I reluctantly assented to his invitation, and we went to the Café Richer. Well, you ought to have seen that German eat. I mean, you ought to have heard him eat. I couldn't eat anything myself, but sipped the wine he ordered and coyly led him on, chattering away about myself ingenuously. I had an engagement with Richard Mansfield and a 3-year contract at $100 a week when he died, and was awfully anxious to get another chance. All the money I had was tied up in one of the trust companies and so on. He kept on eating, taking the biggest mouthfuls I ever saw, and leaving half of it on his mustache. Oh, I put in some hard work, I assure you. Then he began asking me questions and wanted to know if I would like to earn some money on the side. Would I? I jumped at it. 5,000 actor folk out of a job this season, and all that. He said I reminded him of his dead daughter, I'm always reminding people of somebody, and he thought he could trust me. I cast down my eyes and let him go on. He said there was a man he knew who had stolen some confidential papers, and he wanted to get them away from him without publicity. He needed a good, clever woman to help him out on the job. I brightened up considerably. He asked me to go home with him so that he could give me a photograph to identify my victim. I said I would, although I confess I was getting nervous, not being quite sure what he was up to. He had begun paying me compliments, and when a German begins to get sentimental, well, you know. I took the subway with him, and we went up to 126th Street. There was a big apartment hotel there called the Dahlia, one of those marble-halled affairs that look as if they were built of a dozen different kinds of fancy soap, with a red carpet and awfully funny oil paintings and Negro hallboys sitting in Renaissance armchairs. I refused to go upstairs. Well, after a while, he came down the elevator and handed me this photograph. What do you think? She handed Astro a cabinet photograph. He lifted his fine brows when he looked at it. Lieutenant Cameron! Valeska nodded. I'm to scrape up an acquaintance with him, get his confidence, and then report to Herr Bämer for final instructions. I wonder what poor little Miss Mannering would say. She took off her sables, her saucy fur toque, and touched up her hair at the great carved mirror at one end of the studio. Astro sat regarding the portrait in his hand. He looked up to ask, Did you find out what his business was? She whirled around to him. Oh, I forgot. He's the agent for a big German firm connected with the Krupp steel plant. They control the rights to a new magazine pistol. I was awfully interested in machinery, It bored me to death. But I listened half an hour to his description of a new ammunition hoist for battleships. Astro was suddenly electrified with energy. Ah, he exclaimed. You didn't remember that the Krupps stand in with the German government and have the biggest subsidies and contracts in the world? He wants you to make up to a construction officer in the United States Navy, does he? He needs a clever woman. I should say he did. Was Herr Bämer sober? Perfectly, as far as I could see, except for his sentimentality. Of course, he was a bit effusive, Yes, I see. It wasn't his night. It was Haskell's night, whoever Haskell is. But I think we'll have to hurry. This looks more serious than I thought at first. I shall sleep at number 111 East 23rd Street tonight, And meanwhile, I have a nice job of forgery for you, Valeska. I wish you'd practice copying this writing till you can write a short note that will pass for Lieutenant Cameron's handwriting. He took a letter from a drawer. The envelope was addressed to Miss Violet Mannering. Valeska took it and read it over carefully. It was a single sheet, torn from a double page, and read partly as follows. I believe that just as everything seems somehow different at night, when we can see farther than by day, for can we not see the stars? When our emotions seem freer, so there are two worlds in which it is possible to exist. One is the dreary everyday place of business and duty and pain. The other is free from care or suffering. Don't we enter that occult world at night through our dreams, where there is no such thing as conscience? There are no consequences there. No doubt it's a dangerous place, because it is abnormal. But its exploration is fascinating. Why ignore the fact that it exists as a refuge from the worries of matter-of-fact existence? Valeska read it thoughtfully. Her eyes looked through the paper as if into a mist beyond. No wonder poor Miss Mannering is worried, she said to herself. She looked at Astro as if to ask a question. He was busy with a planimeter, calculating the area of a queer irregular polygon drawn on a sheet of parchment. Seeing his tense look, she turned to her study of the manuscript. As soon as it was dark, Astro opened the window of his room on 23rd Street and walked along the cracking tin roof till he came to the first window of the house occupied by the assassins. Looking in, he saw a small bare hall bedroom, furnished with a cot, a washstand, and one chair. The next two windows were lighted. He approached them carefully. There men were seated at a library table strewn with magazines. All were smoking comfortably. One Astro recognized as the lieutenant, another as Herr Beamer. The third was a yellow-faced man with red hair, high cheekbones, and dark eyes deeply set into his skull. In front of him was a plate filled with what looked like caviar sandwiches, cut small and thin. Herr Beamer said something at which the others laughed loudly. Then, with a flourish, as if drinking their health, Lieutenant Cameron took one of the sandwiches and ate it almost with an air of bravado. Beamer looked at his watch. The lean, yellow-faced man walked out of the room. The lieutenant took up an illustrated paper and began to read. Astro tiptoed carefully back to his room, put on his overcoat and went downstairs, walked over to the drugstore, and at the telephone booth rang up Valeska. "Have you written the letter?" he asked. "Not yet," was the answer. "Well, you must do it immediately, as well as you can. Bring it to number 111 and ask for Mr. Silverman." He then went back to his room. Another stealthy glance through the windows of the club showed the two still at the table. Cameron was busy with a pencil and a sheet of paper, explaining something to the German. The yellow-faced man watched them over his book. The lieutenant was evidently talking with a little difficulty. Every little while, he stopped and began again with an effort. One leg was twitching at the knee joint. He supported his head heavily on his hand. Going back to his room, Astro took a bottle of ammonia from his overcoat pocket and placed it on the sink. Next, he poured a white powder from a paper and dissolved it in a tumbler of water, stirring it with a spoon. This done, he took the wash bowl from the stand and put it on the table beside the bed. Then he sat down to wait for Valeska. In half an hour she appeared, breathing hard, her cheeks flushed with her haste. "Here it is," she said, as soon as the maid had left. "It's the best I could do." She handed it over. It read, "Please allow the bearer to come in and see me on important business at any time he may present this. Robert Cameron." "Good," said Astro. "Now you must wait here and listen at the window till you hear my whistle. Then come right along the roof to me and be ready for anything." He started to open the door when she put a hand on his arm. "Does it begin with C-A-N?" she asked breathlessly. He nodded. "How did you get it?" "From the lieutenant's letter." "Of course. Well, it may have begun with D-A-N by this time." "D-A-N-G-E-R?" "Perhaps. Be ready." And he was downstairs. At the door of the Assassin's Club, a white-haired Negro answered the bell. Astro presented the letter. "I wish to see Lieutenant Cameron immediately," he said. "I don't perzactly know, sir," said the darky. "My orders not to leave nobody come in ya. I expect I'd better say no, sir." Astro brushed past him and had set his foot on the stair when a fat face looked down over the balusters. The portly form of Herr Beimer followed it. "What's the matter?" he inquired as he started down. Without further parley, Astro ran up the stair, and before there was any time for resistance from the astonished German, grasped him by the knees and, pulling his feet from under him, sent him madly sliding down the stairs. Herr Beimer, swearing a polysyllabic oath, stumbled awkwardly to his feet and set off upstairs after his attacker. But by this time, Astro was at the top of the second flight. He dashed into the square room in the rear where he had seen the group of men. It was empty. Beside it, however, was a small hall bedroom, and here, in his shirt sleeves, lying in a stupor on the cot, lay Lieutenant Cameron. Astro sprang to the door and locked it just as the excited German thumped ponderously on the panels. He threw up the window and whistled. Then, taking the lieutenant in his arms, he succeeded in carrying him to the windowsill. Valeska was already on the roof outside, waiting for him. "Take his feet," said Astro under his breath, and so together they managed to get the lieutenant out on the roof and to the window of the chamber in number 111. By this time, the man had begun to revive and to protest in word and action against his removal. They paid him no heed, however, and bundled him into the room and on the bed. Then Astro shook him energetically. "Wake up, man," he cried. "Wake up now. You can if you try. Here, smell this." He reached for the ammonia and held it under the lethargic man's nostrils. The lieutenant turned away his head, coughed, blinked, and partially rose on one arm. "Who are you?" he said, gazing at them in surprise. "Friends of Miss Mannering's," said Astro. The lieutenant shook his head and stared. "What's the matter?" he brought out laboriously. "I got you away from Beamer, afraid of trouble, want to help you." Astro spoke very distinctly, as if to a deaf man. The lieutenant felt for his coat, found himself without one, seemed puzzled, and dropped back again limply. "The draw." His voice ended in a mumble. "Yes, the drawer. What drawer?" Astro asked him eagerly. "Find draw." The lieutenant seemed to drop asleep. "I wonder what he means. There's something on his mind. No doubt he has hidden something." Astro looked keenly at Valeska under drawn brows. "Can't you revive him again?" she asked. "No use trying the ammonia yet. It seems to have too great a reaction and sends him into a deeper sleep. We'll have to wait till he comes to himself for a moment naturally. You know what it is now, don't you?" She nodded. "And I found it out, curiously, only from the dictionary. I looked up the word assassin and found that it came from hashashin, or hashish eater. Then I looked up about the old man of the mountain who used to drug his followers with bhang till they would commit any crime. And that led me, of course, to cannabis indica, or Indian hemp, and I found out all about the effects of hashish. Yes, I thought these amateur assassins were innocent enough, only a club to experiment with hashish, for with a moderate dose, the sensations are wonderful and well worth trying. But there's more in this than that. What is Beamer up to? That's what I want to know." "Is he really unconscious now?" Valeska asked, watching the prostrate form of the lieutenant as he lay flushed and breathing, but otherwise inert. "Not really. He may be dimly aware that we are here, but his will is gone. He won't speak until he rises to the level of volition again. It's a sort of double consciousness, a rhythmic process of alternate sinking into apathy where he sees visions, and rising into full consciousness when he can talk for a moment. I wish I knew what dose he had. The intervals are about 3 minutes. I tried hashish when I was in college, but I took such an overdose the last time that I have dreaded to use it again." The lieutenant now began to mutter, as if talking in his sleep. "I'm tottering on the tops of tall pendulums. The world's full of spiralated mucilages. Lovely color. In a tunnel now, twisting, turning, violet, green, orange, floating like a spirit, tops of tropic trees. Suddenly, he gasped and sat up, staring hard at them. "What did I say? What was it? Quick, before I go off again. I was saying something." "Find the drawer?" Astro suggested, leaning to him. Draw. What was it? Drawings! He exclaimed. "Beamer wants the drawings. For God's sake, help me. I'm losing it again. Drawings. What is it about drawings?" "Where did you put them?" "Drawings. Yes, under the mat." His eyes closed. Astro tried again. "Under the mat in the little room?" The lieutenant stared stupidly. "I forget. Mat. That meant something. I can't get it. Wait till I come up again. All snaky now, like live wires, pink and green. Ah!" The rest was inaudible. The moment he had again succumbed to the effects of the drug, Astro sprang to the window. He paused there to say sharply, "Beamer is trying to get some of the lieutenant's Navy drawings. That's evident. And has given Cameron a big dose of hashish to keep him quiet till the papers can be found. I think Cameron must have suspected it and has hidden the blueprints or whatever they are. I'm going to go through that bedroom and see if they're under the mat. You wait here. He is likely to be unconscious for 2 or 3 minutes more now, and I'll just have time." With that, he had leapt out on the roof and was off. The lieutenant still muttered, in a whisper so low that Valeska could make out nothing. She went to the window just as Astro reappeared. "No mat. Nothing but a carpet. Beamer must have got away with them. You'll have to get after him, Valeska, while I pull the lieutenant through. If I know anything about hashish, he's had a terrific dose, and is going to have the worst case of nausea he ever had in his life. I took a look at those hashish sandwiches. They were fairly loaded with the stuff. His first voyage wasn't a circumstance to the seasickness he'll have in about half an hour. You get right out to Beamer's place and see what you can do with him." As Valeska threw on her furs, the lieutenant was beginning to rouse again. As she slipped out of the door and ran downstairs, he sat up on the bed, his eyes glassy, his fist clenched. The effort he was making to gain possession of his mental faculties was evident in his writhing mouth and wild, staring eyes. "What was it?" he demanded. "It's all right," said Astro. "Beamer has the drawings, but we'll get them for you." He turned for the glass of water on the table. The lieutenant clutched his arm in a fierce grip. "Gods!" he cried. "Help me! The papers were secret plans for fire control. Man, it's ruin for me." "You must drink this first of all," Astro replied, holding the glass to the man's lips. "It's an emetic. We must get this hemp out of your stomach before you can recover." It was too late. The lieutenant dropped back, now as rigid as a marble statue, only his wild eyes moving. He spoke painfully through his clenched teeth. "Oh, God," he murmured. "Take it away. I can't drink it. I'm going through hell." His brow was furrowed with intense lines as he fought with the deadly nausea that was working in him. Astro put down the glass and waited. It was evident that nothing could help now, and the drug which had thoroughly impregnated the man's system must work off its own effects. "It works so fast. All black now. Oh, God, I'm afraid. He began to moan. "You're all right. There's no danger. You're just a little sick, that's all." "I'm dying." "It's no use. Tell Violet I'm dead. Don't you see, man? I'm dead already. The world is full of spirulated muselages. That's the inner secret of death. Spiral. I'm whirling through space. Dead." Astro smiled. It was, he knew, a common symptom of an overdose of cannabis indica. There was, as he said, no danger. He waited for the crisis, attending to his patient like a trained nurse. For a while the moaning continued. Then Cameron began to curse wildly, like a man with the delirium tremens. Then, of a sudden, he sat up in bed, and the convulsion came. His outraged stomach revolted at the burden it had to bear. During this, Astro waited on him kindly, and when the active stage of nausea had passed, he laid the lieutenant back on the bed and waited till he sank into a natural sleep. Then he took a small book from his pocket and began to read. For half an hour he read the little volume of the Morte Arthur, For another half hour he sat in a brown study, his eyes fixed on the pattern in the worn carpet. There was a zigzag figure in it which resembled the letter M. The lieutenant moaned in his sleep and felt under his bed mechanically with one hand. Astro's eyes followed him. Then, with his face suddenly illumined, he rose quietly, threw up the window, and passed out on the roof. In less than 5 minutes he returned with a smile on his lips. He took up the book again and began reading. It was after midnight when Valeska returned in great disappointment. She took off her coat and looked sadly at the lieutenant, who was now sleeping peacefully. "I was no use," she said. "Herr Beamer wasn't in, and no one knew when to expect him. I waited as long as I dared, for I hated to come back unsuccessful." "It was too bad I was so stupid as to send you away out there," said Astro quietly. "I should have taken time to think it over first. It came to me an hour after you had left. Here are the blueprints, safe and untouched." "Oh!" she exclaimed joyously. "Did he tell you where they were after I left?" "No, before you left. Didn't you hear him?" "Under the mat? But I thought you looked and found none there." "My dear," said Astro, with a whimsical expression on his face, "you should learn to concentrate, to focus your subconscious mind upon itself. The psychic state of receptivity." "Oh, bother!" Valeska exclaimed. "Where were they, if they weren't under the mat?" "Under the mattress," he answered. The lieutenant sat up, now fully recovered, and looked at the two. Astro handed him the blueprints. He grasped them exultantly. For a while he lay weakly looking at them, saying nothing. Astro put on his overcoat and helped Valeska into her wraps. Just before he opened the door, he turned and said, "I don't think I need give you any advice, Lieutenant. Go to sleep now, and you'll be all right in the morning. If you have gone through what I did the last time I was an assassin, there is no danger of your ever trying it again. I think that Miss Mannering needn't know about this. Certainly, I shall not tell her." "What does she know? Did she send you to help me?" the lieutenant asked anxiously. "She asked my advice, that's all. Unfortunately, she saw the name Assassins, but I think you can explain that easily enough, if you don't care to confess the truth." "How can I explain it?" Cameron said thoughtfully. "Why, tell her the club met to kill time," said Astro, "and that at that you are a tolerably successful assassin." End of Chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 15. The Luck of the Merringtons. Late one afternoon in February, a policeman, standing on the corner of Thompson and West 4th Streets, gazing abstractedly across Washington Square, felt something brushing against his trousers. Looking down, he saw a little child of scarcely 3 years holding something up to him. "See, see," she was saying. The officer opened his eyes in amazement. In one little fist the baby held a fire opal as large as a robin's egg. In the other was a shriveled black hand. He grabbed them from the child and questioned her, but her prattle was meaningless. Taking her carefully in charge, he hurried to the station house and reported the incident to the sergeant at the desk. Next morning the city papers played up the account of the astonishing affair, with a picture of the child, the officer, and the 2 extraordinary objects with which the baby was found. That afternoon the mother of the little girl came to claim her daughter, but was unable to explain the incident. She lived in a tenement on a level with the elevated railroad on West 3rd Street and had missed little Elsa at 5 o'clock. Inquiries in the neighborhood elicited the fact that Elsa had been seen about 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the basement tenement of a house across the street, a place used as a cheap laundry. The laundress had noticed the child playing at the woodpile, but had been too busy to send her home. When she had finished hanging her clothes in the backyard and had returned to the washroom, the child had gone. The baby had been found by the policeman at 4:45. Where she had been in the interim, it seemed impossible to discover. The case was turned over to the detective force, and was eventually taken up by Lieutenant McGraw. He worked at it a day without success, and then, recalling the many services done him by his friend Astro the seer, he determined to seek his help. McGraw's earlier experience with the palmist had been at the time of the McDougal Street dynamite outrages and the Hunchakist murder, mysteries that Astro had solved privately. Assuming the credit of this, McGraw had been promoted and had paid his debt of gratitude to Astro in several ways. He had often secured information for the palmist that no one outside the police force would have been able to obtain. The mutual relation having proved profitable, McGraw did not hesitate to apply to his gifted friend in this case, which had become prominent in the papers. Astro, free at the time, and rather bored with his ordinary routine of chiromancy and astrologic work, readily undertook the commission. He questioned McGraw on the details of the affair, and dismissed him with a promise to go about the matter immediately. "It will probably be easy and interesting," he remarked to his assistant Valeska, who had been present at the interview with McGraw. "It is these cases which are apparently so extraordinary that are most easily solved. Given any remarkable variation in the aspect of a crime, and you know immediately where to begin. This will be only play, I fancy. We'll go right down and look the ground over and see the lay of the land. Of course, the important thing is to trace the child's route from the basement laundry in the middle of the block to the corner." "Why, the obvious course would be along two sides of the rectangle along West 3rd Street and up Thompson Street to the square, wouldn't it?" said Valeska. "Undoubtedly. And yet, if little Elsa went that way, along the sidewalk, it seems impossible that someone wouldn't have noticed her and remarked the surprising playthings she was holding in her hands. She might have only just picked them up near the corner." "Very true. We must carefully go over all possible routes and then determine the probabilities. But let's go down and look at the exhibits in the case. I confess, I'm curious as to that hand." Astro's green limousine was entered, and he and his assistant drove immediately to the Detective Bureau on Allen Street. McGraw welcomed them, and taking them into an inner room, displayed the relics. The opal was nearly an inch long, a perfect ellipse, shot with colored fires. As it was shifted in the light, the play of color was mysterious and surprising. It seemed now suffused with blood, now it glowed with pale green, then a blinding ray of pure yellow shot forth. It seemed to hold impossible distances and atomic cosmic worlds within its shell. It winked like a living thing. It glared and blushed. It was at once baleful and beautiful. The hand, however, seemed never to have had to do with life or motion. Dried like a mummy, strung with tendons like a turkey's claw, wrinkled, stiff, all color dulled into the hue of earth. It was a horrid thing. Valeska turned away from it in disgust, but Astro still peered at it, examining it, inch by inch, from the long coarse nails to the dissevered wrist. "Well?" said McGraw. "A Negro's hand," Astro replied. "It has been buried. A man of at least 40, cut from the arm during life, and yet he did not finish the sentence. Instead, he said abruptly, 'Take us to the laundry.'" At the basement, McGraw left them, Astro preferring to be alone with Valeska during his investigation. The two entered the cellar after McGraw had introduced them to the proprietor. She pointed out where the child had last been seen, and then went on with her work. The front of the basement was used for one of the small wood and coal depots common to the poorer districts of New York. Partitioned off with rough boarding was a little chamber where the Italian who sold fuel lived. Behind this was the laundry where two girls, bare-armed, were washing. Two of them lifted a basket of wet linen and went out into the yard with it while Astro and Valeska watched. In each of these rooms Astro spent considerable time, letting his eyes rove in every direction, searching every foot of the walls, ceiling, and floor. After each survey he gave a nod to Valeska and passed on. The laundry itself occupied more time. He watched the girls at work and their going and coming attentively. Then he went back to the woodpile and knelt down on the rough floor, crawling here and there, watching, smelling, fingering everything in the vicinity. The track he pursued led back to the little room where the Italian slept. There he spent more time, searching carefully. When he rose and dusted his clothes, he handed Valeska a bent safety pin. "Keep that safe," he said. "I think that little Elsa has been playing under the Italian's cot bed." Hardly had he spoken the words than the stairway was darkened, and a man bearing a loaded basket came down the steps. He put down his load, and seeing the strangers, demanded roughly, "What you doing here? What?" "Oh, looking about," said Astro coolly. "I've lost something, and I came here to find it." The Italian stared. "What you a lost? What?" Astro kept his eyes on him. "I've lost a large opal," he said calmly. The man began to tremble. "Opal? What's that?" "I'll show you." Astro walked into the man's little room and lifted the mattress. Between it and the canvas cover of the cot appeared a small box. On its cover was printed, "Heinz & Co., El Paso, Texas." I no gotta eat. Sure, the little baby, she stole it away. The man watched Astro's face apprehensively. Where did you get it anyway? Asked the seer. My uncle in Italy. He gave it to me, the man protested. They talked for 10 minutes, but the man persisted in his story. Giving up the attempt, Astro was about to return to the laundry when his eyes fell on the basket the man had been carrying. He stopped and took off a few pieces of kindling. Then, after a quick look at the Italian, took something from under the pieces of wood. It was a human skull. Perhaps you'll tell me where you got this, Astro demanded sternly. The Italian's face brightened. Oh, a little boy. He gave it to me for 10 cents, he said simply. Astro turned to Valeska with a baffled expression. In heaven's name, what kind of place are we in, where babies play with dead hands and human skulls, to say nothing of giant opals hid in cots? Yes, a little boy, on Washington Square, sure, the man repeated. Astro placed the skull on a shelf and regarded it attentively. For some moments he said nothing. Then, shrugging his shoulders, he passed into the laundry. Valeska followed him. The man is lying, of course, she said. But what a barefaced falsehood! Would anything be more improbable? He's lying, it's true, said Astro. But it may not be all false. Nevertheless, we'll have to wait till we finish our examination. And with that, he walked out into the backyard. The place was half filled with clothes drying. The ground was completely bricked over and surrounded by a high fence. On the farther side of this and beyond the yards of the abutters appeared the rear of the houses on South Washington Square, or West 4th Street, rising 4 stories high. On the right and left were other yards. Astro began at the right-hand side of the house and examined the fence foot by foot all round the 3 sides, till he had come back to the house again at the left-hand side. Then he looked up at the windows of the house opposite. A second examination of the fence opposite the laundry took more time. Meanwhile, Valeska followed him and did her best to interpret his movements. Well, he said as he returned to the laundry door, what have you discovered? She spoke eagerly. Why, there's a hole broken in the fence on the north side, and it seems to me it's big enough for a baby to crawl through. Besides, as the clothes are hung now, it is well hidden, and little Elsa might easily have got through unnoticed. Did you notice her footprints beyond in the earth of the other backyard? No, Valeska was apologetic. Well, they are there. Nothing else? Why, no. Look again. Valeska went carefully along the fence, and finally stopped at some vertical scars halfway up the north wall. What do they mean? She asked. That's the false half of our Italian friend's tale, said Astro. Never mind them for the present. Now we'll call it the house opposite. They left the basement and walked round the block, climbed over some excavations in the street, and rang the bell. A buxom, jolly young woman opened the door. Astro asked for rooms to let, preferably in the rear. We ain't got but one now, she replied. That's on the 3rd floor up, and it ain't vacant yet, though. You can look at it. Was you married? Astro laughed, and ignoring the question, followed the woman up 3 flights of stairs, followed by his assistant. The landlady threw open a door, and the 3 entered. Astro gave a quick look around the apartment. It was in confusion, cluttered with clothing and newspapers, old boots, and cooking utensils. And he ain't paid me for 3 weeks yet, neither, she added. I gave him the bounce 2 days ago. He come home drunk in my house? I don't keep no lodgers like that. What day was it he came home drunk? Astro asked. Only Thursday. He nearly fell out of the window. He was so soused. He had a black eye, too. What time was it? Oh, about 4 o'clock. Look at them rags now. What do you think of that pig dog? She picked up a long, dirty strip of cloth on the floor. Bah, she cried. It smells like a graveyard, don't it? Astro took the rag and examined it carefully. It smelled strongly of creosote. He laid it on a table, and with a secret sign called Valeska's attention to it. Then he walked to the window, threw up the sash, and looked down. It would be a bad drop, wouldn't it? He said. The landlady laughed. I only wish he had fell out. Who lives on the floor below? Oh, a Spaniard and his wife. But they ain't been here for 2 weeks now. They pay all the same. And on the 2nd story? Oh, I live there myself with my dog. Suddenly Astro exclaimed aloud. The deuce! I've dropped my hat. How stupid! I'll have to go down in the yard and get it. Never mind, I'll go down, said the woman. Astro, however, insisted, and before she had a chance to offer again, he was running downstairs. The sign to Valeska told her to occupy the woman's attention for a while, and this Valeska did successfully. Finally she and the landlady walked downstairs, the girl talking with animation, the woman giggling and laughing and showing a set of big, good-natured dimples. They waited in the hall for Astro to return. He shook hands with the landlady cordially. I'll let you know about the room if I want it, he said. But I like the landlady better than I do the room. What are they doing on West 4th Street? He continued. Digging for a new drain? Yes, she said. All the time they are digging up somewheres. It makes me tired, this New York. I wish they'd get it finished. When will your lodger come back to pack up his things? Oh, I wish I knew my own self. He's a crook, I think, that man. He's got a bad eye. All the time he brings such funny things home. Bags and things, and sometimes watches. As soon as Astro and Valeska were alone, he smiled and said, "Well, it's as easy as I said it was going to be, isn't it? All we have to do now is to search the hospitals." Valeska thought it over. Then she spoke slowly. "I suppose that rag was wrapped around the hand, wasn't it?" Astro nodded. "The man came home drunk, he sat down by the open window and dropped the hand?" Astro nodded again. "The baby crawled through the hole in the fence with the opal? I see that. She found the hand in the yard under the window where it had been dropped. Then somehow she passed through the kitchen and came out on West 4th Street here and walked to the corner where she met the policeman? That's all plain enough. But where did this man get the hand? And where did the Italian get the opal? Take the last question first. You recall the up and down marks on the fence?" Valeska assented. "Oh, the Italian climbed over there?" "He must have. He must have seen the box drop. He climbed the fence and grabbed the box and didn't notice the hand. Then the baby came along, before this man, who was evidently a pickpocket, awoke from his stupor. You see, he came home with the bag he had snatched." "Oh, that was the leather bag with the handle cut?" "Of course. He went to the window and sat down, unwrapped the dead hand and dropped it or placed it in his lap. Then he looked at the opal, and beginning to drowse, dropped both into the yard. When I went down there I saw footprints, undoubtedly the Italian's, in the earth. But that leads nowhere after all," said Valeska. "How in the world should an immense opal and a hand be in the bag that was snatched?" "That's what we have to find out," said Astro. "And why should the Italian have a human skull in his basket?" Astro laughed. "That's where the true half of his lie comes in. Undoubtedly a boy did sell it to him. It wasn't till I spoke to the woman about the excavations in the street here that I recalled that Washington Square was in old days the potter's field. Many graves have been found here, and no doubt the gamins of the neighborhood have watched every shovel and got the skulls there. The Italian fancied it, thought perhaps he could sell it to some doctor, and so brought it home. In fact, I think we have eliminated him from the affair altogether. Of course, he'd never dare say he stole the opal. And what about searching the hospitals? For the original owner of the bag, of course. The thief came home with a bruised eye. That means he had a fight. But as he brought off his booty, he must have punished this man pretty badly. Consequently, he is now probably in a hospital. We have to look for a man from El Paso, for there is where he got the opal, or at least the box in which it was kept. Well, we'll leave that till tomorrow. I believe I have an engagement for 5 o'clock, haven't I?" "Yes, a Miss Merrington." "Who is she?" "I haven't found out anything about her. You'll have to hurry." They got into the limousine and drove rapidly to the studio, where Miss Merrington was waiting. While Valeska busied herself with the file of daily papers she had as yet had no chance to look over, Astro interviewed his visitor in the great studio. Miss Merrington was a tall, willowy brunette with plenty of humor in her face, well-dressed, and evidently fairly well-to-do. She had come, it seemed, on a peculiar errand. In brief, as she told it to Astro, it was this. Major Merrington, her grandfather, had been a United States Army officer on a special errand in Mexico at the time of Maximilian's regime. He had had the good fortune to be of service to the Emperor, who had been duly grateful. In return for his services, the Emperor, at their last meeting shortly before the end of Maximilian's tragic career, had rather jocosely offered him his choice of 2 gifts. The first was a large box of the famous cigarettes of Chiapas, made by an old woman who had been famous for her tobacco for years and had recently died. This cutting off of the already limited supply had increased the value of the genuine cigarettes enormously. Mexicans held them in almost superstitious esteem. They were said to have all kinds of esoteric virtues, and to bring extraordinary happiness. The first cigarette, when smoked, was as mild as Virginia's tobacco. The second was always as strong as a black cigar and produced a sort of half-trance like opium. The alternative gift was an old Aztec relic. Miss Merrington did not herself know its exact nature, but she did know that all sorts of good luck were attributed to its possession. It was this gift that the Major had chosen. The Luck of the Montezumas, it was called. But, as the Luck of the Merringtons, its name seemed to be as inept as it had been to the Aztec emperors. With it, whatever it was, and escorted by a trusted Negro slave named Ptolemy, the Major had journeyed halfway from Chihuahua to El Paso when his party was attacked by brigands. Their last stand was made in an adobe ruin where the Major had been killed. What had become of the Luck of the Merringtons, and what it really was what Miss Merrington had come, in a rather skeptical and playful humor, to ask of Astro the seer. She had got so far when a muffled electric bell was faintly heard in the studio. Astro, who had listened attentively, excused himself to get a book of astrologic tables, which he said it was necessary for him to consult before he could answer Miss Merrington's question. Around a corner of the bookshelf was a sort of alcove cupboard hung with black curtains. He parted them, and a glass window was disclosed. Pressed against this was a newspaper showing the Lost and Found column. One was ringed about with a blue pencil. It read, "Lost, a large opal, on 2nd Avenue, Thursday last at 2 p.m. Finder will be paid a generous reward and no questions asked. Henry Merrington, Bellevue Hospital." Astro dropped the velvet curtains, reached on the shelf for an immense volume bound in heavy leather with silver clasps. He took it to the table near where his visitor sat and threw it open. The pages were parchment, written with beautiful medieval letters, with illuminated initials and many zodiacal diagrams. For some time he turned the leaves thoughtfully, then stopped to ask, "Do you know the exact date of your grandfather's birth?" Miss Merrington unfortunately did not. He asked then for her birthday, which she gave to the hour. Astro turned to another diagram and, taking a pencil, made a few computations. Under the sign Libra, with Mars and Saturn in the ascendant, a daughter of the 9th house, the moon. Wait a moment, let me see your palm. She drew off her glove and, not a little mystified, but still smiling, as at a child's game, showed her hand. Astro gave it a glance, turned it over, doubled the knuckle of the 3rd finger. Then he sat down, nodding his head. "It's too absurd," he said. "One can't often strike a fact so definitely as this appears. If I'm not mistaken, the luck of the Merringtons is here in New York. Let's see." He looked at his diagram and figures again. 47, that's right. Violet, indigo, blue, green, that's 4th. Yellow, orange, red, that's 7. Green and red, why, it must be an opal. That's the only stone that's both green and red. It's a fire opal, probably a Mexican gem, not the Australian milky blue stone. Curious, isn't it? "Yes," she drawled, "if it's true." "Well, if you'll wait a moment, I may be able to find just where it is." "Oh, I'll wait a long time to get back the family luck, bad or good," she said. Astro shut his eyes and remained silent for a time. Then he shuddered, put his hand to his head, and said slowly, "I get the name Allen. Allen Street. That's it. And I see a man in a blue coat guarding it. He has brass buttons. Oh yes, he's a policeman." He shuddered again and appeared to come to himself. "What did I say?" he asked ingenuously. Miss Merrington repeated his words. "Oh, that must mean the Detective Bureau," said Astro. "It's perfectly wonderful, at least, if it turns out so," the woman exclaimed. "I can't wait to find out, though I don't see what I can do. I haven't lost any opal, and I can't pretend to. I only know the old story about the luck of the Merringtons, as my father told it to me. You see, Grandfather never told in his letter just what it was. No doubt he was afraid of being robbed of it. But there's one other question I'd like to ask you. I have an older brother who went to Mexico 2 months ago, and we have had only 2 letters from him. Can you tell me where he is now?" "His name is Henry, isn't it?" Miss Merrington stared. "Why, yes. How did you know?" "It is my business to know such things," said Astro. "Your brother has had an accident, but is not seriously hurt. You will hear from him in a very short time." "An accident?" Miss Merrington's face paled. "That frightens me dreadfully. Do you know," she went on, "somehow what happened to my grandfather is so suggestive. My brother went to Mexico on purpose to trace up the luck of the Merringtons. He had a foolish idea that he could find it. It has always been a family legend only, but we children took it seriously. Lucky or unlucky, we wanted it in our possession. Henry always said that if he ever had time and money for a vacation, he was going to Chihuahua to track down that heirloom, whatever it was. It was because I was so impatient to find out about it that I came to you. I thought you might give me some hint that would help him find it. I wasn't worried at his not writing, because I knew he might be away from the railroad, but I was impatient to have news, and I've heard such things of you, so I thought I'd come, for the fun of it. I never expected you could do anything so specific as this, though. Now I'm worried. Oh, I hope Henry's all right and safe. If he only comes back, I don't care if we don't get the luck of the Merringtons, though heaven knows we need it badly enough. Our luck couldn't possibly be worse than it is now, I think. I've been a companion for a rich woman for a year, but I can't stand it a day longer, and I'm going to be a stenographer." "I predict a better fate for you than that," said Astro. "I think the family luck will return. You wait patiently for a few days and see if I'm not right." Valeska came into the studio as soon as Miss Merrington had gone. "It seems to me you took a long chance," she said as she sat down. "My dear," said Astro, throwing himself on the red velvet couch and drawing up his narghileh, "I took no chance at all. If this Henry Merrington who advertised is not her brother, the opal is, of course, not the luck of the Merringtons. but she will never know whether it is or not. If her brother has gone on a rough trip to Mexico, he'll scarcely escape without an accident of some kind, though it may be slight. Whatever he finds as a relic, he can't prove it is the true luck, can he? And I'll have the benefit of the doubt. But we must look him up immediately and get his story. I confess I'm still at sea about that hand. Why didn't he let his sister know if he was injured? Probably didn't want to frighten her. Perhaps he was drunk. Now he's lost the luck. He hopes to get it back before she finds out he's here, so as not to disappoint her. But come, I confess I can't wait. We can't get in after 8 o'clock. The two set out, therefore, without waiting for dinner, and after Astro had sent up a card marked Opal, the nurse brought word that her patient could be seen. He had been robbed and sandbagged, as Astro had surmised. He had lain unconscious for several hours, but was now recuperating, and would need only another day in which to be quite well. He was frankly curious as to his guests, and could hardly greet them before he had sent away the nurse and demanded their errand. In a few words, Astro told him exactly what had happened to the famous Opal, without confessing how it had been traced. In as mysterious a manner he let Merrington know that as a seer he was aware of the esoteric and magic properties of the stone and its tradition. Merrington listened with immense interest, delighted to learn that the opal had been found, and that he could probably claim it without a reward. He then took up the story of his quest where his sister had left it. I founded my whole hope of finding the thing on what I had heard of Ptolemy the Negro. I knew he was brave and clever and faithful. I always put this murder with the story of the Sancy diamond, which I suppose you know. Baron Sancy, you remember, when told that the messenger who was carrying the celebrated gem had been killed, said, "Never mind, the Sancy diamond is not lost." He sent men to disinter the body of the messenger, and found the stone in the stomach of the corpse of his faithful retainer. That's something the way I reasoned it out. It was a wild goose chase, but I succeeded marvelously. I discovered the place where the attack on my grandfather had been made. I found the very adobe ruin where he had made the last stand. Some of the old people there remembered the story, how my grandfather had been shot first, and how Ptolemy, defending the wooden door, had his hand chopped off with an axe before the brigands could enter. But no one had heard of any precious stone or other valuable thing that would account for the legend, though everybody in Chihuahua knew the story of the cigarettes of Chiapas. Well, it took a month to locate the grave, but after disinterring several coffins, I found one larger than usual, decayed almost to paper, and when I opened it, which was easy, it was so rotten, there in the skull, between the upper and lower jawbone, was a fire opal as big as the end of my thumb. It was the luck of the Merringtons, I was sure, if for no other reason, because from that time till it was snatched out of my hand on 2nd Avenue, things went gorgeously with me. One of my mozos put me on to an abandoned claim, an old gold mine that had been lost for years. In a month I sold out my interests for $30,000. Every one in the place became my friend. I found an old schoolmate who insisted on my going into partnership with him, and on the train coming north I met the nicest girl in the world. He sank back in his cot with a smile. "Now my luck's come back," he added. "I'm going to present the opal to my sister Helen and see what it'll do for her." "But one thing I don't understand," said Astro. "Did you get nothing but this opal from the grave?" Merrington did not notice the incongruity of the remark, apparently. "Oh, I forgot," he exclaimed. "That was a funny thing, too. You know Ptolemy's hand had been buried with him. Something had mummified it somehow, while the rest of the body was pretty far gone. Nothing really but bones and a few tendons. Well, I thought I'd take the dry hand as a relic of poor old Ptolemy. It was ghastly, but I didn't know but that would bring luck too. But no doubt that was what queered me after all. I wonder what became of it." "You'll find that at the Detective Bureau too," said Astro. "If I were you, I'd give it a decent and honorable burial." "I will," said Merrington, "and by tomorrow afternoon I'm going to appear and surprise my sister. I hope she hasn't worried about me." "But I always thought opals were unlucky," said Valeska as she left the hospital with the Master of Mysteries. "My dear," he replied, "nothing is unlucky, but thinking makes it so, and nothing is lucky, but—" He looked at her a bit sadly, adding, "Well, I'm afraid you'd hardly understand." End of Chapter 15. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Chapter 16 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 16. The Count's Comedy. Engrossed in his own thoughts, a young man waited in the great dim studio of Astro the seer, nervously punching the magnificent Turkish rug with the ferrule of his cane. He was young, well-groomed, and smartly dressed, apparently well-bred. It was evident that he was more worried than impatient. He looked up with a scowl as Astro, dressed in his red silk robe, wearing his turban with the moonstone clasp, leisurely entered the apartment. For a moment, the young man gazed at the seer as if to estimate the man's caliber and character. Astro said nothing, but bowing gravely, took his seat on the big couch and lazily lighted his water pipe, waiting for his visitor to speak.
"I have come to you," the young man said finally, "although I must confess I don't quite believe in occult powers, because I have an idea that you must know considerable about human nature. You certainly see plenty of it."
Astro bowed again, and a faint smile curled his lips.
"I have also heard you called the Master of Mysteries," the young man continued.
Again Astro bowed. The young man rose and handed the palmist a card. It read, Mr. John Wallington Shaw. Astro looked at it and tossed it on the table.
"I suppose you know who I am?"
Astro again bowed.
"It's a part of your business, I suppose. You may have read in the papers, also, of my sister's engagement to Count Dampleri."
The same sober gesture of assent from the palmist. Shaw sat down again, shoved his hands into his pockets, crossed his legs, and leaned back.
"Mr. Astro," he said, "I have come here on a queer errand. I suppose you see many strange things in your profession, and it seemed to me that your experience would enable you to give me some help. What I want you to do first is to believe something that's nearly incredible."
"My dear sir," said Astro, speaking at last, "nothing is incredible. From what I know of life, the more impossible it seems to be, the more probable it is. For that matter, one has only to read the papers. But seriously, if I can help you in any way, I shall be glad to do so." Shaw now took a gold cigarette case from his pocket, selected a cigarette, knocked it against his fist, and struck a match. After the first long inhalation, he remarked, "You'll promise, then, to believe the extraordinary story I tell you?" Mr. Shaw," Astro replied, "it's easy enough for me to perceive that you are a gentleman. I expect an equal amount of perception from you. At any rate, I hardly see why you should come here to tell me an untruth."
"But what I mean is, I'm afraid you'll think I'm, well, a bit crazy. It's simply too ridiculous. Why, I wouldn't believe it myself, hardly."
"Let's have it. You have really excited my curiosity." Astro folded his arms and looked at Shaw with sharp eyes. "You certainly show no symptoms of derangement yet."
Shaw gave a nervous laugh. "Oh, it isn't I, it's my sister. That's why it is so hard to tell. I assume, of course, that this confession will be kept confidential. Not only that, but I expect you to help me out, for an ample consideration."
Astro bowed. "I have secrets enough in this head of mine to destroy a dozen of the first families of New York," he said a little dryly. Shaw shrugged his shoulders.
"Very well. I'll waste no more time. You'll see how useless it is to appeal to the police or even to my lawyer. But first, have you heard of the robbery of Mrs. Landor's jewels?"
"Oh, yes. The thief, I believe, has never been discovered. It always seemed to me curious that no reward for their return had ever been offered. But what have they to do with your sister?" Shaw gazed up at the ceiling, then down at the floor.
"Really, I'm almost ashamed to tell the story. It's so confoundedly absurd. We are Westerners, you know, of good, sound, and healthy stock. We're as sane as Shakespeare. No trace of brainstorms or paranoia in our family. The thing hasn't gone far, but it will be talked about if I can't stop it. That is, if you can't. I don't know what to do. I'm up a tree. You've got to get hold of whoever's responsible for this thing and tie them up some way. It's a serious problem for us."
Astro put his fingers to his lips and yawned. Shaw took the hint and proceeded abruptly. Mrs. Landor's jewels are at my house, a whole teapot full of them. Ah, you know the thief, then? No, I don't. Nor do I know what the deuce I'm to do with the loot. One thing you are to do is to return it. And be accused of the theft myself? Oh, that wouldn't need to follow. They have to be sent back somehow. I don't want my sister to be accused of kleptomania. The other thing is quite bad enough. The idea of a gorilla in a top hat and all that. It would make a pretty scandal if it was found out. I can fancy how people would talk. We have a great many friends, you know. He smiled cynically at the word. She is innocent, I presume, then? Said Astro. But what about the gorilla? There's no use in beating about the bush any longer, said Shaw. Only, you see, I wanted to make sure of you before I trusted you with the secret. I'll go ahead with it, and if you call it a cock and bull story, I don't see that I can blame you. You see, it was this way. We were down at our country place in Lakeside, a big rambling old house with a veranda all around it, and long French windows opening out on it. My sister's room has a little balcony. It's on the second floor. She had gone upstairs to dress for dinner. I was in my own room a little way down the hall, and my door was closed at the time. We had a lot of company down for the weekend. It was 10 days ago. Who were there? Oh, the Count, of course, and his valet, and the Churches. You know, Simeon Church and his wife. The Radell girls, and 2 or 3 others. I'll give you a list later if you like. All right, go ahead. It happened, as I say, just before dinner, about 7:30. It was quite dark. We don't light up much outside. There was nothing going on at that time. Well, I heard her door open, and then she was pounding on mine, and she called out, "John, John, come here quick!" I opened the door, half dressed as I was, and she was in a deuce of a funk. She grabbed me by the arm and pulled me down the hall and shut her door. And then she said, "Oh, what shall I do?" I said, "What's the matter, Ethel? Have you been robbed?" She was nearly fainting, and I thought she would drop before she could speak. But finally I got it out of her, and her story was a wonder, and that's a fact. Shaw, in his excitement, rose and gesticulated. She had sent her maid out of the room for something, and had her back to the French windows, and was stooping to pick up a comb when she heard the sash open, and she looked around in a fright. There, standing right in front of her, was a big black gorilla, bowing to her. Astro concealed his amusement. Wait, I made her tell me the story 6 times, and it was the same each time. The thing had on a silk hat, and a Peter Pan collar, a red necktie, and white kid gloves, and pearl gray spats buttoned around its knees. Astro could control his mirth no longer, and his grave demeanor exploded in a gust of hilarity. Shaw, despite his anxiety, had to join the laugh. What do you think of that for a fairy tale? But that's not half. This baboon— You said gorilla before. Well, gorilla then. It doesn't matter in a nightmare like that. He held a china soup plate in one hand, and in the other a black bag, a cloth bag. By Jove, that much I can swear to myself. I've seen it. Well, the chimpanzee thing— I thought it was a baboon. How the blazes do I know? I wasn't there, and if I had been, I shouldn't have known the difference. It may have been a monkey or an anthropod ape for all I know. Anyway, it set the soup plate down on the dressing table, and tipped its hat, and said, "Miss Ethel Shaw, I believe." "Ah," said Astro, "now we're getting warmer." "Warm? He's made it hot enough for poor Ethel, I can tell you." Then, without waiting for an answer— Ethel was out of her wits by this time, though she half suspected a practical joke, too— the orangutan— "Or monkey," Astro interjected, smiling. "Yes, or gibbon, perhaps— held out the bag to her. It said, 'From your friends and well-wishers in the lunatic asylum.' Then it did a graceful 2-step over to the window, recited x squared plus 2xy plus y squared, and vanished onto the balcony. My sister was so frightened that she dropped the bag and, bing! Out dropped Mrs. Landor's pearls and brooches and rings and things all over the floor. Now I ask you, what kind of a story is that to get all around town?" He stared at the Master of Mysteries gloomily. "Well, it certainly would add to the gaiety of nations," Astro remarked quietly. "But it looks like a pretty slim case if your sister had to rely on it for a defense." "We'd be laughed out of court," Shaw said. "Did your sister give you any further description of the creature? Anything that could identify the masquerader?" "Why, she said he was a little knock-kneed," she thought, "but that might have been on account of the spats." He grinned sadly in spite of himself. "Oh, I forgot. By Jove, yes. His breath smelled of garlic, and he wore automobile goggles." This was too much for Astro. It was some time before he could take the thing seriously. Shaw waited patiently until the palmist stopped laughing. "I knew you'd think I was a blanked fool," he said mournfully. "But it's no joke to the Shaw family, I assure you. Anybody would say Ethel was crazy. I did myself the very first time she told me this yarn. I said, 'Ethel, you're foolish.' But there was the stuff to prove it. Then she began to cry. The worst of it is, the Count is absolutely convinced that Ethel is mad." As soon as we had dressed and gone down to dinner, Ethel told the story to the whole crowd. Of course, we consider Dampieri already as virtually a member of the family, and the others are old friends. Why, their friendship will be tested all right enough. The Count looked shocked and changed the subject pointedly, as if the thing was suspicious. It was perfectly evident that he discredited my sister. It made me foam at the mouth, but what could I do? What can we do now? Ethel, of course, persisted in her story, and the Count has grown cooler and cooler ever since. I'm afraid he'll talk. We can keep the others quiet easily enough. They have skeletons of their own to hide. What do you make of it anyhow? Is there any way out?" Astro puffed at his water pipe for a few moments in silence as he thought. The smoke, rising in a blue swaying curve, writhed in a faint arabesque against the velvet hangings of the walls. Shaw had begun punching holes in the rug with his cane again. From the portieres leading to the reception room, where Valeska, Astro's pretty assistant, sat, pretending to work, came a silvery chime of bells as the tall clock struck 4. It had begun to grow a little dark. Astro pressed a switch and lighted an electric lamp depending from the ceiling. Instantly the walls glittered with points of light from the embroideries, the weapons, the golden carvings, and other decorations. "What is your father worth?" the palmist asked. Shaw seemed to awaken from a daze. "If you had asked me 2 weeks ago, I'd have said roughly 4 million or possibly 5. But this recent deal in lead has hit him hard. His shrinkage is nearly 75%, I suppose. He was almost ruined, in fact. But if you're in doubt as to your fee, why, that'll be all right. It's worth $5,000 to us to have the matter settled. We'd have to pay that in blackmail, I suppose. If you can think of any way to return the jewels, and no questions asked, and head off this insanity charge, the money's yours." "Has any dowry been settled on Count Dampieri?" Shaw blushed faintly. "Oh, I'll say," he began. "I'm aware that it's a continental practice, that's all," Astro said suavely. "It is inevitable with an international marriage, isn't it?" "Yes. I fought against it as hard as I could, but Ethel can make the governor do anything she likes. Besides, my mother was set on the match, you know, and she helped arrange all that. They do it through lawyers, you know. It isn't quite so crude as it sounds, but it's bad enough. Yes, we arranged to buy the title for Ethel, I suppose." He kept his eyes on the rug in some embarrassment. There was a trace of anger in his tone. It was evident that the whole affair did not please him in any way. "Very well. I'll undertake the commission, delicate as it is," Astro said, rising. "I'd like to have the jewels delivered here sometime next week. You had best bring them yourself." I wish also you'd find out just when the Count Templari arrived in America, and by what boat. I suppose you can tell me the day and hour of your sister's birth?" Shaw wheeled round on him.
"Oh, come now," he protested. "I came to you because you know or ought to know most of the weaknesses of human nature. But if you think I take any stock in astrology or occultism—"
"What was the date, did you say?" Astro's voice was hard.
"October 14, 1885. 9 a.m., I believe."
Shaw scowled. "My dear Mr. Shaw," said Astro, "if you give me this commission, you must let me do it my own way. It won't matter to you, I should think, how I do it. You are, I presume, an agnostic. Very good. I am a fatalist. Go to a detective or a doctor if you prefer modern science. I prefer the ancient lore."
"I came to you because you've done harder things than this,"
Shaw said to placate the independent seer.
"Go ahead with your cusps and nativities if you like. Only get us out of this fearful mess as safely and quickly as you can."
"I hope to see you on Monday," said Astro, bowing with dignity. John Wallington Shaw left the room. As soon as he had departed, Valeska entered, laughing, the dimples showing in her cheeks and chin. Astro's pose had gone. He threw off his robe and turban. "Did you hear the uncouth history?" he asked. Valeska nodded.
"Of all things! Can it be true?"
"Easily. Simple as milk. And at the same time one of the cleverest schemes I ever heard of. It's all straight, that is, all except the jewels. That we'll have to investigate."
"But I don't understand it at all," Valeska pouted.
"Have you happened to hear that Count Templari has been paying rather too marked attention, for an engaged man, to Miss Belle Miller, the lady whom the crude wits of the 400 have dubbed the Bay Mare?"
"I knew she was in here one day for a reading."
"And was much interested in my prediction that she was to marry a titled foreigner. I heard the gossip at the Larsons the day I went to that tea. I never forget items of that sort. They are more important than horoscopes."
"I think I have a glimmer of light now," said Valeska. "The Bay Mare is an heiress, isn't she?"
"Rather. Old man Miller owns half of Buffalo."
"And Shaw is on the verge of failure."
"And the Count wants a good excuse to transfer his affections and his hopes of a permanent income. What better escape than to impute insanity to Miss Ethel Shaw? I say it's a merry scheme."
Valeska frowned.
"It's horribly cruel." "Well, it's infamously Italian, if you like. Fancy one of the Borgias reappearing to grace the 20th century. But you can't deny it is cleverly worked out. Insanity is one of the best reasons for not marrying, even for a fortune-hunting foreigner. Everyone will pity him, instead of blaming him, and he'll walk out of the Shaw family into the arms of the Millers. He only wanted to be well off with the old love before he was on with the new. But I'll forgive him anything for the sake of the automobile goggles."
"And the Peter Pan collar," cried Valeska, laughing. "Couldn't you hear me giggling in the closet?"
"The Landor jewels, though," said Astro thoughtfully. "If it wasn't for them, one might suspect that Miss Ethel had taken an overdose of headache powder. Acetonitolid does affect the brain, you know."
"The question is, who played the gorilla?"
"Ah, an Italian, I'm afraid. If you'll pardon the pun, I think that garlic puts us on the scent. As I see it, it's a case where our friend McGraw can help us out. I'll try him. There'll be no particular credit in it for him, but what's just as good, there'll be money." From an interview with his friend, the police lieutenant, that night Astro found out that no one had been suspected of the robbery of Miss Landor's jewels strongly enough to warrant arrest. Ethel Shaw and her fiancé were both present at the Landor reception held on the night when the jewels were stolen. A charge of kleptomania might, therefore, be reasonably preferred against her. As young Shaw had said, such an accusation, coupled with her testimony as to the method by which he obtained the jewels, would deal a serious blow to the Shaws' social aspirations. McGraw had too often profited by Astro's assistance in puzzling cases not to do his best to help the palmist, but nothing was known by the police about the Count or his valet. It was found, however, that, on his passage across the Atlantic in the Penumbra, Count Dampieri had taken no servant. This of itself was of sufficient importance for Astro to request McGraw to look up the man and furnish a description of him and his circumstances. This, in a few days, revealed the fact that the valet had a dubious reputation, and it was suspected that he had been in prison. McGraw himself was not sure at first, but subsequently a brother officer familiar with the Italian quarter of New York positively identified him as Kneesy Tim, who had done time for second-story work, and was so called among his pals on account of his knock knees. It did not take the officer long after that to ascertain through the detective force that Tim had attended the Landor reception as Count Dampieri's valet. The line of evidence was now direct. Tim had welded the most important link of it himself by appearing as the bearer of the stolen jewels. His boldness was accounted for, of course, by the fact that he relied on his ludicrous appearance to make Miss Shaw's story incredible, at the same time preventing any identification of himself. In all this it was impossible not to suspect the Count of being an accessory, if, indeed, he did not plan the whole thing. But why had the thief been willing to surrender such valuable booty? If the Count were merely after money, here was a treasure in the hands of his accomplice. The answer was an easy one for Astro to solve when Shaw produced the black bag full of Miss Landor's heirlooms. The jewels were all false. Astro's critical eyes needed but one careful look at them. They were marvelous imitations, but of no possible use to anyone except the owner who would never be suspected of having hypothecated her celebrated gems. It was evident now why Mrs. Landor, the respectable, aristocratic Mrs. Lemuel Landor of the Landor jewels, had never offered a reward for their capture. Astro, cynical as he was, familiar as he was with the many hypocrisies of the upper ten of the town, could not help laughing when he held the famous Landor tiara up to Valeska's envious view.
"I'll never believe in anybody or anything again," she exclaimed.
"Did you tell Mr. Shaw?" "Not after his remarks on my profession," said Astro, with a decided shake of his head. "That's the time he did himself out of a hearty laugh at Mrs. Landor's expense. In any case, I don't believe in ever telling any more than is necessary."
"The Count is an ordinary crook, then?"
"I doubt that. Nor is he even an ordinary Count. He's a clever bourgeois Frenchman. I have talked with him, and know. I imagine that he picked up this fellow Tim to help him play the part, and found out afterwards what he was, and used him. But that doesn't matter. We have them now on the hip."
"And how are you going to fix him? From what I hear, he is more attentive than ever to the bay mare, and people are talking about it."
"That doesn't matter. If Miss Ethel can get rid of him without his telling that ridiculous story, she'll undoubtedly call it good riddance to bad rubbish, and I will fix that."
"How?"
"My dear, if you walk up and down on 8th Avenue, between 37th and 38th Streets, from 12 until half-past tomorrow night, you'll see. And," he continued, smiling to himself, "I think it will be worth your attendance. I think we might ask Shaw to escort you, if he's willing to disguise himself a little, enough so that the Count won't recognize him."
"I shall be there,"
said Valeska. "I promise a comedy," said Astro. "By the way, it may interest you to know that I have rented a room at number 573 8th Avenue.
"Indeed," said Valeska, raising her brows. "I imagine from your tone that I'm not to ask you any questions. But I would like to know if you are through with McGraw."
"No, indeed. McGraw is to figure as the deus ex machina. Also, he is to earn $2,000. One he will collect from me, and one from Mrs. Landor, who will be very glad to pay, I imagine, if he acts strictly in a private capacity. In other words, it is not particularly to Mrs. Landor's interest for the public to know that she has sold her jewels and wears paste."
"I begin dimly to comprehend now," Valeska mused.
"You will emulate the Mikado of Japan, and let the punishment fit the crime." Astro replied, "My dear, in the mutual interaction of telepathic vibrations, One neutralizes the other. Two loud sounds can be made to produce a silence. Salah. Tara akalada mahatara. Abracadabra mahatara. Boom die, Valeska added gaily. Precisely. And speaking of nonsense, I didn't ask you to get me a pair of white duck trousers and a yellow-striped blazer and an old woman's wig and a green umbrella and a white top hat, did I? He looked thoughtfully at his fingernails. No, you didn't, she replied briskly, nor a bottle of soothing syrup, nor a tombstone. Nevertheless, you will do this tomorrow morning, and have them sent to number 573 8th Avenue. I agree, if you'll only let me add some rubber boots. Well, as a special favor, yes. Now run along, and I'll get to work. Oh, Tim was arrested today on suspicion of having stolen the Landor jewels. Too bad, isn't it? He sat down, thereupon, to write a letter as follows. Commesso shaglio gravissimo. Lei in un gran pericolo. Venga a trovare martedì a mezzanotte sulla parte del no 573 8th Avenue. Venga solo. Te. He showed it to Valeska and translated, Terrible mistake made. You are in great danger. Meet me Tuesday at midnight in the doorway of number 573 8th Avenue. Come alone. T. Roughly scrawled on brown paper and put into a plain but dirty envelope, the note was convincing. Tim, at any rate, would not be able to deny it for some time. It was not a message that the Count Dampleri would dare ignore. The Count Dampleri did not ignore it. Smart and aristocratic in appearance, though foreign-looking with his Parisian silk hat, his queer trousers, and his waxed and pointed mustache, he was prompt at the rendezvous. Valeska and John Wellington Shaw, drifting slowly down the block, noticed him there, waiting in the dusky doorway, looking impatiently up and down, smoking a cigarette. The Count seemed to be a bit uneasy. He lighted one cigarette after another. The two spectators passed again, talking absorbingly to one another, but watching guardedly as they passed. At the 37th Street corner, they noticed a man standing, his back against a lamp-post. A child would have known him to be a policeman in plain clothes. His burly figure, his bull neck, the very cut of his mustache proved it indubitably. He gave them a wink as they passed him. They crossed to the other side of the avenue and walked slowly. As they reached the far end of the block, they suddenly stopped. Valeska began to giggle, pointed, and excitedly watched the scene across the street. Shaw seized her arm and hurried her over to the crossing into the front doorway. The little drama was almost over. As they stopped, staring, a fantastic figure retreated, entered the door, and banged it behind him. They were laughing at the Count's discomfiture as McGraw came up. He took his cue like an actor, and walking up to the Count, grabbed him fiercely by the arm. "Now then," he said fiercely, "what you a-doing here? What's that you got there?" He pointed to a black bag the Italian still held in his hand. "Who are you, anyway?" said the Count angrily. "What business of yours? Tell me that." "I'll show you." And McGraw drew back his coat and displayed his badge. "See here, now. What have you got in that bag at this time of night, hanging round in this doorway?" "My God, I don't know myself," the Count exclaimed. "I'll see, then," said McGraw, and snatching it from him, he opened the bag and drew out a diamond tiara. "You don't know?" he thundered. "We'll see about that at the station house. Come along with me." The Count, seeing the jewels, seemed almost ready to faint with surprise and horror. "But I am very innocent," he wailed. "I am the Count Dampleri. I live at the St. Regis. You shall see. Before heaven, I never knew what things were there. It was give me just now by... He paused, discomfited. "Well, by whom?" was McGraw's inquiry. "You will not believe. Nobody won't believe. It is too much. A mad woman she give Mrs. Bag just now this minute." "What kind of a woman? Out with it." "Oh, what shall I say? You will not believe. A woman like a man, with white pantaloon, with a topper hat, a yellow jacket with stripes like these." He made a pitiful gesture down the front of his coat. "Ah, go on," said McGraw. "You expecting me to believe a pipe dream like that? That's the worst I ever heard, and I've heard some thin ones, too.
But I tell the truth, I swear it. She have a green umbrella.
Any more? Go as far as you like. McGraw's tone was affable.
She wear big boots of legume, what you call it, Robert.
McGraw towered over him now and calmly folded his arms. No blue whiskers or purple hat pins stuck in her face, was they? She wasn't chewing shavings or had red fire on her hands, I suppose? Lord, man, you got no imagination at all. Why, I can dream up things that would make that old lady seem like a fashion plate. When I dope 'em out, they generally wears armor plate and glass gloves at least. But I guess that'll be about all for you. I'm going to run you in. The Count, in despair, appealed to Valeska.
But the lady and the gentleman, she sees the old woman. Ask them. I speak of the truth to you.
Valeska, smothering her laughter, did her best to speak calmly.
We saw nothing at all, officer. The man must be intoxicated. Or crazy,
Shaw put in wickedly.
You see nothing?
The Count ejaculated in amazement. Then he dropped in a dejected huddle, nodding his head sillily. McGraw motioned to Valeska and nodded toward 37th Street.
Well, I'll have to go, she said, smiling.
You better be careful, officer. He may be dangerous. And so saying, she walked away with Shaw, who was too nearly hysterical with mirth to speak for a while. When he did, it was to say, Will you kindly inform Astro when you see him that I take back what I said about horoscopes and occultism? I am quite sure he will understand. She repeated the message next day, when she and Astro found themselves alone in the studio. Astro smiled. If they were all like John Wellington Shaw, he said, you and I wouldn't make much of a living, little girl. Then he added irrelevantly, I understand that the Count Damfleury is to sail on the Germanic next week.
Ah, then McGraw let him off?
All McGraw wanted was to get his 1,000 out of Mrs. Landor, and the less talk about it, the better. He telephoned to me this morning to say that she gave him a very lively half-hour, but paid. And by the way, I wonder if Shaw told his sister Ethel how the matter was solved.
He said he intended to, before he went to bed.
Then we may consider the episode closed. Astro took down a volume of Immanuel Kant. Before he began his reading, he remarked casually, It was a narrow escape for all three. I don't know exactly which one to congratulate the most.
I'd congratulate the old lady with the white duck trousers and the blazer, said Valeska. I think she had the merriest time of all.
Yes, said Astro, his eyes twinkling. I think so myself. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Todd.
Chapter number 17 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Priscilla's Presence. The winter afternoon had wrapped itself in darkness before Astro spoke. He had bent for 20 minutes over the chessboard, vividly illumined by an overhead electric lamp, while Valeska's keen eyes watched him attentively. Outside, the clanging of bells and the rattle of cars had grown gradually fainter as the falling snow spread a blanket over the pavements. Within the palmist's studio, the two were surrounded by shadowy objects, enlivened with twinkling lights caught on the polished points or planes of embroidered patterns or ornaments. Suddenly, Astro rose and switched on a blaze of light. The whole picturesque splendor of the apartment blazed in color, from the heavy tones of the oriental rugs to the gilded coffered ceilings. The walls, half-lined with books, surrounded with luxurious furnishings of the studio, which in their elegance and rarity gave the place almost the air of a museum. "Mate in 7 moves," he announced. His pretty assistant wrinkled her brows in the attempt to analyze the game. For weeks she had been studying with him the mysteries and complications of the Museo Gambit, and though she was well along with the strategies of the play, Astro's extraordinary imagination made him mentally able to keep many moves ahead of her. She sighed whimsically and looked up at him. He put his finger on a black ivory piece as he spoke with a droll look in his eyes. "It all came because of your absurd fondness for the night." "I admit that I am partial to nights," she replied. "I'm always willing to exchange a bishop for one." "I wonder why," Astro mused. "No doubt because the night's move is symbolical of a woman's way of thinking. She loves to jump over things in the logical path of reasoning, one move ahead and one diagonally to the right, one backward and one obliquely to the left, or anyway, rather than along a straight line." He laughed a little cynically. "And do men never think that way?" she asked demurely. He put his chin in his fist and nodded his head, shaking his waving black hair. "That's queer, too. They do sometimes. There are types that do, races that do, Orientals, for instance." "And aren't you Oriental?" she asked. He walked away suddenly and picked up his little white tame lizard from its silver cage. "Oh, Egypt is hardly the Orient. Egypt is, well, it's Egypt, the eternal mystery." He turned quickly to her. "I never believed you were Irish," he said. "I wonder what you are." "Pure troll," she said nimbly. "I have solved many mysteries," Astro replied, and now his voice was softer. "But you are the most mysterious of all. Somehow, I hate to know too much about you. Well, let's call you a troll." He picked up the mouthpiece of his narghile. A bell tinkled. Valeska, after a glance at the Master of Mysteries, pressed a button on the wall. In a movement, a boy in buttons entered, carrying a salver on which were letters. Astro took them up and spread them on the table under the lamp. Valeska looked playfully over his shoulder. Then, with a queer expression on her face, she seated herself. "All from women," she commented. "I wish—" "What?" the seer wheeled in his chair. "Never mind." Valeska took up a book. Astro rapidly opened the envelopes and cast them aside one by one. The last, a letter on heavy blue paper, he read a second time and tossed it over to Valeska. "Read it aloud," he said. "I want to think." Valeska read as follows. "My dear Astro, you will remember, perhaps having read my hand some month ago and having told me some most wonderful things about myself. It was all so marvelous to me that I thought you might be able to help me in a funny thing that has been happening for the last 5 weeks or so. Of course, I apply to you in strict confidence, and I hope you will understand." "Oh, cut all that part out," Astro interrupted, and all her feminine circumlocutions. "Get to the business." "Well then, 5 weeks ago, last Saturday, I received a mysterious present of a pair of beautiful slippers. I had no idea where it came from, but suppose it was from a Mr. Thompson, who had been rather attentive to me. But he denied it. The next Saturday, I got another parcel, by mail, containing a lovely bound leather album, beautifully tooled. Then I suspected a Mr. Gerrish, but he has denied sending either. Since then, every Saturday, I have received a parcel by mail, every time a different thing, and I'm simply wild to know who is sending these things. If you think you can find out for me, I'll be glad to pay you whatever fee you charge, as I can't stand it not to know any longer. If you'll make an appointment, I'll come and see you any time. Yours sincerely, Priscilla Quaritch." "Isn't it lovely?" Valeska exclaimed. "It's a welcome relief from the murderers and robberies and things. I'm glad that there are some benevolent criminals." "Slippers, album," the seer mused. "Too bad she didn't mention the other gifts." "Why, do you think it's so very mysterious? It's romantic, of course, but 5 Saturdays in succession," Astro went on thoughtfully. "Slippers are a funny present. said Valeska. "You have to know the exact size, of course." Thompson, garish. Astro rose. "This should be your field, Valeska," he said, smiling. "My speciality is the intricacy of the human brain. You ought to know about the human heart. Of course it's a love affair." "And of course you know nothing of love," she added. He tossed back the black locks from his brow and gazed at her thoughtfully. "No, of course not." His voice was low. He did not look at her. Then he threw off his mood. "Write her an answer, Valeska, to this effect. In order to settle this rather delicate question for her, I shall have to meet the two men. Suggest that she invite me to dinner and have them there. You'll be invited, of course. Suppose we make it next Friday. Also, ask her to send me a complete list of gifts she has received to date in chronological order." The next day a letter came from Miss Quaritch in reply to Valeska's note. She said that, as her butler was usually away on Fridays, she would prefer to have the dinner on Thursday. And, she added, "Do please bring that pretty Miss Wynne. If she will pardon my informality in not calling myself to invite her, but I'm so busy," etc. On Thursday evening, therefore, Astro's green car bore the two to Miss Quaritch's residence on Upper Madison Avenue. They were admitted by the smiling Japanese butler, and, entering the drawing room, found the two men of the party already waiting. Thompson, the elder of the two, was a typical man about town, bullet-headed, red-faced, with cropped red mustache, and of a jovial, magnetic temperament. Care had scarcely rubbed elbows with Tom Thompson, and he was full of the gossip of the day, cordial, hearty, and evidently innocuous. Garish was more suave, with a clever head, egg-shaped, smooth-shaved, with a sensitive mouth and smiling eyes. A moment after, Miss Quaritch appeared, attired in the most modern of empire gowns, revealing her slim, lithe figure and beautiful neck. She was young and merry, with dark eyes full of coquetry. She welcomed Valeska with a little patronizing snuggle, and held out her hand to Astro, who bent over it and kissed it gracefully. Then their eyes met, and Miss Quaritch blushed. It became her charmingly. Valeska, meanwhile, had turned to the men, and her eyes and wits were busy. Sam, the Japanese butler, came in with cocktails on a tray. Neither of the women indulged, but the men drank their healths, each with a characteristic compliment. Then they went into the dining room. As Sam, with the crisp, impersonal, quiet dignity of his race, passed from one guest to another, serving, both Astro and Valeska watched the company sharply. The seer showed himself not only au fait, but distinguished, as always when he accepted such social invitations. Once or twice during the meal, Astro's eyes sought Valeska's with a questioning expression. The faintest possible shake of the head was his only answer. The two men divided their attention between Miss Quaritch and Valeska Wynne with discretion and tact. The talk ran on in social commonplaces, of the theatres, of the newspaper topics of the day, of sporting events. That Astro was anything more than the merest society, but trifling the favourite of the moment, no one would have suspected. Yet again and again he shot his shrewd look across the table at his assistant, and his glance in their secret language pointed her attention to many things. After the sweets, the women retired upstairs to Miss Quaritch's private sitting-room for their coffee and a few moments of relaxation. "Well," said Miss Quaritch, passing her golden cigarette case to Valeska, "they're both immensely interested in you, it seems to me." Miss Quaritch's brows rose. "My dear," she said, "it struck me that you came in for some notice also." Valeska smiled. "But I don't expect to receive a present from either of them on Saturday, however." Miss Quaritch sat up with animation. "It's great fun, of course," she said, "but it's tantalizing. I would never suspect either of them of being romantic. Of course, I've had loads of flowers and books and all that sort of things from men, and both these men have been, as you say, interested and attentive. In fact, each of them had come dangerously near to a refusal. She laughed merrily. Do you recall having mentioned the size of your shoe to either of them? Not at all, though either might have found out if he tried hard enough. And about the album? Oh, I recall having mentioned one I saw one night at dinner when they were both there. I must show it to you. She rang a bell at her side, and shortly a maid appeared. Stebbins, will you bring that album on the table in my room, please? When it came, Valeska examined it interestedly. It was made in imitation of the Renaissance volumes that are still decorated and sold in Siena. The board covers were gilded and painted with quaint pictures of knights and castles, and were bound with the leather thongs fastened with the silver-headed nails. Inside were pages of tooled leather, with apertures for photographs. The slippers were also brought, of golden and blue embroidery of a quaint design. But, despite her close scrutiny, Valeska could find no distinguishing mark to hint at the place of their manufacture. Miss Quaritch handed them back finally to her maid. Wrap them up neatly with the other things on my table and give the parcel to Samugi. Tell him to give them to Monsieur Astro when he leaves the house. Now, my dear, Miss Quaritch said, turning to pour out a cordial. We must hurry downstairs. We have been here long enough. I want to hear Astro read the hands of the two men. It ought to be fun. Oh, here's the list of presents up to date. You can give him that yourself. Astro and Valeska left the house early and drove directly to the studio. She was animated with interest. The mystery was pretty enough to excite her feminine enthusiasm. Astro laughed at her, but refused to discuss it till she had entered the studio and opened the paper Miss Quaritch had given her, and displayed the whole collection of presents. The list was as follows. November 7th, pair of slippers. November 14th, album. November 21st, volume of Montaigne. November 28th, umbrella. December 5th, 6 pair of gloves. Astro first handled the object taken from the parcel and then looked over the list. For 10 minutes he said nothing, walking up and down the dim apartment in silence. For a moment he stood by the window, staring out, thinking. Then, with a smile illuminating his countenance, he returned to the table, glanced again at the list of gifts, and chuckled. Today is Thursday, he remarked. The day after tomorrow, Miss Quaritch will receive... Can you guess what? Of course I can't, said Valeska. What? He dropped his chin into a fist. Well, she will receive a present of an inkstand, probably of cut glass. Really? Valeska stared at him in amazement. Yes, unless he sends another book, which I think unlikely. He? Who? Do you mean to say you don't know? How can I? Why, how can you either? You haven't even examined the presents. There's that volume of Montaigne's essays. It would be like Mr. Gurish to send that, but more like Mr. Thompson to send the gloves. I'm all at sea. Astro patted her familiarly on the shoulder. After all my lessons, he complained humorously. Never mind. Think it's over, and look over that list again tomorrow when you're rested. The next day, however, brought no hint to Valeska, who, in the intervals of her work, examined the articles one by one and pored over the list of presents. On Saturday, Miss Quaritch rang up the studio. Valeska, in high excitement, listened and then stared at Astro with a baffled expression. Miss Quaritch received this morning a parcel containing a cut glass ink well. Astro laughed silently and nodded. For some time, Valeska stood gazing at him with a blank look on her face. Then, without a word, she went to the table, took up the list of gifts, and, as if mesmerized by Astro's unspoken thought, sat down, took a pencil, and began to write. Slippers, album, Montaigne, umbrella, gloves, inkstand. What is that Japanese butler's name? She demanded. Why, Sam, isn't it? You know it isn't. It's Samuji. But how did you know? I only happened to hear Miss Quaritch mention it. Well, I inquired. I often ask questions. So you've solved the acrostic. Yes, the initials read Samuji, of course, but what does it mean? Astro yawned. It is difficult to interpret the Oriental mind, almost as difficult as to understand feminine psychology. What did I tell you the other day? It's a mental knight's move, an indirect message. We'll have to wait. But fancy that chap having the nerve to take such liberties with Miss Quaritch. That Japanese is, as I have succeeded in finding out, at the consulate more than Miss Quaritch's social equal. But he's only a servant. In New York, yes. In Tokyo, he's a noble of an old samurai family. His father is an army officer on General Oku's staff. So may Samuji be, for that matter. Then why is he taking a servile position here? Oh, that is done very often. Who knows the reason? Not I do, nor do I care. Perhaps he is an army spy. Perhaps he is writing a sociological book on the American millionaires. Perhaps he is sent by his government for private reasons. But most likely of all, he is simply desperately in love with Miss Priscilla Quaritch and has taken this devious Oriental method of pressing a hopeless suit. Hopeless? Valeska's eye snapped. Of course, the question now is, what are we to do about it? If Miss Quaritch finds out, she, of course, will have him immediately discharged. The only thing is to wait till we get his message definitely. Valeska tossed her head and walked away. So you consider yourself an expert in the human heart, do you? She asked jauntily as she put on her furs. I confess I don't know much about yours, was his retort. And then, as he watched her out of the door, he added slowly, I wish to heaven I did. 3 weeks elapsed, Miss Quaritch having been put off from day to day on one excuse or another. But each Saturday a new gift had been received. On December 12th, it had been an exquisite inlaid mother-of-pearl lorgnette. On the 19th, she had received a magnificently set opal, and the next week a huge box of violets arrived, fresh and fragrant, from Morley's. The tenor of the message was now growing evident. According to the present so far received, it reads, Samuji love, and it needed little shrewdness to construct from that the probable declaration, Samuji loves you. The elegance and costliness of the gifts had already confirmed Astro's opinion of Samuji's condition. It was evident that he had not only birth and social position at home, but wealth as well. He had been shrewd enough to send nothing edible, such as confectionery, which might immediately arouse distrust. His tact was indeed most delicate. Should Priscilla Quaritch disdain his advances, she need only pretend not to understand the acrostic. He was wise enough not to want to subject her to the embarrassment of refusing an overt offer in case she should be prejudiced against the Orient. He actually did, it seemed, wish to be loved for himself alone, as the song has it, with no aid from his possession of noble birth. It became, therefore, a delicate question as to how and when Miss Quaritch should be informed of the solution of her problem. And she did not press for it, however. Astro let the matter wait a while, hoping to receive a word from her of the gifts that might come. No letter came, however, and he expressed surprise to Valeska. I am not at all surprised, she remarked. Please write to her for an account of what she has received since the violets came, and in what order, he said. This Valeska did, and in a few days received the following answer. My dear Astro, I had almost forgotten that I had asked you to unravel my little mystery, and I am afraid now that it is hardly worth your while spending much time on it. As you ask, however, I'll tell you that I have received, since I telephoned about the violets, a copy of Undine, an emerald, a pair of opera glasses, and some other things. Please don't bother about it. It really doesn't matter that much. Yours sincerely, Priscilla Quaritch. Astro whistled. I confess I don't know what to make of that, he exclaimed. But at least it confirms my original prophecy. She haven't given us all the letters, nor their correct order, but what she does give certainly fell in right. He took a pencil and wrote a line as follows. Samuji love you. But why the sudden lack of interest in the solution of the problem? He demanded. Do you suppose that she can have puzzled it out for herself, that perhaps she's so ashamed of it she doesn't want me to know the truth? Valeska burst out into a laugh. I saw Miss Quaritch in a cab driving up Lexington Avenue this afternoon, she said, and added slyly, with a man. Thompson or Garish, said Astro. It is Friday, isn't it? She inquired demurely. Astro sprang up. By Jove! Samuji's day off. You don't mean to say she was with Samuji? In a top hat, Valeska added with mirth, which shows all you know about the human heart. I thought she looked at him rather soulfully that first day at the dinner. Only I wanted to see what you knew of women. Less and less every day, said he, with a mock mournful look. The next Monday's paper contained an account of Miss Priscilla Quaritch's elopement with her Japanese butler. Samuji's history was given, however, and it was one partly to reconcile the gossips with the scandal of the affair. His noble family, his war record, his academic achievements, all received sensational description. Society exclaimed, shrugged its shoulders, and forgot the affair next week. Astro's bill was paid with a yellow porcelain lion of an ancient dynasty, one of the 7 left in the world. Valeska's birthday came that week. She was in the studio when an expressman entered with a big basket filled with parcels all addressed to her. She opened them first with glee, then with increasing anxiety on her face. When the last package had been unwrapped and the papers carefully put away, she spent some time sitting on the floor gazing at the 13 several gifts. If there were tears in her eyes, Astro came too late to see them. He did not enter the studio, in fact, until after she had arranged the presents into 3 rows in this way. Astrakhan furs, slippers, thimble, ruby rings, orchids, lorgnette, opal pins, violets, emerald brooch, sash, Yeats poems, opera glasses, umbrella. At the sound of his step in the outer hall, however, she swept the gifts together in a heap and jumped to her feet. Well, he said as he entered, I wish you a happy new year, my dear. She was still blushing. Oh, she said, I've just got so many beautiful, wonderful presents. They're simply lovely. But I can't understand why they were all sent to me at once. She looked away. And no idea where they came from either, I suppose. She cast down her eyes. I suppose only an Oriental would be so munificent and so mysterious. And I'm sure of one thing, that my Oriental's presents have brought me even more delight than hers did to Priscilla. End of chapter number 17. Chapter number 18 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess, the heir to Soothoid. The mellow baritone of Astro's voice vibrated through the great studio with a note of profound mystery as he read aloud from Anna Hempstead Branch's poem, The Pilgrim. Touch me not, mother, who art thou, to lay a hand on me? My soul was driven through sun and moon, here I come to thee. Then he dropped the book and gazed at Valeska, his assistant, for a while thoughtfully. She was sitting on the floor, propped up by gorgeous cushions, playing with a huge piece of rock crystal cut in the form of a tetrahedron. A shaft of light fell on her lap, piercing the obscurity of the apartment. The crystal caught and gathered the rays, then broke them, shattering white light into streaks of brilliant color. At the other end of the room, a spot of radiance appeared on the ceiling, splendid with the hues of a rainbow. She looked up to the master as he ceased reading. "There's the poet's immemorial challenge to the monist," he said, almost in a reverie. "It's a cry as old as the world, and I think, idealistic as it is, mystic as it is, with as sure a foundation as that of a modern determinism. But this is modern too. It voices an idea that, though it has long been common to Oriental thought, is new to the Western civilizations. What relation, after all, is the son to the father? See how sublimely Miss Branch herself answers that passionate question. 'If thou came out of the moon and star, I plucked thee forth by my desire. I can hold thee burning in my hand. It was my hand that shaped the fire.'" Astro rose, and, as was his custom when absorbed in any subject, began to walk up and down the room. His keen dark eyes stared straight in front of him without looking at the priceless decorations of the studio. His hands were clasped behind his back across his red silken robe. His turban nodded as he spoke. Valeska watched him eagerly. These philosophic moods, alternating with the active eager phases of his mind when he was pursuing the track of some almost insoluble mystery, fascinated her. It was at such times she thought that he betrayed his real self. "There's the purely transcendental side," he said, "but the materialistic miracle is as marvelous. The fact that protoplasm is immortal, that characteristics, physical and mental, are handed down in the infinitesimal cell that persists from generation to generation in the id and the biophore, tricks of speech and gesture, abnormal formations of the organs of the body, temper, emotion, all transmitted in that tiny primordial atom. What has science done but induce us to believe the impossible?" A bronze clock in the anteroom pealed out the hour of 10, preceded by the Westminster chime of 4 staves of music. Valeska rose, but hesitated, unwilling to interrupt the seer's soliloquy. But he threw off his absorbed mood, came back to her and smiled. "Well," he said, "one must earn one's living. What's on for today?" "You have an appointment with Colonel Mixter at 10. "Very well. When he comes, show him in. I shall now give an imitation of an Oriental adept of the 5th circle. Pass me the crystal ball, Valeska, and touch off that incense in the Japanese burner. Am I properly sedate and scornful? Ah, what rubbish it all is, and how it goes with the mob." He took his favorite position on the couch, drew up his narghile, and assumed a picturesque attitude. Valeska left him and took her place in the reception room. In 10 minutes, she ushered in Colonel Mixter, bowed, and left the two together, dropping the black velvet portraits behind her. She did not, however, remain in the reception room. Instead, she passed into a room connecting that with the studio, where in a combination of mirrors she could see all that happened and also hear the talk. The new client was a military-looking man of some 50 years, with iron grey hair and a curling white mustache. He had an active air, full of strength and character, and showing his habit of command. Scrupulously dressed, immaculately clean, well-groomed from head to heels, he was what might have been called both handsome and distinguished in appearance. His voice was crispy and hearty. "May I smoke?" he asked. "Dashed if I can talk without smoking. I have to treat my confounded nerves like a confounded pack of dogs. Confounded. Thanks." In reply, Astro had drawn up his water pipe and inhaled a long whiff of the aromatic Russian tobacco that smoldered in the bowl. The colonel produced a cigar, bit off the end, and lighted it. "I suppose you've seen the advertisements of Subtitled, that chewing gum stuff, all over the town. haven't you?" he began. Astro nodded gravely. "Biggest fake on the earth," said the colonel, "and the most remunerative. My old uncle invented it, you know. Conceived the brilliant vile idea of doping ordinary shickle with a tincture of opium and making chewing gum of it. It soothes the nerves. I should say it did. Children cry for it, and all that sort of thing. It's monstrous, of course. It ought to be suppressed by law, and it's only a question of time when this pure food agitation will knock it out of business. It's a crime against civilization. But all the same, it has made 4 millions for that disreputable old uncle of mine, and now the whole works belong to me. Brings me in 18,000 a year. I'm afraid to stop it, and more afraid not to, but that's not the point." He rolled his cigar from one corner of his mouth to another, flicked a fleck of dust from his spotless trousers, and looked calmly at Astro. The seer smiled, despite himself, waved his hand dispassionately for the others to proceed, and waited. "The thing is this," the colonel went on. "I'm an expert on ordnance, and I've traveled all over the world for the government, never at home from one year's end to another. I came back to find myself immensely rich last October, and at the same time up against a mystery that it's practically impossible to solve. So I come to you. Understand?" "Scarcely, as yet," said the master. "Kindly go on." "Why, see here. I have a son, or thought I had. Query. Is he my son at all? And if not, who is to inherit the soothoid millions? That's the question I have to decide right away. I have angina pectoris. I'm likely to die any fine day. I don't want a chap that's no relative of mine to get away with all that money, do I?" "My dear colonel," said Astro, "you'll have to give me more information than that before I decide such a weighty question for you. What do you mean by saying you don't know whether he's your son or not? You mean you suspect—" The colonel roared. "Oh, Lord, no, not that!" he exclaimed. "This is no question of matrimonial infelicity, you know. I'm the father of a child, all right. Only the question is, what child?" He put it very gravely. "Tell me the whole story." Astro's brows bent on his client. "Well then, see here. When the child was born, my wife was in a hospital on Long Island. I wanted her to have the very best of care, especially as I had to be away so much. Well, the night her child was born, the hospital took fire. It spread so quickly that they couldn't get the patients out fast enough. The doctor working over my wife didn't dare leave her, and they worked against time. Just after they finished with her and another case of the same kind, the wing caught, and there was barely time to hustle everyone downstairs and outside. Do you see the situation? They had to work quick. Those surgeons showed all sorts of nerve, I can tell you. But in the confusion, the 2 babies were somehow mixed up by the nurse. One was a boy and one was a girl, born within 3 minutes of each other. But which was my child, the boy or the girl? That's how it stands. You see, at the time, nothing was said to me about any uncertainty. My wife died from the shock, so did the other woman. The boy was given to me as my baby. I never suspected that there was any doubt about it, and have brought him up and educated him as my son." "But when did you first suspect that he wasn't?" Astro asked. "Only a month ago. The former nurse told me the whole things, said it was on her conscience, and had been for years, so much so that she had kept track of both children. The little girl was put in an orphan asylum, as no one came to claim her. Then she was adopted by a family in Newark, and now she's a salesgirl at Bloom's candy store, working behind a counter at 6 a week. By Jove! And maybe my daughter, and they hired to soothoid. What do you think of that? Wouldn't you worry?" He shoved his hands into his pockets and regarded the master of mysteries. "The nurse isn't sure which is which?" "No. It has been tormenting her conscience for 20 years, and she had to make a clean breast of it. All she knows is that she mixed those babies up, like little buttercup in pinafore. So I've come to you. Doctors say it positively can't be proved. Either way, I thought you might do it by the palms or crystals or something. I've seen him do great stunts in India, and I believe there is something in this occult business. They tell me you have a pretty good record for that sort of thing here in New York." The seer waved his hand modestly. "Does the boy resemble you in any way?" he asked. "Why, he does and he doesn't. You know the way things like that go. I've been told I look like everybody under the sun. I suppose I'm a type. Well, he is too. Sometimes I think he's like me, and then I doubt it. There's one funny thing, though. We both of us sleep with our thumbs curled up inside our fist. Then he has a second toe longer than his great toe, and so have I. They tell me that's rare. My father had it too, though. He has blue eyes, and so have I. Red hair, though, and there's no trace of that in my family or my wife's, that I know of." "And the girl, have you seen her?" Astro inquired. "Of course. Went right down there immediately and found her behind the counter selling Subtitled, by Jove. Big pompadour, rats in her hair, brass spangles and all. What do you expect for 6 a week, though? If she's my daughter, she'll soon learn how to act the part, don't you worry." Astro laughed again. "She hasn't been spoken to about it, I hope?" "Oh, Lord, no. What do you take me for? I wouldn't have her building air castles for the world. I only bought a pound of cheap chocolates and talked to her a little. I've no doubt the poor girl thought I was trying to mash her. She was a nice little thing, though, for all her rats. I liked her, by Jove. I'd like to do something for her in any case, daughter or not. Her name is Miss Maverick." "Does she resemble you or your wife?" "Why, the funny part of it is that she does, in a far-away sort of fashion. I noticed that she was left-handed too, like me. Blue eyes, but her hair was hennaed, so I couldn't tell about it. Cute little thing she is. Confound it, I did like her immensely, at first sight." "Well," said the seer, after reflecting a while, "I must confess that you have set a difficult problem for me. But I think that it can be determined through astral means. No doubt you have consulted some medium already." "Oh, they're all a lot of fakers. They told me that the boy was mine and that the girl was too, both." "I agree with you. The ordinary mediums are an ignorant and unscrupulous lot. I have occult methods unknown except in the Himalayas. But it will be difficult, I'm afraid. But may I ask you, what is the matter with your eyes, Colonel?" The colonel stared. "My eyes? Nothing except a slight astigmatism. I have some glasses, but I seldom wear them." "Why?" "They seem peculiar to me. You know that the eye has been called the window of the soul. The phrase is trite, but it contains a germ of truth. I can tell a great deal from the eye, as much as from the palms or the voice. If you don't mind, I'd like to examine yours with the ophthalmoscope. My methods are my own, but I don't hesitate to make use of the instruments known to modern science. After all, ophthalmoscope merely enables one to see through the cornea into the retina and the optic plexus." With that he called in Valeska, who darkened the great studio. Then she turned on a single electric lamp, which had a blue glass bulb. The thread of incandescent wire showed purple. Then, attaching his instrument to the wires, he went up to the colonel and peered through the little slit in the holder. He gazed for some moment in silence, and then switched on the lights again. "Now," he added, "I have to make a request that may seem absurd. You may have heard of divination by moles. It is an almost unknown art, but, while not absolute, there is much to be learned from the relative disposition of such marks on the human body. Casanova, you may recall it, if you have read his memoirs, practiced the art, and had a theory of regarding the symmetrical distribution of moles. For instance, if one has a mole on the right cheek, there is a probability that there will be another to correspond with it on the left hip. We are tracing, you understand, mere physical heredity. That is all you require, I believe. The relation of souls is far beyond our ken." "That's true," said the colonel. "People often say to bear no spiritual relationship to their parents. Where the soul comes from will probably always remain unsettled by modern science," Astro agreed. It is one of the world question that even Haeckel gave up. Our Oriental philosophers have their explanation, but for that one has to know the whole lore of the Vedantic sacred books. But there are laws that govern the transmission of physical characteristics. Now, therefore, if you will kindly step into this room and remove your clothes, I shall chart your birthmarks and compare them with your horoscope. 10 minutes later, the seer joined Valeska in the studio. In his hand was a little diagram, an outline of the human form shown in 4 positions from the front and back, the right and left sides. Little crosses were marked where the moles on the colonel's body appeared. He handed it to his assistant with a wink, and she left immediately. The colonel came in soon after, as faultlessly dressed as ever, and, after a few more questions from Astro, was permitted to take his leave. "Now," said Astro, when he was again alone with Valeska, "you have a delicate piece of detective work to do. Do you think you can get a position in Bloom's confectionery store and scrape up an acquaintance with Miss Maverick?" "I shall be delighted to try," was the reply. "I suppose I'll earn $6 a week at it, won't I? Colonel Mixter is worth millions. I expect it will pay you pretty well. Besides being a lots of fun," Valeska's eyes shone. "But, really, it seems to me that there's a much simpler way of settling the question. Why not marry young Mixter to Miss Maverick? Then, whoever is the true hire, he or she'll have the use of the money." "That is exactly what I propose to do. It's the only solution possible. Heredity can't be proved by any method known to modern science, of course, but we'll have to make 3 persons believe that it can. I believe I can convince them all. At any rate, it's as pretty a task as the other, and you ought to be able to manage it, if anyone can." "Oh, you can't make a person fall in love so easily at that," said Valeska, turning away. "I think you could make anyone fall in love," he answered, gazing at her. For a while there was silence between them. Then, with apparent effort, he took up the subject they had left. "The evidence is pretty equally balanced between the two," he said. "The sun curls in his thumb in his sleep, but many do that. The same with the long second toe. Both have blue eyes, so that's no test. The girl affects him mentally or spiritually, but that's merely sentimental evidence. Her sinistrality, of course, amounts to nothing, nor does the faint resemblance he remarked to himself. We have to make some positive physical abnormality in order to appear to prove heredity. Mere probability doesn't count." "How about fingerprints?" Valeska asked. "We know little of that. We have no records of hereditary transmission in that direction. It's too bad." "What was the ophthalmoscope test for, and why all that patter of moles and birthmarks?" "A mere shot in the air. Do you know what I brought down, though? The colonel has an optic disc. That's where the optic nerves come into the retina, of a most peculiar shape, like an angel's wing. I just stumbled on it, in the hope of finding something peculiar that wouldn't appear to any observer. Also, he has a curious red birthmark of almost the same shape on his left shoulder. I saw it when I was pretending to diagram the moles. Now what we have to do is to examine both youngsters in some way. You'll have to patch up a friendship with the girl, Miss Maverick, while I investigate the boy. His father will help in that. I'll fix it. Have a doctor's sign painted on the door of my laboratory, and with the father's directions, medically inspect the lad for life insurance. That's easy. If we find one of the stigmata, the proof will be strong enough. Should we find 2, it may be called positive certainty." A week afterward found Valeska behind the counter at Bloom's, dressed in white, with a pompadour as big as any of those in the shop, selling candies and soda water. Her bare arms were heavy with bracelets, her language was slangy and facetious. Her companion at the counter was Miss Maverick, known to the other employees as Bessie. It did not take Valeska long to create a friendship. Bessie was a demure little miss, who did not by any means tell all she knew to a chance acquaintance. But Valeska asked no questions. Her conversation was a monologue, apparently artless, but cleverly contrived to throw the most suspicious off her guard. She asked Bessie's advice on this and that. She fished for Bessie's compliments. She gave Bessie hardly a chance for a word. A week went by without a move in the desired direction. Then Valeska came to the shop with a tale of misfortune, of a lost purse, and other pathetic details. Bessie offered to share her own room with her. From that moment, all was easy. Valeska gradually talked less. Bessie gradually talked more. The two soon became real friends. Valeska's first report to Astro was sensational. "What do you think?" she announced. "Bessie knows all about the Suthoid affair, and the colonel, and even the colonel's son. One of those mediums gave the whole thing away to her, and tried to get her to stand in with him to claim the heirship of the estate. But she's the squarest little brick in the world, Bessie is. She's a dear. She's pure gold. She has looked up the colonel's business herself, and is all ready to fall in love with the colonel's son, just for himself alone. It's going to be easier than I thought." "But how about the birthmarks?" Astro inquired. "Oh, you have no idea how hard it was to find out. Still, she had a little touch of rheumatism. Then I offered to rub liniment on her back, and, well, she has a birthmark, something the shape of what you said, an angel's wings." "What?" Astro cried. "It's true. And how about Willie Mixter?" "Well, he has a birthmark too," said Astro. Valeska burst into a laugh, thereby proving that the earth is round or something like that, doesn't it? "Well, what to do now? I don't see." "You forgot the ophthalmoscope. Have you looked at Willie's eyes?" "Yes, and his optic disc is the ordinary irregular circle." "Oh, I'm so glad. Then there's a chance for Bessie's making good for the Suthoid millions. If we can get her up here for me to examine her eyes. But what if, after all, I can make the match without?" "Oh, I spoke to the colonel about that. He'd be delighted. He really has taken a fancy to Bessie. Then Willie must see her." "I agree. And I've been thinking that in any case Willie should be told. If he loses his money, he'll have to know anyway. And I see no reason why he shouldn't know now. He's a really fine chap, a gentleman in every sense of the word. If I know anything of psychology, the thing will appeal to him as immensely romantic." It was with the keenest interest, therefore, that Valeska, 3 days later, saw Willie Mixter enter Bloom's, cast his eyes about the shop, and walk toward the counter behind which Bessie Maverick stood. She saw Bessie blush, but the conversation was too low to be overheard. When the time came for the girls to leave the shop, instead of Bessie's accompanying Valeska to their room, she excused herself and went off alone. Valeska followed at a discreet distance. In 5 minutes, she saw Willie Mixter overtake Bessie, and the two walked off like old friends. The next day he came in again. Valeska asked no question. Bessie had grown reserved, but she did not go this night either to the little dairy place where the two girls usually took their dinner. So it went on for another week, Bessie seeing the rich young fellow 2 or 3 times. The next Sunday, as the two girls sat in their little room on East 19th Street, Bessie began to cry. Valeska's arm was about her neck immediately, and through her sobs, Bessie came out with the whole story. "He wants to marry me," she confessed, "and I love him so much that I won't. I know it's all on account of this miserable money, and he only wants to be fair with me and divide. I simply can't accept him on that account. He'd think anyway I was after him on account of his money, even if I didn't think he was after me only because of his conscience. It's hopeless, my dear, hopeless. I hope I'll die and end it that way. I wish I might never see a package of Suthoid again as long as I live." "Oh, of course you'll marry him," Valeska said. "I'm sure he's in love with you." "He is not. He talks all the time about our dividing the money, so I'm sure he only wants to arrange it like one of those royal family complications I've read about. I've got to tell someone," she went on. "I'm breaking my heart with it. I have no mother and father." Here she broke off to stare wildly at Valeska. "Unless the colonel is my father, and so I tell you. Oh dear, it can never be settled. That's the horrible part of it. If that horrid old nurse had only been more careful of us." And she laughed through her tears hysterically. "What shall I do, Valeska? What shall I do?" "Do you really want my advice?" Valeska asked. Bessie snuggled closer to her friend. "I have a friend," Valeska said slowly. A man whom I know you can trust. He is the wisest person in the world, it seems to me. He has been my friend a long time. He saved me from what was worse than death." "Are you in love with him?" Bessie interrupted. Valeska ignored the remark. "He is a palmist and an astrologer, and I used to work for him. He has solved some of the most astonishing mysteries in the city. He is continually doing good. You can be sure of him." "What must I do?" Bessie demanded. "He knows all about you," said Valeska. "The colonel has told him everything, and Astro, my friend, has agreed to help solve the problem. I know I can trust you when I tell you this. I want you to see him and ask his advice." "I will." Bessie rose with determination. "I'll just leave it all to him. He can't make it any worse than to tell me that I'm not the colonel's daughter, and then that will settle it. Let's go and call on him now." Astro looked up in surprise when he saw the two girls enter the studio. A secret glance from Valeska told him the truth. He nodded and welcomed the visitor. "I've told her everything," said Valeska. "She can be trusted. You will take my word for it. I know, and she's ready for the ophthalmoscope test." "Is it really a proof?" Bessie asked timidly. "My dear girl," said Astro, "if your optic disc shows itself to be the ordinary circle, nothing whatever will be proved, and the chances are equal as between you and Willie. If, on the contrary, it appears like your father's, I mean the colonel's, it will be 10,000 to 1 that you are descended from him, that you are, in fact, his daughter. Now, Valeska, put down the lights and light the blue bulb." The room became dim and full of shadows. The incandescent wire of the electric lamp showed a rich purple. Astro took up the instrument, placed it in front of Miss Maverick's eyes, and stared through aperture. "Come here, Valeska." He handed her the ophthalmoscope, adjusted it, and bade her look. Valeska gazed into the retina of Bessie's eye. At first she could distinguish nothing. Slowly she perceived the warm pink back of the eye, and in the center a ruddy spot. It was the optic disc, shaped like an angel's wings. She dropped the instrument and clasped Bessie in her arms. "Bessie Mixter!" she exclaimed. "No!" Bessie jumped up, staring. For a moment she stood silent, and then she grasped Astro's hands. "Oh, you won't tell him, will you?" she pleaded. "Promise me you won't ever, ever let him know. I don't want the money. I want Willie to have it, as he's always had it. Don't let him ever, ever know." "But it's yours!" Valeska exclaimed. "I don't care. Don't you understand, Valeska?" "You mean yes!" Bessie cast down her eyes. "Then you'll marry him. Now you know that the money's rightfully yours." Bessie drew herself up. "Of course," she said. "Wouldn't you?" "It's too much for me," said Astro. "That," said Valeska, "is because you are only a man." "I know I'm supposed not to know anything about love," he said gloomily. "Nothing at all." Valeska's tone was decisive. "And I'll have a father after all," cried Bessie. "That's the best part of it. I've wanted a father all my life. And," she added, "he'll never know, by the way I treat him, that he's missed anything by not having a truly daughter." She walked toward the telephone. "And I'm going to ring up Willie right now," she announced. Astro watched her keenly. "It would be rather pleasant to have a daughter like that," he muttered to himself, and walked into the laboratory with a thoughtful scowl. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 19. The Two Miss Mannings. "Be careful, Valeska. Don't joggle my arm now," said Astro. They were in the small laboratory that led off the great studio. Here the seer pursued his studies in physics, chemistry, and pathology. Here he had his microscope, over which he spent most of his leisure. Here now he stood before the window, dressed in a linen suit, holding to the light a corked test tube. Valeska waited, smiling, ready for a new marvel, a new philosophic theory, some shrewd comment on human nature, or what other thought had sprung from the master's prolific brain. She looked over his shoulder, letting her chin touch it even, though she did not often permit herself such intimacy as this. He did not turn his head. Instead, without speaking, he unstopped the tube gently. Immediately, in the glass cylinder, a tiny miracle appeared. A white ray sprang from the bottom of the colorless liquid. It divided and subdivided, branching in a dozen directions. And as she looked, it grew rapidly, until the interior of the vessel was filled as if by magic with a feathery, delicate mass of crystals. "Oh, how very beautiful! How wonderful!" she gasped. He put the tube into her hand and sat down on the table. "The tree of Paracelsus," he remarked. "In the olden time, it was accounted magic. With that simple experiment with sodium sulfate, dukes and kings may have been beguiled, fortunes won, the lives of great men changed. Those were the palmy days for charlatans, Valeska. It paid well to be an alchemist in the Middle Ages, that is, if you escaped being put to death for it." As she handed back the tube, he gazed on it thoughtfully for a moment, and then, holding it over a Bunsen burner, warmed the tube. In a few moments, the crystals began to melt. The tree shrank and disappeared. He gave it a shake, and the solution was transparent again. He set it in a rack and smiled. Valeska waited, knowing that this was not mere amusement. It was like him to wait for her to fathom, if she could, what he was thinking. But his mind surpassed hers. She could only follow him at times, though oftener than at first. Here she had no clue. "It's a moral lesson," he said. "It is a parable of human nature and its mysteries. Why do we become absolutely different persons when we are angry? I am, we'll say, like this clear solution, hermetically sealed from the atmosphere of strife. Open the cork or drop in a crystal of anger. Immediately, without apparent reason, I am changed, but not so beautifully as this. Warm this tree of acrid bitterness that has sprung up, and I melt into good nature again. Reading Paracelsus, the analogy came into my mind. Thus endeth the first lesson." And so saying, he stripped off his working clothes, attired himself in gown and turban, and, as he changed his costume, became again the inscrutable, calm seer, ready for his patrons. He walked into the dim studio, took a gyroscope from a taboret, and spun it on a little standard. Valeska's look followed him. His eyes questioned her. She drew down her fair brows and watched the toy, supported seemingly immune from the power of gravitation, as it revolved slowly in its orbit, its wheel flying too fast, too silently for its motion to be perceived. She spoke timidly. "Human emotions, the downward pull, governed and held in equilibrium by—" "The trained mind, the intellect," he suggested. "Very well, Valeska, very well indeed. You're coming on." He yawned. "Well now, for work. It's dangerous pushing analogies too far." "Well, about that young man who came yesterday?" "Oh, yes. I didn't have time to see him. Besides, it's time you were taking some cases off my hands, and he didn't seem too anxious. I know you prefer men to women." He watched her from the tail of his eye. "I don't," she protested, blushing. Astro seemed pleased. "Well, it's agreeable for them, at any rate. What was the story?" "Why, it's most romantic. It's perfectly ridiculous, though. He wants you to find a strange woman whom he saw on the subway." "Why strange?" "Oh, strange enough in every way. And it's a hard problem, too. First, who is he?" "He's a Mr. Jensen, and he said to ring him up at Madison 2995 between 9 and 2 o'clock. Those are banking hours, and I found out the number was that of the 6th Avenue National." "Very good. Go on." "Well, yesterday at 4 o'clock, he took a local in the subway at 23rd Street. Between 28th Street and 33rd, an Uptown Express passed him. You know how, sometimes, two trains keep side by side for a short distance, exactly even, and then the express shoots ahead? Yes, I've often thought of complications arising from two passengers watching each other. Which is exactly what happened. Directly opposite his window was a beautiful girl sitting in the express. She seemed fearfully agitated and looked at him strangely, almost as if she recognized him, though he's sure he has never seen her before. But he had another sort of feeling, an emotion, as if somehow she was something to him. One might call it a sudden feeling of affinity, a real love at first sight. Oh, in the circumstances, she felt safe enough to flirt with him, I suppose. Oh, that's impossible, for it seemed evident that she didn't feel safe at all. In fact, that she was in a great danger, and was so distressed that she made a mute appeal to him for help. Why to him? To him, he thinks, perhaps too sentimentally, because she too felt the mysterious affinity, whatever it is, trust in him or something, and she asked him to help her. Astro stared. Asked him? How, pray? She had only a few moments, and I suppose the windows were shut. They always are, even in the summer. Yes, but she was really clever. She had a newspaper in her hand. On the front page were the headlines. Here, I have yesterday's paper. She took up a copy of the Gazette and pointed to the scarehead, "Tammany will help push the new viaduct," in such a way that only the word help was evident. Then, Valeska continued, she gave him a number, 3324, one digit at a time on her fingers. I see. And Mr. Jensen, I suppose, wants to know the lady's name and address and what she wanted. Exactly. Of course, the number was that of her house. But what street? Astro snapped his fingers impatiently. It was her telephone number. Did she make any sign to show the central? Why, just as she got to the 4, the train she was in swept out of sight as his slowed up at the 33rd Street station. Astro thought for a while. Finally, he said, "Take the telephone book and make a list of all the exchanges, first thing. Then we'll have to use our pull with the company to find out the names and addresses of all the 3324s and send men to investigate. It's merely a question of elimination then. But the question is, what was the matter? That requires thought. What happened yesterday? I suppose you finished all the papers." "Yes, but there was nothing that seemed important to me." "Then I'll have to look over the files myself. What a bore." He went into the waiting room and began listlessly to turn the sheets. He had not gone far before Valeska heard a low whistle. Running up to him, she saw him reading a news item under the following headings: "Aged woman killed in subway station. Run over by downtown express after falling on track in view of crowd." "Look at that," he exclaimed. "This happened at 2:45 yesterday. The mysterious lady might easily have been at the 14th Street station at the time of the accident." "And what does that prove?" "Nothing yet, but it's a chance for a clue. A queer coincidence at any rate. I'll take a think when I have leisure." He went back to the studio, and after he had finished reading the palm of his first client, Valeska entered with the list: Audubon, Barclay, Beckman, Broad, Bryant, Chelsea, City Island, Columbus, Cortland, Franklin, Gramercy, Hanover, Harlem, John, Kingsbridge, Lenox, Madison Square, Marble, Melrose, Morningside, Murray Hill, Orchard, Plaza, Rector, Riverside, Schuyler, Spring, Stuyvesant, Tremont, Westchester, Williamsbridge, Worth. Astro glanced it over and penciled it as he talked. "We'll first strike out all the stations, obviously not in the residence districts where the lady would be likely to live. We may leave out Beekman, Barclay, Broad, City Island, Franklin, Cortland, John, Hanover, Orchard, Rector, and Worth. That leaves us still 19 numbers to investigate. Now, if the young lady wanted help badly enough to appeal to a casual stranger, and for that purpose tried to communicate her telephone number, It must have been that she was going directly home and wanted a quick reply. As she was on a subway express at 33rd Street, then it couldn't have been either of the Chelsea, Gramercy, Madison Square, Spring, or Stuyvesant districts. The subway does not go near the Harlem, Melrose, Lenox, Tremont, Westchester, or Williamsbridge sections. Let's see, then, what is left. Audubon, Bryant, Columbus, Kingsbridge, Morningside, Riverside, and Murray Hill. Ring up Mr. Potter in the advertising department of the telephone company and tell him I'd like to find the names and addresses of number 3324 in each of those 7 exchanges. Valeska left the studio on this errand, and, as no client appeared, Astro picked up his Paracelsus and went on with his reading. He had finished the chapter on aqueous vapors when she returned. He took up her memorandum and looked it over. The Audubon and Kingsbridge addresses he eliminated for the present, these being apartment houses with private exchanges. The social register enabled him to identify the persons in the Morningside, Plaza, and Riverside districts. There were left only 3 addresses as follows. Bryant, 3324. H.J. Cook, 199 West 45th Street. Columbus, 3324. Peter J. Manning, 521 West 73rd Street. Murray Hill, 3324. Alpheus Hardy, 118 East 36th Street. Well, he said, the last one, Hardy, must go, because if she were going to East 36th Street, the lady would have taken a local to 33rd Street station. Tomorrow we'll see what we can find out about the Cooks and Mannings. We'll see if my theory is correct. You have a description of the girl, I suppose? Such as it is, not much, though he'd know her, of course, if he saw her again. He was too busy trying to take her message to have noticed or recalled much. He did say she wore chinchilla furs, though, had reddish hair, and either a scar or a deep dimple in her chin. I hope it's a dimple, said Astro, taking up his Paracelsus. Valeska pouted, shook her fist at him, and retired. The next morning, a man purporting to be an agent of the New York Directory Company called at 199 West 45th Street and asked many questions. He had an affable way with him that quite won the heart of the maid who answered the door. She denied, however, that there was any young woman living in the house, which belonged to H.J. Cook. That afternoon, the same agent called at 521 West 73rd Street. He was met by a butler, who treated the agent with cold disdain and refused to commit himself more than to assert that the house was the residence of Peter J. Manning, wholesale wood dealer. The servant thawed out, however, in an interview with a young woman who called later, asking for Miss Manning. Miss Manning, he ventured to say, was out, but was expected back at 2 o'clock. He had not heard that she had lost any chinchilla furs, but hoped the young lady would return, and if the furs found belonged to Miss Manning, he was sure that the finder would be well rewarded. Yes, he had seen Miss Manning with chinchillas, and it was his opinion that she had them on when she left the house at 10 o'clock that morning. He hoped the young lady would call again. At 1 o'clock, a coupe drew up at the corner of West 73rd Street and Broadway and stopped. The curtains were drawn at the side of the carriage, but a man's face occasionally looked out from the little window in the end. 2 o'clock passed, and 3. Meanwhile, another coupe had been standing at the corner of West End Avenue, at the other end of the same block. In this also the curtains were drawn. But at times a passing pedestrian caught sight of a young woman's pretty face, with light hair and blue eyes. At about 2:30, a woman wearing chinchilla furs passed the carriage. Its occupant immediately alighted, and after a word to the driver, followed her. She walked rapidly along 73rd Street and ran up the steps of number 521. The follower did not stop, however, but went to Broadway, spoke to the driver of the waiting cab, and sprang in. It immediately drove off. At the studio, Valeska went immediately to the telephone and rang up Jensen. "The person you inquired about," she said, "is Miss Margaret Manning, and she is now at 521 West 73rd Street. I gave the master the card case you left, and with that as a test, he went into an astral trance yesterday. While in that state, he saw, clairvoyantly, the scene you described, as well as the girl's subsequent movements." She waited for the reply, and then smiled as she answered, "I'm afraid I cannot tell you more of her, Mr. Jensen. The master does not feel that he is at liberty to disclose the secrets revealed to him while in this astral state. Should events prove it advisable, however, he will inform you as far as is possible. The girl is in trouble, but we must make sure that she desires your assistance before we let you into the details of her life. Yes, please send a check to Astro. $100. Thank you." "Oh, the girl is in trouble, is she, sorceress?" Astro asked languidly, looking up from where he was toying with his pet white lizard. "Why, of course. What woman isn't?" said Valeska. "Did you ever encounter one who didn't have a secret sorrow, big or little?" "My dear," and Astro playfully chucked her under the chin, "you are positively learning. You are right, of course. The first thing a charlatan has to learn is that every man likes to be understood and every woman to be misunderstood. Both like to be considered sensitive, critical, good judges of human nature and of delicate perceptions. No one objects to being called reckless, but everyone dislikes being considered stupid. But seriously, of course the chances are 10 to 1 that Miss Manning has some pet sorrow, and if she hasn't, Jensen will never know. At any rate, we have done our part. We'll see him again, though. Any man who has that affinity idea may be depended upon to do something foolish." It was 2 weeks after that, however, before Jensen was heard from. He came in late one afternoon, pink-cheeked and immaculate, in stylish clothes, a clean-shaven, fresh young man, evidently wealthy. Astro received him gravely. The seer had on his oriental costume and his most effete manner. "See here," the young man began. "You're a wonder. I've got to confess that." "I take off my hat to you, Astro. I don't know how you do it, but you certainly deliver the goods. I don't mind telling you that I came to this place as the result of a bet. I saw that girl in the subway and told one of my friends about it. He said, 'You go to Astro. He can do anything.' Of course, I didn't believe it, and all this nonsense about astral trances is rot. All the same, you did find the girl. It was Miss Manning, all right." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Jensen." Astro's voice was a bit sarcastic. "I presume you did not come here to insult me. I take your exuberance as mere youth. As you know nothing of my methods, it would be courtesy, since they are successful, to accept what explanation I am pleased to offer. But I pass that by." "I say, I didn't mean to offend you." Jensen was visibly embarrassed. Without reply, Astro rose and touched a gong. Valeska entered immediately. With a gesture toward the young man, the seer left the studio. "I say, I'm sorry," Jensen began. "The master has his moods," said Valeska. "I wanted to ask his advice." "You may deal with me, and if he decides to continue with your case, I shall let you know." Valeska looked her sweetest, but her voice was crisp and cool. "Well, the fact is, I've seen Miss Manning 3 times, and she certainly has got me going. I wanted to talk to Astro about it." "Talk to me." "Well, it was this way. I went up to 73rd Street and hung around the afternoon you telephoned, and I did succeed in seeing her. But I was across the street, and before I could get to her, she had got into a carriage. Well, I've been up there very often since, but I never caught her till about 10 days ago. She was walking down the block, and as I passed her, she recognized me and stopped. The first thing she said was, 'Can you help me? Will you help me?' I said, of course I would. It was romantic. I don't mind saying it was mighty exciting to me. We walked away, and she told me an extraordinary thing. I can't believe it. Indeed, it's impossible. But she believed it, though she said it was impossible too. Well, what was it? Why, she said, I'm frightened because something that's obviously impossible is true. 1 hour ago, I was in Chicago. What do you think of that? I should say that she was insane. That was my first idea. But, as you see, she herself admitted that such a thing was impossible, as it takes 24 hours to go from Chicago to New York. It was 4 o'clock. She said she was in Chicago in the front of the auditorium at 3. Well, what did she expect you to do for her? Why, that wasn't all. She said she had no idea where she was or what she was doing in New York. She didn't even know who the people were she was living with. She remembered having signaled to me on the train. She was lost then, too. She suddenly found herself with a stranger, a man who seemed to think she was her protector, but she was afraid of him. She had just heard him give his telephone number to a friend who had passed through the car. That was all the clue she had to where she was going. So she signaled that to me, but didn't have time to give me the name of the exchange, Columbus. She wanted me to take her to Chicago immediately. I told her that was impossible, but that I'd go the next day with her and take her home. She was afraid of this man's following her. I made an appointment for the next morning. She was to meet me in the Waldorf Astoria Palm Room at 10 o'clock. And she didn't come, of course? No. I got frightened, thought that something serious was the matter, and called at her house. Sent up my name. She came down and coolly asked to know what I wanted. She pretended not to know me, and I was in a deuce of a situation. I floundered out of it as best I could. Told her I had an appointment. She denied it, said she didn't know me, nor what I was talking about. And there you are. Jensen crossed his legs and gazed at Valeska with big eyes. Well, I suppose you wish the master to explain this? That's what I came here for. I told him the first time I came it was on account of a wager. I bet my friend $50 that Astro couldn't find the girl. Well, I lost. This time I come believing in him. Will you see what you can do? I confess I'm fond of that girl. I felt it from the beginning, the very first glance. I want to help her. I want to know her, and you may think it absurd, but I want to marry her. He folded his arms and became almost defiant. Valeska rose. Very well. I can promise nothing, but I shall put it before the master, and, as I said, I shall let you know his decision. Of myself, I can do nothing, but I shall try to influence him. Jensen left, thanking her profusely. Just as he opened the door, he said embarrassedly, See here, I'll do anything for that girl. Would you really? Valeska asked, smiling. I mean just that, anything. And Jensen went out the door with a grim look on his face. Valeska came back into the studio laughing. Do tell me what it means, she exclaimed after she had told the story to Astro. He yawned. Isn't Miss Manning calling quite often at number 85 Central Park South? He remarked casually, examining his long nails. Why, how do you know? I didn't know you had done anything more on the case. Oh, very little. It's scarcely necessary. But whom is she going to see? Dr. George Herreshoff. A specialist? A neurologist. I don't understand. Astro smiled and shook his head indulgently. Well, I'll give you a book by Dr. Morton Prince to read. You'll find it as exciting as a novel. I might venture to say as exciting as Mr. Jensen's experience with Miss Manning. Valeska knew more than to ask further. The seer usually gave her a hint and let her exert her imagination. Don't forget the accident in the subway station at 14th Street. And there's an article in the November number of the Journal of Abnormal Psychology, he added. He rose, went to the bookshelves that lined 3 walls of the vast studio, took down the book and the little magazine, and gave them to her with a smile. Then he walked into his laboratory to prepare, for her edification, the arbor Jovis, the arbor Diane, and the arbor Saturni, the trees of tin, silver, and lead. He stuck his head out of the door a half-hour later and called over to where Valeska was reading under a lamp. "Your friend Jensen will never marry that girl he's after." "Oh, won't he?" "No, she's going to disappear." Valeska stared at him in wonder. Her look changed to amazement when he added, "But he may marry Margaret Manning." "Why, she is Margaret Manning," she replied, still puzzled. "No, she isn't," he said, laughing, and shut the door of the laboratory. The next day, Jensen telephoned to the studio. Valeska came back from her conversation with him, leaving the receiver off the hook. "He says he has met Miss Manning again, and she still is urging him to take her to Chicago. But he has begun to be suspicious of her and doubts if he ought to do it. He wants your advice." Astro smiled. "You might tell him what I told you yesterday." "Ah, but what's the use if he hasn't read The Dissociation of a Personality?" "Then suppose you advise him to call in Dr. Herreshoff and ask his advice." "Shall I really? Who is he?" "The most famous specialist on nervous diseases in America, who knows more of multiple or dissociated personality than anyone living." "Oh, I see. I'll tell him." And Valeska returned to the telephone to repeat the address. "You understand now?" Astro asked. "Of course. Miss Manning has a dual personality. In her normal state, she does not, of course, recall Mr. Jensen. In her secondary state, she appealed to him for help." "Because she literally did not know where she was," added Astro. "Doubtless, from his story, while she was in Chicago, her own normal self, she changed into the secondary character, in which she did not even know her own brother. She alternated between the two states, which may be called the A and the B. It is often the case that a mental or physical shock entirely changes the personality. That's what I thought of on reading of the accident at the subway station. No doubt she witnessed the accident. The shock broke up her personality, changed A, her normal state, into B. She had, no doubt, been B before, in Chicago. But finding herself with a man she did not recognize, she became alarmed. Her impulse was to appeal to the first likely-looking stranger for help. Somehow she was attracted to Jensen, and so she signaled to him. Then she was B again when she asked him to take her to Chicago? Certainly. Of course, she must have gone to Chicago between the time he saw her on the train and when he met her in the street. She recalled having been in Chicago at 3 o'clock. She must have changed almost immediately, and taken the train soon afterward. Then, upon arriving in New York, something threw her back into the B state again. Owing to her amnesia, while in the secondary state, she forgot all that had happened, and thought it was the same day that she was in Chicago. But when he called at the house, she had changed back to her normal condition. All that is evident from his story. It is as evident that such a case would be brought to Dr. Herreshoff for treatment, and doubtless he will be very glad to meet Jensen, who knows something of what has happened to her in this abnormal or B state. The doctor will undoubtedly treat her hypnotically and restore her to a permanently normal personality. And that's how Mr. Jensen's friend, poor B, will disappear? Yes, there is properly no such person. B is merely a part of Miss Manning. Miss Manning with certain faculties, including memory, missing. It's not so interesting a case as that of Miss Beauchamp, which Dr. Prince has written of, nor of the celebrated Felida X, reported by Azan. Of course, there are all sorts of dissociations. Some persons break up into 3 or 4 separate and intermittent personalities. But Miss Manning is certainly interesting. I'd like to meet her myself. And I'd like to know how poor Jensen's love affair will turn out, said Valeska. I'm sorry for him. I've no doubt he'll not only lose the girl he has fallen in love with, but he'll be asked to help in putting her out of existence. That's simply horrible. He said he'd do anything for her. I wonder if he'd do that. But it's also mysterious and so impossible. Why, one might as well believe in witchcraft or magic, it seems to me. It is just exactly what was called witchcraft in the old days. Now we understand it, and it is merely psychology. Astro rose and pointed to the laboratory. "Do you remember the tree of Paracelsus?" he asked. Valeska nodded. "It is like that. In the Middle Ages, that experiment was nothing but pure magic. No common person could understand that the clear solution and the mass of crystals were different forms of the same thing, sulfate of sodium and water. In the same way, no one understood that one person could appear at different times under different forms. It was enchantment. Today, we understand that one's personality is merely the sum of his qualities, emotions, and functions. This solid person may break up into other combinations. Part of his functions may become synthesized and have a volition of this new group's own character. We see it every day. When we lose our temper, we become temporarily dissociated. We say things foreign to our true nature. When we dream, too, we become different in many ways. Occasionally, some natures in a state of unstable equilibrium topple over and change their mental and spiritual structure. Then we have such patients as Miss Beauchamp, as Miss Smith, reported by Flournoy, Mrs. Smead, whom Hislop describes, or Ansel Bourne, studied by Dr. Hodgson and Professor James. And how many unknown such are confined in insane asylums, who might be easily restored to normality, God knows. He had been walking up and down the great studio as he talked. Now he returned to Valeska, and for an instant his hand rested on her blonde head. "There's one thing more potent than mental shock that changes men's personality often enough," he said softly. She looked up quickly, uncomprehending. "What do you mean?" "Did I say one thing? There are two things that change a man's character essentially," he went on, looking at her thoughtfully. "One is a profound sorrow. The other is love." He walked away to the window. Dickens understood that. He threw over his shoulder. Valeska turned her eyes away from him, then rose and passed into the waiting room. 3 days after that, Jensen called. He was no longer the blithe and joyous young man of fashion. Instead, he seemed prematurely old. His eyes were softer, his manner less careless. "It all came true, as Astro predicted," he said to Valeska, talking it over. "Even to my never marrying the girl I fell in love with. Dr. Herreshoff told me all about her case, and asked my assistance in bringing her back to her true self. In her normal state, she does not know me at all. In fact, there is almost a dislike of me, on account of my having been mixed up with her secondary self, the girl who asked my help. But the doctor thinks my companionship is beneficial, and I have consented to give my assistance. If she appears in her abnormal state, I shall take her to him and have her treated hypnotically. Her changes come less often, and he thinks she will soon be permanently normal." "You do love her indeed," Valeska breathed in admiration. "Enough to murder her, in a way of speaking, for her own good," he replied grimly. "But didn't I tell you I would do anything for that girl? Anything. Could anything harder be asked of me than that I should help myself to lose her forever?" He smiled wanly as he spoke. "Oh, it won't be lost, that sacrifice," Valeska exclaimed. "She will realize what you have done, in time, and she must love you for it. Then it will be she herself, not a mere part of her personality, but the whole woman, who will repay you with her love." "Perhaps." Jensen rose to go and stood a moment, sadly thoughtful. "But somehow, confound it, that other girl, you know, she was the one after all. Well, I've given my word. All I want is her well-being. I'm satisfied." goodbye, and he wrung Valeska's hand till the tears came into her eyes, though she made no sound. She came back into the great studio and found Astro gazing abstractedly out of the window. He was so lost in his reverie that he did not notice her approach till she had laid a hand on his shoulder. Then he looked round, startled. His face changed wonderfully and became infinitely tender. "You were right," she said softly. "There are two things that change human character, love and sorrow. Our poor Mr. Jensen has tasted both, I think." "It will make a man of him," said Astro. "I hope it may make a man of me." He walked into the little laboratory. Into a Florence flask, filled with a solution of lead acetate, he dropped a few pieces of zinc. In an hour, there had grown up, exquisitely feathery and foliated, the crystalline tree of lead, the arbor Saturni of the alchemists, potent with its parable of life. Valeska found it there after he had left it, and looked at it a moment and bit her lip in silence. Then, after a quick, timid look about, she took up the flask and gave it a kiss. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 20 Van Asten's Visitor. Unless it stops snowing pretty soon, I'll think I'll not go to Boston tonight after all, said young Van Asten, of the law firm of Hip and Van Asten. He stood looking out a 13th-story window, late one December afternoon, watching the big storm which had increased steadily in violence since 1 o'clock. His hat was tilted on the back of his head, and his overcoat collar was turned up about his ears. Keen, quick, and clear-cut, his features showed handsome in profile. He was the popular member of the firm among his affluent clientele. "Looks like a blizzard," said the clerk, rummaging in a pasteboard letter-holder. "Sure. The midnight train is sure either to be stalled or delayed, and I can go on Saturday just as well. I don't care to sit up for hours in a snowbank." Then he turned suddenly to the clerk. "Say, has anybody from Selvig's been in today?" he asked. "You mean about the Drelmont will case?" "Yes. By the way young Drelmont spoke yesterday, I rather expect he's getting ready to compromise. He's a fool if he doesn't, and a bigger fool to expect me to show him the will, too." "Nobody's been in," said the clerk laconically. Van Asten went out and plowed his way through rising drifts to the subway station. By 6 o'clock he was at the Gavel Club, and by 8 had finished his dinner. Several games of pool, a long talk with a visiting Englishman, perusal of the French comic papers, and convivial gossip with latecomers from the theaters full of tales of the storm, kept him warm and cheerful till midnight. Then, as the clock struck, he put on his things and went out. There were few abroad at this hour, and not a carriage or an automobile in sight. The streetcar lines had given up trying to keep the tracks clear, and he came across one darkened car abandoned in the snow. He had to fight his way home, struggling through drifts waist-high. It was deathly quiet except for the sound of the wind. He reached his apartment house at last, and stamping and shaking himself, climbed 4 flights of stairs, the elevator being out of order. At his door he stopped, surprised. Under the door there was a thin streak of light. Van Asten's firm was still too young to enable him to live in the style he had been used to before going into business. His apartment consisted of only 4 rooms, a large L-shaped studio, a bedroom, and, off the entrance hall, on one side a bathroom, and on the other a kitchenette. A woman came in every morning to clean up the place. Except for that, he was alone. He distinctly remembered that no light had been left burning when he had left the place at 10 o'clock this morning. What, then, could the light mean? No one save the janitor had a key to the place. His thought went naturally to burglars. He hesitated for some moments, wondering what to do. It was late to summon the janitor for assistance, and he would appear foolish if nothing serious had happened. He determined to investigate alone, and prepared for an immediate struggle, he put his key quietly into the door and turned the latch. The door opened without noise, and he could see through the one opposite into the long studio. There, a woman in mink furs stood, with her back to him, beside the great table. She was bending over as if taking something from a bag. The tension of suspense that had knotted Van Aston's muscles and nerves gave way to a little laugh. The romance of the encounter amused him keenly, though his curiosity was doubly alert. He took a step forward. At the sound of his footsteps, the woman looked round quickly, and for a minute stood staring at him with an expression of alarm. Her hand went to her heart. She was a beautiful woman of 23, dressed with elegance. She was a vivid blonde, with masses of heavy yellow hair, blue eyes, and slender hands. For a single moment she stood there, immobile. Then, to Van Aston's amazement, she ran forward and threw her arms about his neck and pressed her lips to his cheek.
"Oh, Paul, I'm so glad you've come. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid I'd have to stay here all night alone. Where in the world have you been?"
Van Aston calmly disentangled himself from her embrace and took another look at her face. She was blushing violently. "Will you kindly tell me, first of all, who you are?"
"Why, Paul, what in the world do you mean?"
"I mean I haven't the pleasure of your acquaintance, and I naturally have a little curiosity about a visitor at this hour." For a second or two she gazed at him steadily, her lips parted.
"Are you drunk, Paul?"
she demanded finally. "I'm not drunk. I simply don't know you. Why should I?"
"You don't know your own sister!"
she exclaimed in a vibrant, intense tone. Then she took a backward step as if she feared him. "My sister is in Boston." He stared at her with a frown and folded his arms. "What's your little game, anyway?"
"You don't know your own sister,"
she repeated helplessly. Then she staggered back and sunk into a chair, hiding her face in her hands, and began to weep. "You are not my sister, and you know it as well as I do. What do you want here, anyway?" he demanded, still standing, staring at her.
"Why, I want to stay here, of course. I've just come from Boston to visit you."
She suddenly sprang up.
"The idea! It's a stupid practical joke you're playing on me, of course. Come, Paul, drop it, please. I'm tired and want to go to bed. Where are you going to put me?"
"I'm going to put you outdoors."
"In this awful blizzard?"
she demanded. She smiled sadly through her tears. The effect was really dazzling, but Van Aston kept his head. He stopped and reflected for a few moments. Then, without taking his eyes from her, he took off his hat and overcoat, tossed them aside, and sat down. He tried to appear calm. "Now," he continued, "I insist that you drop this masquerade, and tell me immediately who you are and how you came here. You're either crazy, or it's some sort of blackmailing game. If you know anything about my sister, you know you don't in the least resemble her. And if you know anything about me, you know I haven't any money. So out with it, quick."
"I've told you,"
she said, and loosed another pathetic smile at him. He frowned impatiently. "Then you are crazy."
"No, I'm afraid you are."
The deadlock continued for some minutes before either spoke again. Then he began more quietly. "I don't know what's the matter with you. It's too much for me. But of course I can't let you stay here. Neither can I put you out into the storm. The only thing I can think of is to telephone to someone to come here. But no woman could get here tonight, even if she should be willing. I confess I don't know what to do with you."
"It's perfectly all right," she answered sweetly. "I'm your sister, and surely you should be willing to let me have your room for tonight. You can sleep on that big couch round the corner of the studio, and you'll be sober in the morning. When you wake up, you'll probably recognize me. I won't be hard on you, my dear. Only, really, you ought to be careful what you drink."
She rose, walked over to him, and patted his head. He jumped up abruptly and walked away, opened his bedroom door, and stood there for a moment. "Come in here," he commanded.
"All right, Paul,"
she answered with extravagant humility, and casting down her eyes, walked into the room. Just before she closed the door, she came near him again.
"Aren't you going to kiss me good night, Paul dear?"
she asked. Without answering her, he pulled the door to, and heard her swiftly lock it on the inside. Then, still frowning, he walked up and down the long studio for 10 minutes. Once or twice he stopped outside the door to listen, but heard nothing. Later she called out,
"Good night, Paul,"
to him in blithe accents. He bit his lip and resumed his promenade, more worried than ever. The thing was uncanny. He no longer accepted the situation as romantic. He felt decidedly uncomfortable and embarrassed. Someone was making a fool of him, or worse. Suddenly a thought came to him, and he went to the telephone and spoke as low as possible, "Madison, 5555. For fully 3 minutes he waited without receiving a reply.
"Madison 5555 doesn't answer,"
came the word at last. "Ring him up again." He spoke a bit more loudly. In 2 minutes more he heard, "Hello? Is this Astro?" "Yes. What the deuce? Wait a minute and I'll explain." "Well, hurry up. You got me out of bed. I'm Paul Van Aston, and I am at my apartment at the Elton, 444 West 21st Street. I've just come home and found a strange woman in my place. She says she's my sister. Pretty and all that, well-dressed, and not otherwise obviously mad. But she worries me. I can't put her out, and she won't go anyway. What'll I do? Could you possibly come over here? It's mighty embarrassing." There was a pause, then this inquiry. "Did you find her before she saw you?" "Yes, opened the door, and there she was." "What was she doing?" "Standing up, looking into a bag or something." "Dressed for the street?" "Yes, it looked as if she had just come in." "Did you say how long she had been there?" "I think she did say she'd waited some time." "Where is she now?" "Locked in my bedroom." "Good. I'll come right over. I can't get a cab in this blizzard, so it may take half or 3/4 of an hour." "All right. But for heaven's sake, hurry. I don't know what she'll do next." "Oh, wait. Describe her, please." "A blonde with yellow hair and lots of it. Rather small with blue eyes. Mink stole and muff." "All right. Goodbye. I'll hurry." Van Aston hung up the receiver with a sigh of relief. He had heard much of Astro the seer and his marvelous solution of mysteries, but the young lawyer did not place much faith in these sensational tales. Astro was, however, a close student of human nature, and, if not intuitive, at least shrewd, and his knowledge of society and his willingness to undertake any case, however delicate, made him a desirable companion in so embarrassing a crisis. Van Aston threw himself into a chair commanding a view of the bedroom door, and took up a book. No sound came from his chamber. From all that could be gathered, his erratic visitor had gone to bed and to sleep. Now that he was sure of a tactful and clever companion, he rather looked forward to seeing the girl again. He could at last permit his imagination to play with the situation. It might be, after all, a romance. Who could tell? The girl was pretty and cultured. No great scandal could ensue with 2 men there, and somehow, with his luck or his astuteness, Astro would bring the affair to a pleasant solution. A half-hour went by. Van Aston yawned, read a little, and again fell into a reverie. It was 3/4 of an hour before the electric bell sounded. Van Aston ran to the door, threw it open, and Astro, covered with snow, picturesque in slouch hat and Inverness cape, entered. "Well," he said amusedly, stamping his feet, "when did she leave?" "She didn't," said Van Aston. "She's in that room now." "Oh, didn't she?" Astro shrugged his shoulders and walked toward the bedroom door. "Well, let's see her." "But heavens, you mustn't open that door. She's probably in bed and asleep. And besides, the door's locked." "So it is," said Astro, trying the handle. "I shall have to ask you for a button-hook." "I haven't any, except one in that room." Astro reflected a moment. Then he asked, "Have you any canned goods in your larder?" "I have some canned chicken, I believe. Why?" "And the gas stove, I presume?" "Yes." Van Aston looked puzzled, but led the way to the kitchenette. He took down a tin of chicken and handed it to the seer. Astro removed the key fastened to the top for the purpose of opening the tin, then went to the stove and lighted a burner. He heated the split wire till it was red hot, then, taking a pair of small pliers from his pocket, bent the end into a right angle. Returning to the chamber door, he inserted this rough skeleton key into the lock. "I'll take the responsibility of awakening or disturbing your visitor," he said, smiling at Van Aston. "You must give me full authority to do what I please." As he spoke, he was trying the lock. After some unsuccessful attempts, the bolt shot back. He turned the handle and threw open the door. "Light up!" he commanded sharply. Van Aston, more embarrassed than ever, stepped to the switch on the wall, and the room was immediately illuminated. Then, staring about him, and finally at Astro, he stammered, "By Jove! She has gone, hasn't she?" "Of course. You didn't really expect her to spend the night, did you?" "Well, that's what she said she was going to do. I'm glad she didn't, I confess. Unless—" Then he stopped suddenly. "By Jove!" he ejaculated. "Could she have been a burglar?" His eyes roved round the room in trace of corroboration of his surmise, and fell upon a partly raised window which gave on an inner court or air shaft. Could she have escaped that way? He ran to the window and threw up the sash. As he did so, Astro stooped to the floor and picked up a hairpin, glanced at it, and put it into his pocket. It was of silver, fully 6 inches long, evidently specially made for a woman with an immense mass of hair. He said nothing of his discovery, however, but followed Van Aston to the window. "She could hardly have got out that way," said the young lawyer. "It's unlikely," Astro assented. "But I see you have an electric reading lamp. I wonder if it will reach to the window." He took it from the table, and finding that the wire was long enough, held it above his head outside the window and looked down to the bottom of the court. "I don't see her," Van Aston laughed. If Astro saw anything, he did not mention it. He drew himself in, replaced the lamp, and pulled down the sash. "I didn't expect to see her hanging by the hair of her head like Absalom," he remarked. "But," he asked casually, "what kind of hair did she have?" "Yellow hair, pounds and pounds of it, apparently, though you never can tell nowadays when all the women are wearing rats." "Where is your telephone?" the seer inquired. Van Aston led the way back into the studio. Around the corner, out of sight of the chamber door, the receiver stood on his library table. "She got out while you were talking to me," said Astro. "That's plain enough. Now the question is, what's missing?" "By Jove, that's true. But I didn't notice any disturbance." "Hold on." He stood for a moment with his eyes fixed. "The Dromont will. Good Lord! If she came for that—" Instead of finishing, he ran back to the chamber. Astro followed him quickly enough to find him at a writing desk there, rummaging through the pigeonholes. He stopped and exclaimed, "Thank the Lord!" and held up a package of papers. "Here it is, safe enough. It wasn't what she wanted, at any rate." "What about the Dromont will?" Astro inquired casually. "Why, I took it home yesterday to study on the case with it. You've heard of Albert Dromont, of course." "The millionaire? Yes." "Then you know he had a scapegrace son, who went to the bad a year or so ago. Well, this is the will disinheriting him. Old Dromont had made another only a few months before, leaving his son the bulk of his property. Young Dromont has been trying to bluff his way into the fortune by claiming his legacy under the old will and asserting this to be a forgery. This, you see, is in favor of his half-sister." He handed the document to Astro, who took it and examined it carefully. "Dromont's attorneys are a sharp lot, but Dromont himself has an assent, and I don't see how he can afford to fight the case, considering what little show he has against his sister. In fact, I've been expecting an offer to compromise. He came in this morning and wanted to see our will. Of course, I shouldn't have showed it to him if I had had it, but I told him it was here. If it had been stolen, we should have been up against it, though we should have won in the end." "What was the date of the former will?" "January 1st, 1908. And this, I see, is just 6 months later, July 1st, 1908. "Yes, it was made after Drelmont, Jr., had that affair with a chorus girl. The papers were full of it. After that, he went west and got into more scrapes. I understand the police are after him now. My client, Miss Drelmont, has wanted a compromise just to get rid of him, but I wouldn't have it." "I see." Astro spoke abstractly as he handed back the document. He was seated near the secretary, and, as he listened, had picked up a red blotter that lay on the desk. As he rose, he kept it in his hand, and when Van Aston put the will away, Astro put the blotter into his pocket. There was a strange light in his eyes, however, as he gazed at the young lawyer. It was as if he were analyzing him, deliberately, scientifically, reading his character and his features, one by one, weighing his soul in the balance. "Well, I think I can't do anything more now," he said finally. "I'll try to get home before the drifts have got any higher. If you miss anything else, telephone me. You might inquire of the janitor, too. He may know how your visitor got in." "What do you think she wanted, anyway?" said Van Aston. "Ah, I can't tell you that, yet. But there are evil vibrations here. I feel wrong. She wanted no good, you may be sure of that. I shall try the crystals and go into a psychic trance." Van Aston smiled. It did not escape Astro's notice. "Having engaged my services," he said calmly, "I shall expect you to follow my instructions to the letter. I can help you, and I think you need more aid than you imagine." Van Aston immediately became serious. "I believe you do know something," he said. "Well, I don't care how you find out. I know I can trust you. Let me know what to do, and I'll do it." As Astro opened the outer door of the Elton, the drifts were 2 feet high. The snow drove in gusts of fine icy particles, and it was bitterly cold. The flakes came in squalls, driving clouds before them. One could scarcely stand upright against the blast. He bent his head forward and fought his way. Before he had gone a block, his hands and ears were almost frozen. Another block, and he sought refuge in a doorway to beat himself, rub his ears, and stamp a little warmth into his feet. There was a drift filling a corner of the doorway, and as his eyes fell on it, he saw a black patch beneath. Brushing the snow aside, he came upon a woman, unconscious with the cold. She was dressed in black and wore mink furs. Her heavy yellow hair was fastened with long silver pins. Bending over her, he tried to restore her to consciousness, but it was impossible. Her hands and feet were indubitably frozen, and she had succumbed to the exposure. The covering of snow had, in a way, protected her, but the case was desperate. What was there to do? Outside in the street there were no signs of life. Had the doorway been that of a residence, he might have rung the bell and appealed to the mercy of the residents. But it was the entrance to a small office building, and no one would be in at this hour. Astro was 10 blocks from his studio. He had reasons for wanting to be alone with the girl. A little scrap of mink fur he had found caught in the outer doorway of the Elton fitted suspiciously with a torn place at the end of this woman's astrakhan stole, and her hairpins matched the one in his pocket. A gray blotch came into view down the street. It was a 2-horse carriage, laboring painfully into the teeth of the blizzard. As it approached, Astro ran out and bribed or bullied the driver into taking him and the woman to 34th Street. It took half an hour, and more than once the man on the box stopped and protested that he would have to give it up. But they finally arrived at number 234, and taking the inanimate form in his arms, Astro carried her upstairs. His first action, after depositing her on a sofa, was to ring for a doctor. His next was to telephone to Valeska, and urge her to attempt to come immediately to the studio. Then he returned to his charge. She still gripped a leather bag in her frozen hands. Astro separated the stiffened fingers and put the bag away. Next he got brandy and forced it down her throat. Wrapping her in warm blankets, he chafed her hands with snow till the doctor arrived. Leaving the two alone for a few minutes, he opened the bag quickly, It contained several bills, a bunch of keys, a handkerchief, and a penciled note. This he opened. The notepaper was imprinted with the name of the Swastika Hotel. It read as follows: "The job must be done tonight, or it will be too late. S will give up tomorrow. Do it if you can. Let me know immediately. P.D." Valeska, living only 2 blocks away, succeeded in arriving at the studio by 4 o'clock in the morning. By the time she came in, Astro and the doctor had restored their patient's to consciousness and the use of her limbs. The woman was, however, weak and suffering. Rest was enjoined, and the doctor left definite instructions that she was to remain in bed all day. "What I want you to do, Valeska," said Astro, "is, when this lady awakens, to talk with her long enough to study her voice. By 9 o'clock you must be able to give an imitation of it that will pass over a telephone wire without being detected." He proceeded then to narrate the whole story of the night, from the time he was awakened by Van Asten's message. Valeska listened intently. "You say that when you looked down the air shaft, you saw a broken bottle at the bottom?" "Yes, almost hidden by the snow. And here's another clue." He took the blotter from his pocket and passed it to her. "Do you see anything significant in that?" he asked. "There's a spot where the ink that was on it has disappeared," she said. "But I don't quite see what that means. You say the date on his will was all right, wasn't it? I thought first that she might have gone down there to alter the date, and so make the old will valid. But in that case, the marks of the erasure, even if done with a Brax solution or any of the ready-made ink destroyers, would have proved that it had been tampered with." "That's so. Well, I'll think it over. But do you know who this girl is yet?" "She's a friend of Paul Drummond's, and no doubt his tool." Astro passed over the note he had found in the bag. "I see. I'm to report to him then over the telephone, in her voice, that the thing has been done?" "By no means. You are to tell him that you failed." Valeska bent her brows over the riddle. "Well, I hope I won't have to go into details." "No, he will be satisfied. You see, this was his last card. If she failed, he'll not care to fight the will case any longer. He knows he's beaten, and he can't pay his lawyers. He'll offer to compromise, and I shall tell Van Asten to make a reasonable offer." "The girl failed, then, in whatever she went for?" "No, she succeeded." "Then won't Drummond find out about it, and make more trouble?" "I hope he'll leave immediately. If he accepts a sum of money to compromise, I think he'll quit New York without delay." "Oh, and you expect to keep this girl hidden away from him till then?" "Exactly. This blizzard was a godsend for Van Asten and Miss Drummond." "Well, I don't understand yet what she went to his rooms for, but I'll do my part." It was just 9 o'clock, and the unknown girl was again sleeping quietly, when Valeska rang up the Swastika Hotel and inquired for Drummond. After a moment, there was a reply. "It's me, Paul," she said. "I'm awfully sorry, but I couldn't get down there and do the business." Valeska dropped the receiver with a shocked expression. "What did he say?" "I refuse to tell you." Valeska put up the instrument and rose. "Didn't he even ask where you were?" "No, indeed." "Then it's as I suspected. Drummond has been playing on this girl, making love to her probably in order to use her as his tool. Now she's failed, he has no further use for her. Well, I think it serves her right. Perhaps it will teach her a lesson. Now I'll give my instructions to Van Asten." He rang up the lawyer. After the conversation he returned to Valeska and said, "He's agreed to compromise if Drummond calls. The janitor told him this lady presented a typewritten note, with his name forged to it, inviting her to wait in his apartment for him. That's how she got in there. I suggested that he hint at prosecuting Drummond for blackmail on the strength of that episode, and he has agreed to suggest to the rascal that he leave town immediately as one of the conditions of the compromise. But it's a ticklish game altogether. I don't know whether I ought to explain everything to Van Asten or not." "Well, I think he ought to know," said Valeska. "Why, then, you haven't solved the mystery of the lady's errand?" he asked. I confess I haven't. Well then, I'll tell you. It's so ingenious, and simple, that you'd probably never get it alone. The fact is that she went down there to erase the date on the will. This she did, and then wrote in the same date, July 1, 1908. I saw it immediately I cast my eyes on the document. When I saw the broken bottle at the foot of the air shaft, I suspected that she had thrown away some damaging evidence. When I noticed that the spot on the blotter where the ink had been bleached, I was sure of it. The only question, then, was whether Van Asten himself hadn't taken the paper home to tamper with it. But as the date was right, of course, he couldn't have.
What was her, or rather Drelmont's, reason for putting in the same date, then?
Why, so that when the will was probated, they could call attention to the erasure and subsequent rewriting. That would cast suspicion on the whole document, and no doubt the first will would be accepted as legal.
Oh, it was simple, wasn't it? But you didn't tell Van Asten?
No, not yet. I want him to offer the will for probate as it is. You see, it is undoubtedly genuine, but if it had been tampered with, he'd never be willing to handle it. I got that from my study of his character. I'm going to take the responsibility on myself. If Drelmont leaves town before he can communicate with this lady, whoever she is, he'll never know that she succeeded, and Van Asten and Miss Drelmont will be safe. When this blonde lady finds that she has been abandoned, she won't care to play into his hands, especially as it may get her into trouble herself. Later that afternoon, as Valeska was busy in the laboratory off the studio, she saw the girl pass swiftly toward the waiting room. Valeska waited and listened.
Give me Madison Square 2615. Hello? Is Mr. Drelmont there? He's left? Why, that's impossible. This afternoon? Where did he go? No address? Are you sure?
The receiver went on the hook with a snap. Valeska waited to see what she would do next. A few minutes later she stole to the portieres and looked into the waiting room. No one was there. "Well," said Astro, "you should have followed her. That girl was clever. Anyone who could act as well as she did with Van Asten would be a valuable assistant. I might have used her." Valeska's fine lips curled.
I think one assistant is enough for you, sir. She was altogether too blonde. I always distrust that kind.
The seer smiled. "Well, as for that, I prefer blondes myself." He took a step toward her, but she evaded him and sought refuge in the office. Not, however, before she had paused in the doorway to shake her finger and ask mischievously,
"Are you perfectly sure?"
End of Chapter 20. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 21 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Dorrington Hardeen. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 21. The Middlebury Murder. Returning late one night from an investigation which had carried them down to the Battery, Astro the Seer and Valeska were suddenly nearly thrown from their seats by a sudden stop of the green limousine. They were driving along Canal Street, and as the vicinity was apparently deserted, the Seer of Secrets looked in surprise from the window to see what was the matter. A police officer was speaking in tones of command to the chauffeur. Astro, recognizing him as Lieutenant McGraw, smiled in relief. The police officer came to the window with his hat in his hand. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I recognized your car, so I just ordered your man to stop. I wanted to speak to you a moment." "Ah, Miss Wynne, it's glad I am to see you." Valeska gave him her hand and a smile. "I've just been called from the office," said McGraw, "on a case that may be interesting, as I know how you like mysteries." Perhaps you can help me out even. And Officer McGraw winked elaborately. When it comes to giving a crook the third degree or raiding a joint, I'm there with the goods. But this looks like a murder. And murders are sometimes... I see, said Astro suavely. Well, if you can get in here, we'll go with you. Where is it? Just around the corner here, at the Aspinwall building on Grand Street. And after Astro had given the order to the driver, McGraw went on. You see, the night watchman has just telephoned for an officer, as something suspicious has happened. He seemed excited, and it may turn out something doing. Or it may not. Well, I'll be glad to be first on the ground at any rate, said Astro. That ought to make it easier to solve, if it should happen to be a mystery. He had scarcely finished when the car drew up at the entrance to the Aspinwall building. A full bearded man in jumper and overalls was waiting, scowling in the doorway. He came immediately forward. There's a murder or a suicide been committed here, I'm afraid, he began. But I didn't want to do anything till I had the police, to be on the safe side. It's up on the 10th story, in Mr. Middlebury's office. Has anyone left the building since you telephoned? No, I made sure of that. The elevator boy thought he heard a shot fired, and I went around to all the lighted offices. They were all right except at Middlebury's office, where there was no answer when I knocked. The door was locked. How many tenants in the building now? There have only been 2 or 3 here tonight, and some went before this thing happened. There's only one I know of. Mr. Moffat on the 9th. I think he's there yet. I spoke to him a little while ago. Better ring for a couple more men, McGraw, said Astro. After the party had entered the corridor, McGraw rang up the office, then returned to the elevator. The boy had just come out and was standing with white, scared face in the corridor. He was a thin, anemic youth of 18, with red hair and roving, pale blue eyes with dilated pupils. Now, young fellow, said McGraw, what do you know about this? Nothing, sir. Only I thought I heard a shot fired, and I called Thompson. You didn't go up yourself? No, only to take Thompson. I waited in the car while he knocked on the door. Where did you find Thompson? On the 5th floor. I went to the boiler room at first, thinking he was there. Then I tried each floor till I found him. What time did you hear the report? About 11:30 o'clock. How many people have you taken up the elevator this evening? Only 1 or 2. Mr. Moffat went up to his office on the 9th at 8 o'clock or so. He must be there now. Mr. Smythe on the 4th, but he left at 10 o'clock about. I don't remember the others. Astro now turned to the night watchman, Thompson, a heavy-set, hairy man who stood with his mouth open, listening as if fascinated. What have you been doing this evening, Thompson? Why, I had a bite of lunch in the boiler room at about 8 o'clock. Then at 9 I made my rounds to see if everything was all right. I have to look for signs of fires or burglars or anything wrong, you know? How many offices were lighted up? Smythe's and Moffat's and Mr. Middlebury's. That's all I remember, sir. Where were you when this boy called you? On the stairs going up to the 6th floor. This is the only elevator running at night? Yes, sir. I'm supposed to keep run of this boy and see he stays till midnight. At this moment, 2 officers appeared at the entrance. Astro turned to McGraw. Tell them to keep hidden outside, he said, and nab anyone leaving the building. Now we'll go up and see what has happened. As the 5 entered the car, Astro, whose look had fallen on the rubber matting on the floor, moved over nearer the elevator boy, and pushing him a little aside, picked up a slip of paper on which he had been standing. It proved to be blank, but the seer, after scrutinizing it, put it away in his pocketbook. The boy slammed the door, and the car started up the shaft. Astro touched the boy's arm. Stop at the 9th floor, he commanded. The elevator boy looked up in surprise, but pulled the lever and threw open the hall door. "You wait here," said Astro to Thompson and the lad. "Come on, McGraw, we'll see Moffat first." They walked down the hall and around a corner till they came to a lighted door. Astro, without knocking, threw the door wide open. It was a small room, and at a roll-top desk a man jumped up quickly in consternation. In one hand he held a revolver, in the other a cleaning instrument. A box of cartridges was open beside him. He stared at his unexpected visitors. "Good evening, Mr. Moffat," said Astro. "What are you doing with that pistol?"
Why, I'm cleaning it,
said Moffat. The pistol dropped from his hand as he spoke, and he turned white at the scrutiny of his interlocutor. The seer gazed for a moment, without speaking, at the small, smooth-shaven, anxious-looking man who confronted him. He wore iron spectacles and was shabbily dressed. His thin, bony hands trembled visibly. "Did you fire that pistol this evening?"
Why, no, of course not.
"What were you cleaning it for?"
Why, I always carry it when I go home. I live out at Kingsbridge, and there have been so many hold-ups."
"Did you hear a shot fired in this building tonight?"
Good God, no!
Moffat's alarm increased. He put his hand to his head.
You don't mean there's anything happened?
He faltered. Instead of answering, Astro walked over, picked up the revolver from the floor, and examined it. The chambers were empty. Next he looked at the box of cartridges. 5 were missing. Of these, 4 were scattered on the desk. "When did you fire this gun last?" he demanded.
Last night? At a cat,
said Moffat. McGraw laughed aloud. Astro went to the window, threw up the sash, and looked out. The roof of the adjoining building was only 2 stories below. He gave it a glance, then lowered the window and walked to the door.
Will I bring him along, sir?
Asked McGraw. No, leave him alone. Mr. Moffat, remain here till we come for you, please. And with that, Astro went out. In the hall, he turned to McGraw. You don't mind me taking charge of this? He asked.
You bet I don't,
McGraw exclaimed.
But I don't see why you want Moffat to make a getaway.
He can't get past the men downstairs, can he?
That's right. But did you see any empty cartridge shells on the roof below?
No. We'll have to examine the roof later. Now we'll go up to Middlebury's office. We've lost too much time already. Have you a key to Middlebury's office, Thompson? He asked on re-entering the elevator.
No, sir. Mr. Middlebury lost one of his office keys this week, and was given the duplicate the superintendent had till another could be made for him.
What did he need 2 for?
One was for his stenographer, I believe.
Oh, he had a typewriter then, said Astro. The elevator boy interrupted. He had one, but she left today. How do you know that? Astro turned to the youth with a keen gaze. The elevator boy cowered under his inspection.
Why, she told me so. That's all.
The elevator had reached the 10th floor and stopped. The boy threw open the door, and the party stepped out. Almost opposite the elevator, across a narrow hall, appeared a lighted door, on which was painted the legend, John Middlebury, architect and landscape gardener. Above it was a transom, tilted half open. Give me a leg up, said Astro, and placing his foot in Thompson's big hand, he raised himself to the height of the lintel and looked in. He stayed there for a few minutes, then dropped to the floor again. Well, it's a murder, fast enough, he said to McGraw.
We'll have to bust down the door then, said the officer.
Unless the boy can crawl through the transom.
No, I can't, exclaimed the boy. It's too narrow.
You try it, said Astro.
I don't dare to,
the lad whimpered. McGraw laid a heavy hand on his shoulder.
Now then, my son, go to it, and no talk.
With that, he lifted the lad bodily to a handhold on the lintel.
Hurry up now, Dennis,
said Thompson gruffly. and the boy struggled through the opening, pulled his legs inside, and dropped to the floor. In a moment, he opened the door and stood as white as paper, trembling in horror. Beyond a counter that shut off the front part of the office, below a large drafting table in the center of the room, the body of a man lay on its back, the arms outstretched on the floor. The eyes were shut, and one hand still held a small black rubber drawing triangle. The counter shut off a view of his feet. He was a man of some 30 years, with black mustache and sparse beard, a handsome, picturesque type of slightly foreign appearance. Astro passed through the little door in the counter with McGraw, and together they bent over the body.
"There's no blood at all,"
said the officer in amazement.
"What is it anyway? He can't be shot."
Astro made no reply for some moments, but examined every detail of the body with care. At last he rose. "Thompson," he said, "have you a gun?"
Why, no, sir.
Thompson spoke anxiously.
At least, I ain't got any with me. I got one down in the boiler room, though. I don't carry it all the time, sir.
"Go down and get it," Astro spoke sharply. "Bring it to me. No, Dennis, you stay right here. Thompson, take the elevator down yourself. Tell the officers to telephone for a doctor." The watchman left without a word, shaking his head. The elevator boy sat down on a chair outside the counter and gazed dismally into the corridor. Astro stood for several minutes silently looking about the room. His eyes went from the drawing board, where the perspective view of a country residence had been roughly sketched in pencil, past the ground glass windows which admitted light from a side hall opposite the elevator, to the doors of an inner room. Valeska's eyes followed his in careful search of the room. McGraw still stared in amazement at the body, looking for some sign of a bullet wound, but without success. At last he arose and gazed long at Astro.
"He's dead all right,"
he said finally.
"but hanged if I can see what killed him. Could it be suicide? Perhaps we can find some poison somewhere. Look in the dressing room."
"He's shot," said Astro, without looking at the corpse. In a moment, he had the door open. "Valeska, see what you can find in the private office in there." He pointed to the inner door. As she started to go in through the door in the counter, her foot struck a strip of cardboard that shot in along the floor. Astro glanced at it, then stooped and picked up an advertising calendar. He walked to the waiting space outside and began to examine the wall carefully. The elevator boy's eyes followed him listlessly. The seer stopped near the hall door and fixed his eyes on a small hole in the woodwork. Then he went back to the drawing board and examined it attentively. There was a large black blot on it where evidently a bottle of India ink had been spilled. The paper was fastened down with thumbtacks in the form of wire spirals. He drew one out and put it into his pocket. Suddenly, Valeska called out, "There has been a woman in here tonight!" Astro and McGraw hurried to the private office. Valeska was standing by a small set bowl in the corner and held up a tiny gold ring. "Do you see?" she exclaimed. "The bowl is full of soap suds and dirty water. She must have left in a hurry without stopping for her ring."
"Ah, it was a woman who shot him,"
said McGraw. Astro examined it, took a long look about the room, tried the private door that led to the branch hall, and then went back to the architect's office. "What was Mr. Middlebury's stenographer's name?" he asked of the elevator boy. "Miss Wilson."
"I didn't take her
Dennis
up at all
looked up
tonight,"
with a look of alarm.
was the response.
"What time did you take
But
her
his
up in the
eye
elevator?"
wandered away from his examiner.
"I took her down, though, when she left here, at 5 o'clock. It's queer she should leave her ring here then, and dirty water in the bowl. Perhaps it was another woman," the boy ventured. "Perhaps it was. Did you carry up any other?" "Why, I think I did, but I can't quite remember. I think she went out again, though." "You have a remarkably poor memory," said Astro acidly. The door was now flung open again, and Thompson appeared. He showed signs of the greatest distress, his eyes staring and his mouth lax.
"The gun has gone!"
he exclaimed, and stood gazing helplessly at McGraw.
"It has. Then I'll have to arrest you,"
said the officer, and he took a pair of handcuffs from his pocket.
"Hold out your hands, my man."
Astro apparently paid no attention to this scene, and walked again into the office and stood looking at the body. You'd better get Moffat and take them both downstairs. I'll look about a bit. When the doctor comes, send him up. Send someone to look at the roof under Moffat's window to see if he can find an empty cartridge. Keep a watch out yourself for anyone going downstairs. When McGraw had gone with his prisoner, Valeska approached the seer and gazed timidly at the body of Middlebury. "Look at his left eye," said Astro soberly. Valeska shudderingly did so. "There's the tiniest drop of blood there," she exclaimed. "It's a strange case, and would puzzle anyone who hadn't brains. I wonder what poor McGraw would have done alone." Astro smiled grimly. "Do you know who did it?" Valeska asked breathlessly. "Of course." "What, already?" "It seems impossible. There are 3 persons to suspect, aren't there?" "Who are they?" "Why, Moffat and the watchman, and the mysterious woman who is undoubtedly here tonight. That woman is still in the building. I saw her hiding by a corner of the stairway as we came up. But I didn't mention it, as I knew the men below would get her if she attempted to escape." "Which one did it, then?" "That's what I shall have to prove before I leave the building. I'm sure enough, but I need evidence. Just at present, what worries me is, how did that calendar happen to fall down from the wall where it was fastened with one of these spiral thumbtacks?" He pointed to those on the drawing board. At this moment they heard the bell of the elevator, which was now standing at the floor below while McGraw made his second arrest, begin to ring furiously. Astro ran out into the hall and listened. In a moment McGraw entered the car with his 2 men, and the car descended. The dial in the front of the shaft showed its descent to the 5th floor. Then the marker stopped. Astro pointed to it. "They've captured the girl," he said. "We'll wait for Miss Wilson in the office. I'm not through with my investigation yet." He walked rapidly back, past the body, and re-entered the private office. Sitting down at the desk in the corner, he began a rapid investigation of the pigeonholes. Suddenly he held up an envelope on which was printed, "James Moffat, Aspinwell Building, New York City." Opening this, he took out a letter and read it aloud. "My dear Middlebury, I can't wait any longer for that money. You'll positively have to pay it by the 15th, or there'll be trouble for you sure. I'd like an immediate answer. J. Moffat." "Looks bad for Moffat, doesn't it?" said the seer, putting the note into his pocket. "But look at this. Here's something worse." He had just opened a small drawer and looked in. As he spoke, he held up a revolver. "1 cartridge used. I'm sorry for Miss Wilson." "And the night watchman's pistol yet to be accounted for," said Valeska. "Oh, I think I can account for that all right," said Astro. "I'll locate that as soon as I get the time. Here comes the latest suspect. See what you can make of her. You know women." The elevator door opened with a snap, and McGraw, holding a young woman by the wrist, entered the outer office. She was a pretty blonde, her eyes now red with weeping. She wore a neat blue tailor-made suit and stylish hat. The elevator boy came in behind her and gazed at her hungrily. "We found her on the 5th floor trying to get down," said McGraw. "She has acknowledged that she was up in Middlebury's office this evening." Astro turned swiftly to the elevator boy. "What did you say you hadn't taken her up for?" he demanded. "Oh, God! I knew she was up there, but I didn't take her up. She walked upstairs. I hoped she'd get away, and nobody'd know. I thought she'd gone already." "And you wanted to shield her? Why?" Dennis hung his head. Then he muttered shamefully, "Because I'm in love with her, sir. That's why." and I didn't want her to get into trouble. She didn't do it, sir. I'll swear she didn't shoot him." He looked down at the body in horror, then turned his eyes away and began to sob hysterically. "Well then, Miss Wilson, what have you to say for yourself?" She had taken one look at the corpse also, and had turned away, her tears breaking forth afresh. Between her gasps, she told her story. "Mr. Middlebury was too attentive to me, I thought, and then yesterday he kissed me. He said he wanted to marry me, but I didn't believe it. So I told him I was going to leave. I did leave today, and I never expected to come back here. Mr. Middlebury had paid me and everything, only I found I had forgotten my house keys. So I had dinner downtown, and then I came back here, because I knew Mr. Middlebury would be working late alone in the office on a rush job he had. I didn't want Dennis to know I went up, because I had told him about Mr. Middlebury kissing me. So I waited till he went up in the elevator, and then I ran upstairs, trying to keep out of his sight, only he caught me halfway up. Besides, I had to hide from the night watchman, because he had had a quarrel with Mr. Middlebury, and he thought I had complained of him."
"Oh, Thompson had quarreled with Middlebury, had he?" said McGraw meaningly.
"Yes, sir. Middlebury had Thompson discharged. He has to leave at the end of the week, and he was pretty angry about it. But I didn't have anything to do with that at all. It was on account of Thompson's refusing to let Middlebury have an extra key to the door."
"Where is Thompson?" asked Astro. "Oh, he's safe enough with my men down on the first floor."
"Well, go ahead with your story, Miss Wilson." "Why, Mr. Middlebury was awfully nice and apologized for kissing me, and proposed to me again. I didn't know what to say to him, but I was afraid he didn't mean it and was up to some game with me. He tried to hold my hand and I snatched it away so quick I upset a bottle of India ink he was using. So I went into his private office to wash my hands. While I was in there," she covered her face with her hands.
"You took a revolver from the desk drawer," said Astro. She looked at him in amazement, with widely opened eyes.
"A revolver? No! Of course not! I washed my hands at the bowl, and just as I was finishing, I heard a pistol shot. And then I heard Mr. Middlebury fall."
"Did you look into this office?"
"Oh, no. I was so frightened I didn't dare to. I waited a minute till I heard the door slam. Then I opened the door to the side hall and ran downstairs."
"You saw nobody?"
"Not a soul."
"Was the elevator there?"
"Oh, I didn't look. I only wanted to get away as fast as I could. I was afraid that I was going to be suspected and arrested. You see, I knew there was a pistol in the private office, for Mr. Middlebury had shown it to me one day. I thought that if he threatened me, I might use it to protect myself with."
"Yes, and that's exactly what you did do, I'm thinking,"
said McGraw gruffly. Valeska took Miss Wilson's hand affectionately and pressed it. "Don't be afraid, my dear," she said. With this friendly help, the girl became more calm. Astro, calm and picturesque, the cape of his Inverness thrown negligently across his shoulder, scrutinized the girl keenly for a few moments. His eyes passed over every detail of her costume, analyzed every feature. He was standing so mysterious, potent, inscrutable, when his face changed suddenly. "Do you remember, Miss Wilson, whether there was a small calendar pinned to the wall by the door there when you came in?" She looked up, her eyes still streaming. "Why, yes, I'm sure there was. That is, I stuck it to the wall with a thumbtack yesterday, and I don't remember it having been taken down." She looked at him in surprise at his question. The door opened again, and the doctor, who had obtained a key to another of the elevators, coming up alone, entered the room and gave a curious look around.
"I'm Dr. Flynn," he announced. "What's the trouble?"
"There's your man," said Astro, pointing gravely to the body of Middlebury. "He's been dead for an hour or so. You'll find he was shot through the eye. The bullet pierced the brain, and the man bled only internally. Lift his left eyelid, and you'll see."
"That's more than I could find out," cried McGraw. "So he was shot then, for sure. Now then, who done it?"
"We'll leave the doctor here to make his examination," said the seer. "We'll take Miss Wilson downstairs. I'm about through now. I promise you, the criminal will confess before you can get the coroner and the patrol wagon here." Leaving the doctor to his examination of the body, Astro and Valeska walked into the elevator, followed by McGraw, who still held Miss Wilson in his heavy grip. The elevator boy stepped in, shut the door, and the car descended. In the hall of the ground floor, an officer was standing with Moffat, and another with Thompson, each of the prisoners being handcuffed. As Astro came up, another policeman hurried in from the front entrance. "I found the cartridge," he said, holding up the small copper cylinder. "It was not 20 feet away from Moffat's window, on the roof of the next building."
"Yes, I threw it out of the window. It was just before I cleaned the gun. I told you I shot a cat last night with it."
McGraw laughed in derision. Astro looked Moffat over quietly and said, "I believe, Mr. Moffat, that Mr. Middlebury owed you some money, did he not?"
"Yes, why?"
Then Moffat's face changed to terror. "And you threatened that he would have trouble if he didn't pay up, did you not?"
"By George, we've got the man all right now,"
said McGraw.
"I got my pay through, though, only yesterday," exclaimed Moffat. "You'll probably find the receipt in Middlebury's pocket, or with his papers."
"Which shows how dangerous it is to judge a man on circumstantial evidence," remarked Astro.
"Well, it's more than we've got against the others," McGraw grumbled.
"My dear old chap, I'll show you circumstantial evidence enough to convince you before I'm through. Besides that, I'll let you listen to an outright confession. Now you had better let Mr. Moffat depart in peace. He's had a narrow escape. It's lucky someone with psychic perception was here to rescue him from the web of circumstance."
"It was the night watchman, then. I'll bet on that," said McGraw.
"Well, we'll take up his case next. Let's see. He owed Middlebury a grudge for having him discharged. He had a pistol, but he can't produce it. What has he done with it?" They had approached Thompson by this time. The night watchman was listening, trembling in his turn. His face had the color of clay.
"I kept it down cellar in my table drawer, near the foot of the elevator shaft. I have no idea what has become of it,"
he pleaded. Astro touched the officer who had been holding Moffat. "Take the elevator and go down to the cellar. Open the door of the nearest furnace and look in. And see if you can find a gun."
"Is it there?"
said McGraw.
"How in blazes did you know that, you wizard?"
"Where would you hide a gun better?" said Astro, smiling. "If it isn't there, you'll find it in some corner, or in one of the ash barrels. It doesn't matter much anyway." Valeska, meanwhile, was trying to comfort Miss Wilson, who was crying and talking intermittently. The two blondes made a pretty picture together. McGraw, who since his first visit to the seer's studio had always admired Valeska, looked on, apparently touched. Finally, he could endure his curiosity no longer.
"For God's sake, sir, it ain't the girl, is it?"
he asked in a whisper. Astro laughed and waited. The elevator boy sat on a bench, a picture of dejection, waiting for the outcome. It was 10 minutes before the officer reappeared from the basement. As he threw open the elevator door, he showed, hanging from a bent wire, the distorted metalwork of a revolver, still glowing a dull red.
"It was just where you said, sir,"
he explained. Astro gave a glance at it, then turned to Thompson. "What have you to say?" he asked.
"I don't know how it got there,"
said Thompson dully. "I believe this is your last week as watchman here."
"Yes, sir."
"And it was Middlebury who caused your discharge."
"Yes, sir."
Thompson stared stupidly at his large feet. "Then you had good reason to hate him. He is shot, and your revolver thrown into the furnace. It looks bad, my man."
"I swear to God I'm innocent."
Thompson looked wildly into the impassive face of the seer, and as he did so, Astro's face softened. "I believe you. I think you can take the handcuffs off him, McGraw."
Take him off? Why, he must be the one who done it. Any fool could see that.
"You're fool enough to, no doubt," said Astro, shrugging his shoulders. "But if you want the credit of detecting the murderer, you better free this man and listen to me." Astro had proven his marvelous powers of deduction or intuition too many times, and too much to McGraw's own advantage for the officer to refuse.
"It's sure too much for me,"
he muttered to himself as he unlocked the handcuffs. "Well, now, we'll have an interview with the real criminal," said Astro, walking over to the two girls. Miss Wilson, hearing this, looked terrified at him, but there was no expression there that could reassure her. She opened her lips to speak, but could not. Astro began deliberately speaking so that his words echoed through the corridor. "Miss Wilson, by your own confession, you were in the office of Mr. Middlebury at the time he was shot." "In the inner office I was," she ejaculated. "In the inner office where there was found a revolver with one cartridge used," added Astro. The girl nodded, her face pale. "You have confessed to Dennis here that Mr. Middlebury had kissed you, and that you were offended. You have confessed that he made a proposal of marriage tonight that you suspected was false, and only a game to fool you with." "Oh, but I'm sure now he was sincere," Miss Wilson cried. "I am sure he loved me. I'm sorry I suspected him of anything ungentlemanly." "Nevertheless, there was a scuffle. He attempted to take your hand. You escaped to the inner room, where the revolver was kept." "Only to wash my hands," she wailed. "Your story is too flimsy," said Astro, his voice suddenly grown harsh as he turned to McGraw. "Officers, I charge Miss Wilson with the crime of murder. Arrest her and handcuff her." Valeska, who had sprung up in surprise and indignation, opened her lips to protest. McGraw, instead of moving forward, had taken a step backward when Dennis, the elevator boy, jumped up and seized Astro's arm. "Don't arrest her! Don't!" he shrieked. "I done it myself."
You done it,
McGraw echoed. "Yes, arrest me!" And the boy held out his wrists imploringly. Astro coolly took out his cigarette case and lighted a cigarette. "Well, McGraw," he said, smiling, "didn't I promise you a confession?" McGraw, stupefied, clasped the handcuffs on Dennis's wrists. Miss Wilson fell, almost fainting, on the bench, where Valeska put her arms tenderly about her. "Well, Dennis, you're fairly caught," said Astro. "I've known for some time that you were guilty, but it's so much more satisfactory to have an out-and-out confession. Now I'll trouble you for the key to Middlebury's door." And, so saying, he reached into the boy's trouser pocket and brought forth a small Yale key. "When did you find it, Dennis?" "I found it last week, sir, on the floor of my car." "And you kept it, thinking it might come in handy, and perhaps get the night watchman into trouble, eh? So you were jealous of Mr. Middlebury on Miss Wilson's account, were you?" "Oh, it made me wild, sir,"
I just couldn't stand it when she told me he had kissed her. And when I saw her going up there tonight, I went crazy.
So you stole Thompson's gun from the cellar, went up when Thompson was on his rounds, opened the door with your key, and shot Mr. Middlebury?
Yes, sir.
Dennis's voice was faint. Then you ran your car to the cellar, threw the gun into the furnace, then went up and found Thompson, and told him you had heard a shot?
Yes, sir. Oh, I was crazy. I was crazy about her.
And you thought if you said nothing about her, she would escape?
Yes, sir. For God's sake, take me away. I don't ever want to see her again.
Patrol wagons come, sir, said one of the officers, walking up to McGraw. He laid his hand on Dennis's arm. 1 minute, please, said Astro. Dennis, my boy, will you please hold up your left foot? Thank you. And as the boy did so, Astro removed a spiral wire thumbtack that was embedded in the rubber heel of the boot.
What's that for?
McGraw inquired. The law doesn't permit a defendant to plead guilty to a charge of murder. You may need this for evidence when the case is tried. As the elevator boy was led away, he looked at him pityingly. Cocaine, he remarked to McGraw.
Sure, Dope done it all right. He was worked up to it. It may do for an insanity defense.
He's a matoid. You'll find his parents or grandparents were criminals, poor devil. The seer turned to Miss Wilson. You've had a lucky escape too, my dear. It's fortunate that I was here.
Oh, I don't know how to say how grateful I am,
she exclaimed.
We'll drive you home,
Valeska volunteered.
I know this shock has been terrible for you. Do come with us.
She drew the girl toward the doorway, and they bade good night to McGraw. As Astro and the officer waited talking for a moment, the girls entered the green limousine. But hardly in, Valeska returned to the doorway hurriedly. McGraw had gone inside. I can't wait till we've left Miss Wilson, she said. Do please let me see that paper you picked up in the elevator. I think I see where you got your first clue now. Dennis, the elevator boy, had stepped on it, hadn't he? Astro took the paper from his pocketbook and handed it to his assistant. Faintly indented on its surface was a small spiral. Yes, I'll have to confess, Valeska, he said, that if it hadn't been for that small scrap of paper, McGraw would have had 3 prisoners instead of 1 in custody tonight. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Thomas Dorrington Hardeen.
Chapter 22 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett Burgess. Chapter 22 Vengeance of the Pi Rho Nu. Gracious, it's perfectly wonderful. Why, you've told me things no one has ever known about me. The young woman gazed at Astro with her deep brown eyes that bespoke feeling rather than intellect. Then she drew a long breath, as if seeking courage to speak. There's one thing I'd like to know if you can tell me, she added anxiously. Shall I be married soon? Astro leaned back into the shadow and contemplated his client. She was young, vivid, temperamental, and decidedly pretty. But he looked in vain for evidences of a sense of humor. Her level eyebrows were too delicately straight for that. Her lips curved deliciously, but not with whimsicality. There was no doubt about it, Miss Pauline Wister was a bromide, and he must act accordingly. Very soon, he answered. She drew a sigh of relief, and he felt her clasp on his hands relax. I've been worrying a little, she confessed. It was evident that she was willing to talk, and Astro waited a moment without answering, bending in closer scrutiny over her palm. He finally put down her hand, nodding his head mysteriously. I can see that you are in trouble. If I can be of any help, I shall be glad to do what I can." Miss Wister released her hand and opened her bag, from which she drew a small envelope. Her lips trembled as she looked at the seer. "I am to be married tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, she said. "That is, if nothing happens to prevent it." Her fingers clasped the letter more tightly. "I am engaged to Mr. Edward Farallon, but I haven't heard from him since yesterday noon." There were tears in her big brown eyes as she gazed up at him. As Astro, however, only nodded gravely, she went on. "I tried to telephone to him last night, and he was not at home. At least, he didn't answer. I tried this forenoon, and they told me that he had not been down to his office. And I'm to be married tomorrow." Miss Wister had almost broken into tears. "You've been seeing him often and quite regularly, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, every day. That's what makes it seem so strange. Do you think anything can have happened to him? I don't know what to do. I daren't tell anyone for fear of making talk, and if he's all right, that would be dreadful. But there's something else. Here, look at this letter I got this morning." Astro glanced at the envelope she passed him, saw that it was addressed with a typewriter, and took out the single sheet it contained. On this was typewritten the line, "Beware the vengeance of the Pyro Nu." "Well," he said, "that certainly is enough to give a girl the creeps on the day before her wedding. You have no idea what it means, I suppose?" "No. I'm awfully alarmed, but at the same time, I'll have to tell you, Edward is an awful jollier, and is all the time playing jokes on me, so I never can be sure of anything. He says he's training my sense of humor." Miss Wister smiled sadly. "But the fact that he's missing is different. It frightens me." "My dear Miss Wister," Astro said, clasping her hand in assurance, "if you'll leave this to me, I'll promise you that you shall be married promptly on time. You need give yourself no anxiety about it. As it happens, I have nothing else to do, and I shall be glad to help you." "Oh, I'm so relieved. I knew that if you would only try, you could solve the mystery. You know, I used to know Mrs. Chester when she was Ruth Lorson, and she told me the story of how you helped her. It was that made me want to tell you." Astro smiled. "Yes, I confess, love affairs do rather amuse me, and I'm always willing to help straighten them out. So, if you're willing to do exactly as I say, I'll take this on." "Oh, I'll do anything." "It may cost considerable money, too." "But think of having trouble with my wedding. It's awful. Why, I don't know but I ought to countermand the invitations. Of course, I don't want to unless it's necessary. It's a terrible thing to do." "Go right ahead and trust to me. I'll promise to have Mr. Farallon on time. Is it at a church?" "No, we're to be married at my house, 5678 Lexington Avenue." "All right. Where is Mr. Farallon's office?" 18 West 32nd Street. He's the American agent for a Belgian rubber firm, you know, and has only a small place for a headquarters." "He's a college man, I suppose?" "Yes, Stapleton University, '04. "Who is to be his best man?" "Why, Mr. Stringer, a classmate of his. He's a lawyer, a patent lawyer, I think. I've told him about Edward's disappearance, and he's promised to find him today. But I thought—" "You'd make sure?" Astro smiled as he rose. "Mr. Stringer knew nothing, I suppose. Did he offer to come and see you about it?" "Yes, said he'd be up this afternoon." "Very well. Let me know if he's found out anything. Meanwhile, be ready to do anything I request. I'll consult my crystal ball immediately. Valeska," he called, raising his voice, "show Miss Wister out, please." His guest had no sooner left than Astro took up the telephone. He called for Edward Masson, a man whose friendship he had won at the time of the solution of the famous Denton boudoir murder mystery. Of the conversation that ensued, Valeska, returning to the palmist studio, heard only one side. "Is this Mr. Masson? You're a Stapleton University man, aren't you, Masson? Were there any local secret fraternities there along from 1901 to 1904? What was the name of it? The Pi Rho Nu? Can you get me a list of the members? Rather lively crowd, eh? Well, thank you, but you'll have to hurry. Telephone me here as soon as you can." He hung up the receiver and turned to Valeska. "We have but little time, and there's much to be done. I can't explain till later. You'd better wait here till Masson telephones and stay till I come. I'm off right away. Ring up Lieutenant McGraw and ask him if he can get me a burglar's jimmy. And also ask him to investigate the Belgian Rubber Syndicate's office, 18 West 32nd Street. See if there's anything crooked about it. I'll be back as soon as I can. Oh, if Masson rings up soon, go out to Miss Wister's house, look it over outside, and hurry back and be ready to report the lay of the land." 2 minutes after that, Astro was in a green motor car headed for West 32nd Street. Here he alighted and went in through a narrow doorway. There was a narrow hall with a single elevator, and a flight of stairs leading upward. A list of names on the wall showed that the office of Edward Farallon, American agent, Belgian Rubber Syndicate, occupied room 12 on the 3rd floor. Astro pressed the bell, and shortly afterward, the elevator door rolled open. A red-headed man in shirt sleeves was inside. "Mr. Farallon has an office here?" said the seer. "Yep, but he ain't in." "Been in today?" "Nope." "Here yesterday?" "Yep." "Did you see him go out last night?" "Nope. He worked rather late, though, I think. He probably walked downstairs. The elevator boy skipped last night, so the box wa'n't working. I'm the janitor, just running the car till they can get another boy." "Ah, so the elevator boy skipped, did he? What was his name?" "Mickey Flynn. He'll have hard work getting another job if I can prevent it, leaving me in the lurch like that." "Do you know where he lives?" "Out on East 156th Street, I believe. Let's see. I believe I got it written down in my pocketbook somewhere. Did you want him?" "I dropped a package in the car yesterday, or in Mr. Farallon's office. I don't know which. If I can't get into Farallon's office, I want to see the boy, in case he found it." "Well, you'll never get it then, I'll bet. But I'll give a look and see if I can find the address. Let's see. He come here about 2 months back." He looked over the greasy pages of the notebook till he found the page. "Here it is. 1575 East 156th. That's right. Well, I hope you find your package, sir." Astro went back to the cab and drove immediately to the address. It was a tenement swarming with children, and he was directed to the 5th floor, where, at his knock, the door was opened by Mickey himself. It took only a short talk to convince the boy that he would avoid trouble if he told what he knew immediately, and he explained his disappearance from his post of duty with considerable anxiety. "I was in the box up to 8 o'clock, all right. Along about then, 2 swell chaps come into the hall and asked me was Mr. Farallon upstairs. Yes, I says, he was. Then one of the chaps peeled 3 10s off in a roll of bills and shoved it into me fist. 'Beat it out in this here,' he says. 'Go chase a new job,' he says, 'and lose yourself. This here's give you so you don't come back for a week,' he says. Well, I didn't ask no questions. It looked like an easy way to make 30 to me, and I got me coat and piked out in a hurry, and went up to the Circle Theater to see the show, and that's all I know." "How did they come?" Astro asked. "In a buzz wagon. I copped that off all right. Say, I'll give you the number for another 10. "You'll give it to me without that, or I'll have you arrested. I'm a detective," the seer threatened. Mickey's eyes grew big. He was evidently a hero worshipper. He fumbled in his pocket and drew out a bit of newspaper. On it was scrawled the number 11115. "That's the mark, all right," he explained. "Say, I'm going to be a tech myself when I grow up. Will yous give me a job?" Astro laughed. "If you'd had sense enough to wait and see what those two men did, I'd give you a job right now," he said. Mickey groaned. "Gee," he exclaimed, "why didn't I think of that? I was doping out what I'd do with the money. I was crazy to see a show." "Well, what did the men look like then, if you're such a good detective?" Mickey brightened visibly as he replied. "Say, I got that all right. Look-a-here. One was a tall guy with specs and a little mustache and, gee, what a neck. T'other was built like Jim Jeffries, stocky and heavy. Looked like he could punch all right. Mouth full of gold teeth he had. T'other chap called him Frank." "Was there anyone in the car when you left?" "There was a chauffeur there, all bungled up so I couldn't recognize him, and with goggles and one of them hairy coats." "All right. That's worth the 10 you wanted, I think." And Astro passed over the bill and started downstairs. Mickey leaned over the rail and shouted, "Say, boss, the tall guy had a leather bag." Astro nodded and regained his car. "Drive to the nearest big automobile dealer," he ordered. The car stopped before the Aeromobile warerooms. Astro got out and asked to see the automobile list. In 2 minutes, he had found that the car registered number 11115 was owned by Frank Brigham of number 1212 Charles Street in Greenwich Village, New York. A look at the telephone book showed Brigham's business to be brokerage and his office to be 1000 Wall Street. Astro re-entered the cab and returned to the studio. Valeska was not in the place. A boy in buttons informed him that she had left a half hour ago after having answered the telephone. A package had come from Lieutenant McGraw. Astro opened it and took out a burglar's jimmy and a note. It read, "Be careful, but if you get in bad, let me know. Belgian rubber syndicate okay, as far as I can find out. McGraw." It was a quarter of an hour before he heard Valeska enter. "Did Masson give you any names?" was his first inquiry. "Yes, Mr. Paul Stringer of Flatbush, Mr. Richard Hanbury of Albany, Mr. Frank Brigham." "Of 1212 Charles Street?" "Yes." Valeska looked at him in wonder. "And what about Miss Wister's house? You've been out there, I fancy?" "Yes, it's a 5-story brick dwelling. It's on the corner." "What about the other houses in the block?" "I have the names of the owners from the social register, all except one, which is vacant and for sale." "Real estate agents?" "Swan and Dowell, 3421 Broadway." "Very good. Telephone right out there for an appointment. Then hire that house and pay in advance for 1 month. Tell them you'll sign a lease if the place is satisfactory. Use any excuse you need." "Just where is it?" "At the other end of the block on the corner of the next street." "All right. Then as soon as possible, look up Stringer. He's Farallon's best man, and see where he goes tonight. Find him, and don't lose sight of him. I'll have to work quickly if I'm going to keep my word to Miss Wister." "You think Stringer knows something of it?" "He hasn't been to see Miss Wister, and that's suspicious. I telephoned to her and to his office. He hasn't been there. They say he's out of town. That means he doesn't want to be found. But you must try to find him. Miss Wister will give you a description. Now I'm off." He ran downstairs and jumped into the waiting cab. In less than 20 minutes, he was at Frank Brigham's Wall Street office. Inquiring of the office boy, he discovered that Brigham was in, but instead of waiting, Astro took the elevator down to the street. There was an automobile waiting by the curb, and he looked at the number. It was 11115. He went back to his taxicab. "Can you keep up with that car?" he asked, pointing to Brigham's machine and handing the chauffeur a $5 bill. The man touched his cap and grinned. "I'll do it, or get pinched for speeding," he answered. Astro got into the cab and waited, watching through a slit side of the curtain window. Within 5 minutes, Brigham appeared with a tall, thin man in eyeglasses, wearing a small, black, close-cropped mustache. They entered the tonneau of the automobile, and the car moved off, followed by the taxicab. Winding in and out of the uptown traffic, The car was easily followed until it stopped at the Hotel St. Nemo, where the two men alighted. Astro followed them to the grill room, waited till they had seated themselves, and took a table not too far away to watch them. Cocktails for 3 were brought. Astro's eyes narrowed as he awaited the third conspirator. In a few minutes he appeared, and the seer of secrets had time to make up his mind that he was the missing best man before his suspicion was corroborated by Valeska's unobtrusive appearance in the doorway. He gave her a sign that she could safely join him, and she came to his table as if she had been expected. "How do you suppose I got him?" she asked jubilantly. "I called him up on the telephone, and someone asked my name. I replied, Pyro Nu. It was a sudden inspiration, though I haven't the least idea what it means. As soon as he answered, I hung up and got to his apartment house as soon as I could. He took a hansom, and I had no trouble in following him. Who are these men?" "Brigham and Dr. Hanbury," said Astro. "At least I imagine that the one they've been calling Doc is Richard Hanbury. I wish they'd talk a little louder." "Wait till they finish those cocktails," said Valeska sapiently. The 3 men were already laughing uproariously. One was telling a story, marking imaginary circles on his cheeks as he spoke. At the close of the narration, all 3 lifted their glasses and drank a health. Was that to the ride? Not quite. Astro was seated nearer to the group. At 9 o'clock, the men showed signs of being about to leave the dining room, and Astro and Valeska had just time to make their exit first without being observed. "I'll have to continue the chase alone," he said. "You'd better try and find out what you can from Farallon's apartment. See his man if you can. You can act the French maid for that. Any valet will talk if he thinks you come from some woman. As for me, I may be in the police court for burglary by tomorrow morning, and so, if I'm not at the studio by 8 o'clock, you'd better see Lieutenant McGraw. Here they come now. Goodbye." In another minute, his cab had again taken up the chase of car 11115. They sped north, crossed the park, turned into 72nd Street, and finally flew at full speed straight out the Broadway Boulevard. Here the little taxicab had hard work following, but kept on and on, nearly to Kingsbridge. Here the open drawbridge enabled Astro to catch up. Beyond that, the car turned sharply to the right and went 100 yards, stopping before a large brick building that stood alone. It bore the sign of a sewing machine company, but was apparently deserted, though a light shone from one of the upper floors. Astro, whose driver had stopped the cab at a safe distance, got out and walked on cautiously. Luckily, it was dark and cloudy. As he went up the steps to the door, he could still hear the voices of the men who had just entered. The door was ajar. Instantly, he slipped inside, and, suspecting that the doorkeeper would return after he had shown his guests the way, he dodged into a vacant room off the hall. Here he waited nearly an hour, and, hiding close to the door, heard several visitors arrive, saw them give the hailing sign and pass upstairs. At about 11 o'clock, the watchman looked at his watch, lighted his pipe, and walked into the room opposite, evidently to sleep. This was the time, if any time were safe, to investigate the upper floors. Up one floor he crept softly, found all dark, and listened. From higher up came now the sounds of laughter, of singing, and occasional cheer. He crept up the next flight. The noise grew louder. He opened a door at the right of the landing and found a large hall, once used for machinery. The pounding of feet on the ceiling told him that the men he had seen enter were immediately above. He paced the room and found it to be 100 feet by 50. Opposite the long row of shuttered windows was another door. This he entered and found a small room, evidently once used for an office, with a fireplace, mantel, and one window. Step by step, he now ascended the next flight of stairs, the sounds of revelry growing louder every minute. A glance above showed a streak of light through the half-open door. A nearer approach showed another door, corresponding to that of the office he had noticed below. He darted up the landing, put his hand to the handle of this door, and it opened easily. Passing in, he closed it behind him and looked about. There was a cot bed with a pair of blankets drawn up against the wall, a basket of food, and a pitcher of water, and many beer bottles on a table. A fireplace on the other wall corresponded to the one he had seen below. Astro stole to the keyhole of the door leading into the hall and listened. A smile came to his lips. "Brigham! Brigham!" the company was yelling. From his post, Astro could see only the broad back of Brigham in the light of many candles, but he could hear perfectly the speech that followed. "Brothers of the Pi Rho Nu," Brigham began, "far be it from me to try to make a speech tonight. As you know, I can't. But I'll take my turn in testifying to the utter depravity of the prisoner." Cries of "Hear, hear!" interrupted him, and after they were stilled, Brigham went on. "The event is now a piece of the history of the Pi Rho Nu, but I'll briefly state the facts. 2 years ago, I was married." "How delightful to be married," the crowd began to sing. "And it was my fond intention to pass my honeymoon in an automobile. In fact, it was begun all right, and I'd have been safe if I'd contented myself with driving only daytimes. But on my very first evening, we were married at noon, I was held up by a band of desperadoes on the road from Albany to Troy. I should have been able to take care of all of them with my fists, but I could never look a gun in the muzzle calmly. The result was that I was tied up with Mrs. Brigham and carried into a lonely house. She was put into one room, and I into another. Gentlemen, I ask you to picture my feelings that night, as I heard scream after scream coming from the room adjacent for hours unending. It was only because I knew my bride had been carried safely away to the nearest hotel that I was able to sleep at all. So, gentlemen, I demand the penalty of death," shouted the rest in a chorus of laughter, after which there were calls for Doc Hanbury. Hanbury was invisible from Astro's peephole, but his voice rose clearly. "I also was married," he began, and was also interrupted by the popular chorus. "But under painful and embarrassing circumstances," he continued. "The afternoon of the wedding, my flat was entered, and I was garroted by 2 masked men. I was tied to a chair, and then one of them painted my face deliberately, but too fancifully, with iodine. He painted my cheeks in circles, gentlemen, and my brow was a picturesque plaid of squares. Those of you who were present at the ceremony possibly remarked the grease paint that attempted too unsuccessfully to cover my shame. I had to do it. You can't explain an absence from your own wedding except by death," came the jovial chorus. One after another proceeded to testify, each constantly interrupted by the hilarious members of the fraternity. Astro had heard enough. It was evident that Farallon, the master spirit of the association and the fiercest of its practical jokers, had met his just deserts. Just what they would do with him, Astro could not guess. But that the bridegroom would need a friend was not to be doubted. How was he to be helped? Astro determined to complete his investigation of the building before he decided. Undoubtedly, the gang would make a night of it in the house and keep Farallon a prisoner till the last moment, if indeed they did not prevent the ceremony. The seer took an electric torch from his pocket and stole upstairs. The floor was planned like those below, with the same big hall, the small office, and fireplace. As it was in the office that Farallon was to be locked, evidently, when his fraternity members had departed, Astro looked over the little room carefully. The iron shutters were barred and immovable. There was only one safe means of communicating with the prisoner after he was left alone, by way of the chimney. Astro took the jimmy from his pocket and set to work inside the fireplace, to open a hole on each side. Which of the 2 flues ran down into the next floor, it was impossible to tell. He must be ready for both. It took 2 hours of hard work to get the bricks out, but by the time the company were racketing downstairs, Astro had the satisfaction of perceiving a faint light deep down in one of the openings. It was now only a question of waiting till Farallon was alone and hailing him. To find out what was going on, he had started downstairs when he heard voices. A man was still in the larger room, speaking through the closed door of the office. "Don't you try and make a row now, or we'll come in and make you quit. You keep quiet, Farallon. I'm going to turn in now. So long, old man. Dream of your bride and a happy wedding." And after turning the key in the door, he rolled over on a cot in the hall. In a few minutes, he was snoring. Astro stole upstairs and put his mouth to the hole, calling Farallon. No answer came. Then he sat down on the floor, took off his sock, and raveled out a long line of silk. Next, he wrote a short note, fastened the paper into his pocket-knife, and tied the line to it. This he let cautiously down the hole and jangled it softly at the bottom. In a few minutes, he felt the line pulled taut. Farallon took the note, read it, and came back. "Who's up there?" he called up in a loud whisper. "A friend," Astro replied. And thereupon ensued a long dialogue, after which the seer of secrets, chuckling to himself mightily, stole downstairs and out the door, found his still waiting taxicab, and was driven rapidly back to the city. It was 4 o'clock when he threw himself, exhausted, on the great couch in his studio. At 9:30 that afternoon, Astro and Valeska stood behind the inside shutters of the parlor window at number 5652 Lexington Avenue. It was the house that Valeska had rented at the other end of the block in which Miss Wister lived. A large furniture van stood in front of the door. A long table was on the sidewalk, standing parallel to the curb. 2 men in overalls walked in and out of the house occasionally. Astro looked at his watch. "About time for the show," he remarked. "How is Miss Wister standing the suspense?" Valeska giggled. "I don't think she slept a wink last night, and when I got to her this morning, she was almost frantic. I don't think that even now she considers herself safe. You see, she doesn't know you so well as I do. If you told me I was to be married today, I'd believe it." Astro turned to her with a sudden look in his eyes. "If I told you that you were to be married next month, would you believe it?" he demanded. "Ah, but you're not going to tell me that," said Valeska, putting away his hand gently. "But it was impossible to get Miss Wister to see the funny side of it all. I'm afraid that young Mr. Farallon is going to have a hard time getting some things into her head." "Well, her heart is accessible at any rate," Astro replied. His gaze returned to the window. "It's queer the Pyro New aren't here. We have mighty little time to get him ready. I believe they're going to wait till the last minute. No, by Jove, there they come now." He rapped on the window sharply to the men on the sidewalk, who immediately put their hands to the table. At the other end of the block, where a long awning stretched from the door of the Wister house to the sidewalk, and a curious crowd had gathered, a large red automobile, number 11115, had stopped just as he spoke. It was full of men. One got out, then another, then another. As the fourth stepped on the sidewalk, however, there was a sudden commotion. A man dropped. 2 others seemed fighting. They were joined by 2 more, who jumped from the car. Another dropped, and another, and then, sprinting down the block came a wild, fantastic creature, half in man's clothes, half in woman's, with ribbons streaming, with short skirts flapping, fighting his way with excited gestures through the passers-by, knocking down several as he strove. Behind him instantly followed the crowd, led by the men who had risen to their feet. As the fugitive came up to the house where Astro and Valeska waited, the men on the sidewalk swung the long table round, and the mob dashed against the barrier. 1 or 2 hurdled it. The rest ran round the ends. But the moment's handicap gave the fugitive just time to rush up the front steps and enter the doorway before the doors were closed and bolted behind him. "Quick, follow me!" exclaimed Astro. He could hardly speak from laughter, but the man followed him with curses, raving like a wild beast. Up 3 flights of stairs they raced, entered a small closet, and scrambled up a ladder. "Now, it's a plain track to the scuttle of the Wister house," said Astro. "You'll find a ladder 3 houses beyond here. You have just 8 minutes to dress in. Your clothes are all laid out in Wister's room." And the ring is in the pocket of your waistcoat. There'll be no best man. I'll wait here to make ready for your getaway." "My getaway?" cried Farallon wildly. "For heaven's sake, isn't it over yet? Is there any more of this confounded practical joke?" "More," said Astro, smiling. "You ought to know the capacity of the Pyro Nu. There's a hack covered with ribbons, which I've had ready at the door, and there's a brass band and a demonstration waiting at the pier that will make you feel as if you were a crown prince." Farallon wilted. "Well, I guess I'll get what's coming to me this time," he said, grinning feebly. "No, you won't. You'll escape on Miss Wister's account. I've got it all fixed. As soon as you can, after the ceremony, you and your wife are to go upstairs. Say you're going to leave in the cab at the door in half an hour and drive by way of the Christopher Street ferry to Hoboken. Then get up to the roof, come back here just as you are, and I'll give you your instructions." "But my trunks, and Kitty's my clothes and everything. Everything is ready in that furniture van at the door. Now hurry, you've wasted 2 minutes." Farallon darted across the roof at reckless speed. Astro watched with a lingering smile till the groom disappeared over the edge of the roof of the third house beyond. Then he descended into the house again. Valeska was arranging a queer collection of clothes in a rear room upstairs. "Is everything ready?" he asked. She burst out laughing. "There's a bride's going-away costume for you," she exclaimed, holding up a blue gingham skirt, a purple checked blouse, and a bandana kerchief. "Well, be prepared for a quick change then. I'll go to the roof and be ready to help the bride down." Astro had begun to be anxious by the time the bridal couple reappeared. It was fully an hour before he saw the happy pair approach, clambering lightly over the roof. Then Farallon gave a whoop, and the two came up laughing. They laughed as she stumbled down the ladder. They roared as, Astro with the bridegroom in the front room and Valeska with the bride in the rear, the pair changed their clothes for the emigrant costumes that were ready. Then downstairs they went, Astro carrying 2 large suitcases filled with the wedding clothes. At the door, he stopped them and went to the window to reconnoiter. The Brigham automobile was still standing at the curb, near to the hack, which was fairly white with ribbons and bridal flags. "Take this chair now," said Astro. Farallon took one end of a Morris chair and Mrs. Farallon the other. There was no one on the sidewalk at this end of the block, though a crowd was collected in front of the Wister residence, preparing for the fun of throwing rice and old shoes. The couple were unnoticed as they lifted the chair into the van and then climbed in themselves. The 2 teamsters followed with the suitcases, and in another minute the van was safely off. Astro and Valeska waved a discreet adieu behind the shutters of the empty house. Astro took from his pocket a check for $1,000 and handed it to Valeska. "I think I deserve more credit than the clergyman," he said. "But now we must follow them and see how it all comes out." The members of the Pyro Nu had hurried to the ferry as soon as the bridegroom's escape was suspected. They roamed all over the boat, passing the furniture van several times in their search. As soon as the boat was in the slip, the gay fraternity hurried to the pier where the Carothian lay with steam up. Here a brass band was in readiness to serenade the couple. The fraternity swarmed aboard the steamer and pushed their quest everywhere, save into the third-class cabin where the bridal couple, disguised as steerage passengers, sat and laughed till the gangplank was raised. Then Astro and Valeska, near the baffled members of the crestfallen Pyro Nu, awaited the denouement. Just before the last line was cast off, the couple, dressed perfectly now, appeared at the rail of the promenade deck, waving their handkerchiefs merrily. A shout went up from the Pyro Nu. Stringer, who was standing near Astro, turned to his companion. "Well," he said, "they fooled us after all. But when he gets into his stateroom, it'll look like a small grain elevator. There's a good ton of rice on the floor and in the mattresses. He'll get his on the way across. Hooray for the Pyro Nu!" Valeska smiled as if she were pleased, and also as if she were a little envious, too. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess. The Lady in Taupe. "Excuse me if I appear to patronize you," said the young man, "but you certainly are clever." He twisted up his blonde mustache, nodded his head slowly, and smiled. "My very dear sir," said Astro calmly, "what you call my cleverness is the product of innate gifts, years of study, and infinite thought and contemplation. You are the clever one." "How so?" The palmist's client raised his eyebrows, as a woman might. His deep blue eyes sparkled, lighted with a strong sense of humor. "Clever to have come here, for the purpose you did. I assure you that you could have found no better place, though I confess I shall be sorry to have my studio reproduced. I shall have to redecorate it. What do you think I came here for, then?" Some of the self-assurance had vanished from the young man's face. Astro looked about calmly and pointed with the stem of his narghile as he spoke. "That granite toth could be easily imitated in papier-mâché. One can hire rugs and pay for the rent by advertising on the program. There should be a door there, R-U-E, of course, and the divan should be brought down front so that your leading lady can sit on it and look up over her shoulder when her lover leans on the back of it. You can't expect that sort of love scene, you know, in a modern drama." The young man laughed heartily. Then he said, "By Jove, you've struck it. I am an actor." "No, you're not," said Astro. "You're a playwright, and a successful one." The young man jumped up and banged his fist on the table. "What do you think of that?" he exclaimed. Astro smiled cryptically, then, with considerable literary ambition as well. His client sat down again as suddenly and stared at the seer. "See here, I want to tell you something. I had no idea of coming to you for advice. All I wanted was local color, as you've discovered. I want hints as to setting, props, and business. I wanted a good characterization. And, by Jove, I wish you'd play my Granthope. But never mind that. I'd just like to ask you a question about a queer experience I've had lately. You've convinced me that you know some things." Astro handed him a small silver box. "Have one of my cigarettes," he said. "There are not more than 400 or 500 left in the world. They were given me by an army officer who once helped Diaz. Now go on with your story." "My name is Pinkard, Lionel Pinkard," said the young man, "and, as you discovered, I am a playwright. I've written a book, too. That is, it's almost finished, and it's going to make a sensation, in more ways than one. Plays are all right for making money, but half the audience doesn't know or care who's the author. I confess I want fame. By Jove, that cigarette is sweet. A bit too mild, though, for me. Well, let's see. It was after A Run of Luck was put on. I was working on The Chameleon. That was when I first saw the Lady in Taupe." "The Lady in Taupe?" Astro repeated the phrase with humor. "That's what I called her. She always used to wear that color, taupe. You know, a sort of purplish gray. Something like what they call London smoke, only lighter. A gown with good lines, too. She always wore it, usually with black lynx furs." "Where did you see her?" "Everywhere. That's the funny part of it. This very day I saw her breakfasting at Moqueen's, at the next table. She's always near me. About 2 months ago she began. I say began because it has happened too often to be accidental. She passed me in the street. Next day she stood on a corner waiting for a car. A mighty pretty girl, too, small head. You know how that makes a girl look taller and helps her figure. Most women are built like dwarfs nowadays. Deep brown eyes, a delicious mouth, and a touch of originality in her expression on account of a small scar on the left side of her chin. It's positively a beauty spot, more like a dimple than a scar, and it crinkles up when she smiles. Well, I've run into her almost every day since then, and she's never moved an eyelash to show she recognized me. But she's up to something. She's always right in my way and never notices me. She's got me going. There's no doubt about that. Have you ever followed her? Yes, I confess I've tried several times, but she has always given me the slip, or else I was clumsy. Well, what do you wish me to do about it? I want to know what the lady's up to. That's simple enough. She wants to get an engagement. Why doesn't she ask me, then? No doubt she will. She wants to make an impression first. You know what a hard struggle it is for a girl without influence to get an engagement. She wants to get you curious, interested. I fancy she's heard you are to have a new play produced, and though the author doesn't always have much to say as to the cast, you are established and could probably help her. That's true enough. In my contracts I reserve a power of veto as to members of the cast, and I naturally have some weight, though there's a terrific amount of influence in these things, but it seems an elaborate method, I must say. Well, I've heard of how the girls have to struggle. It strikes me she's clever. I'm curious to know what she will say when her time comes. So am I. I hope she'll spring her trap soon. And how is your book coming on? Nearly finished. It's more or less of an exposé of society, and I hope will make talk. I'll send you a copy. That is, if your diagnosis proves correct in regard to the lady in taupe. If not, my dear Astro, I shall conclude you are merely a clever guesser. The tone was such that Astro could not be offended at the banter. He rose smilingly to show Pinkard out. The young man gave Valeska, who was busy in the waiting room, a sharp glance as he left. "How did you know he was a playwright?" she asked the master. "I was in my laboratory when he came into the room, and watched him unobserved. He took in the whole studio at a glance, very interestedly. He went back to the door to get the effect as it would appear in a stage set, from the orchestra. He viewed it, as few do, as a whole, not in detail. Almost everyone who enters inspects the curios and furnishings one by one. He summed up the general effect. By his appearance, I knew him to be a man with brains. Few men of business can afford the time for a morning call, unless they wish some definite information. He had not the appearance of the idle rich, yet he was well off. A literary man can use his inventive faculty not more than 4 hours a day without excessive fatigue. Consequently, he has time left in which to amuse himself. And finally, when he opened his coat for a pencil, I saw a typewritten manuscript in his inside pocket. He might have been an actor. It was not a part in a play that he had. They're bound up in smaller shape. Besides, he had none of the vanity of the actor. He was so sure of himself that he didn't feel the need of impressing anyone. He might have been reading a play for a friend. The manuscript was full of pencil corrections. It was not a final draft, and would be almost undecipherable, except to the author. But, as far as that goes, almost every man who writes has an unfinished play up his sleeve. It was a safe guess. Well, what of the lady in taupe, then? I'm interested in her. What I surmised is probably true, but I suspect something deeper than that. It's a bit elaborate. As he said, it's a clever scheme, and may turn out to be still cleverer than it looks. I'd like to have a look at her. It takes a woman to read women. True, I believe it would be amusing to have you see her. The more I think of it, the more curious I am. I'll tell you, I'll ring Pinkard up and find out what he's going to do tomorrow. He took up the telephone that evening and had a short conversation with the playwright. The next morning he said to Valeska, "Pinkard will leave his house on West 75th Street today at about 10 o'clock. go to Dayton's office, lunch at the Grill Club, attend a rehearsal of his play Wildfire at the Monster Theater in the afternoon, then go to the Park Riding Academy, dine at the Grill Club, and go to see Marlowe this evening at the Broadway. Knowing his itinerary, you can't miss him, and you'll probably see her, as she hasn't appeared for 2 days, and seldom misses it longer than that. That evening, Valeska returned with her report. "I saw her," she exclaimed exultantly. "She's a beauty, too. I liked her at first sight. I followed him to Dayton's office, and she met him in 42nd Street, almost the first thing. Where did she go?" "That's the queer part of it. After she had passed him, she waited on the corner of 42nd and Broadway. An automobile came along with a lady in it, a really swell girl, stopped, and the lady in taupe got in. What do you think of that?" "Number of the automobile." Valeska consulted a paper in her purse. 99954. Astro went into the little library in his waiting room and took down the automobile list for the state of New York. He looked up the number, and then whistled softly. Why, that was Helen Van Amsterdam. Valeska's eyebrows rose. "The heiress? It must have been. That's the number of the Van Amsterdam's automobile, at least. Then I don't see why the lady in taupe should be looking for an engagement, if she has such rich friends. Oh, that doesn't signify, but there's something queer about it. Well, we can't take any more time. I have too many important things to attend to. We'll just file that information for reference. We may hear from Pinkard again." He did hear from Pinkard. In fact, within the week, the playwright came in one morning, as handsome, confident, and debonair as ever. He took a new critical look at the studio, then sat down as Astro came in, and said, "Well, the lady in taupe has called on me at last." "Yes? You were quite right, as far as you went. She wanted a part in the cast of The Chameleon, and waxed eloquent over her attempts to get an engagement. You should have heard her talk. That girl has magnetism, all right. She played as pretty a scene, for an hour, in my library as I've ever watched on the stage. She did imitations of Mansfield and Cissy Loftus and Warfield and Barrymore. She told dramatic little stories. She discussed the psychology of audiences, the technique of the drama, and the very metaphysics of acting. I never heard such talk in my life. But he closed his eyes and smiled. "Ah, but," said Astro, "there was something else, then." "I should say so. After she had left, I went into my study and found that it had been visited by burglars." Astro betrayed no surprise, but his brows bent into a new tense curve. He leaned forward and looked at Pinkard intently. "And what was missing?" "Wait." He suddenly raised a warning finger. "Don't tell me. I'll get it, perhaps. I have a feeling." He dropped his head into his hands for a few moments, then looked at Pinkard through half-shut eyes. "Not the manuscript of your new book?" Pinkard slapped his hand on his knee. "By Jove, you've got it. See here, you'll have to take this on. Anything else gone?" "Nothing. I had a little safe in the wall, but it was untouched." "A very pretty game, indeed." "Wasn't it slick?" "Of course, she held me there while they worked it. I can't imagine how they ever got in, though. The back door shows no sign of having been forced. It was bolted on the inside. No fire escapes available. It's a small apartment house, and rather old-fashioned. But why anyone should want that manuscript, I don't know. You have no other copy?" "No. I wrote it on the typewriter myself, and was too lazy to make carbon copies. I haven't even my first draft of the thing, and I wouldn't attempt to rewrite it for all my hopes of fame and fortune. I'm no Carlyle. I've simply got to get it back, and there's no use going to the police for a thing like that. As you ought to know, if it isn't diamonds or money, they'll do nothing. Tell me something about the novel." "Why, I hadn't decided upon a name yet, but it was by way of being a social satire. I've been about a good deal, you know, in New York, and know the fastest part of the smart set, and not a few of the others. It was pretty frank, an exposé, really, as I told you. Of course, I have toned it down in some places and raised things to a higher power in others. It's a bit sensational, but I've taken good care to change episodes and details so that no one of the characters could be identified. I'm not altogether a cad, but it's all true to life. What might happen any day in New York, and seen from the inside, too. How many people know that you were writing it? Oh, I've made no secret of it. Anyone who wanted to could have found out. Very well. I'll be up this afternoon to look about. The lady in taupe called in the evening, I take it. Yes, at about 8 o'clock. I'm seldom in at that hour. I can't imagine how she should know I was at home. Funny thing, too, I have almost always met her in the forenoon, usually within a half hour of the time I left my flat. Did you promise her a place in the Chameleon? Why, I said I'd do what I could. She interested me, and might go well for my heavy woman, though a bit too young. But of course, now I'll see that she doesn't get in. It's not likely that she'll let me see her again, anyway. On the contrary, said Astro, you'll see her as much as ever. Astro and Valeska called at the Vanberg apartments that afternoon at 3 o'clock and went carefully over Pinkard's rooms. To Valeska's surprise, their call lasted only 15 minutes, and then Astro, pleading another engagement, took his leave. She did not question him, being busy trying to puzzle out the mystery for herself. But when he stopped at the front door downstairs and rang the janitor's bell, she gave a little cry of triumph. "Oh, I begin to see," she exclaimed. "I should hope so. It's too ridiculously simple. Half the flat burglaries in New York are done that way. But who helped? She couldn't do it alone. That's what we'll have to make sure of. I can only guess, just now. But here's the janitor. Have you any flats to rent in the building?" The janitor looked them over before replying. "Well, there's a party wants to move out if she can find a good tenant to sublet to," he said. "May we see the apartment?" "She's not in, I think, but I guess it'll be all right. She's in a great hurry to rent, and I promised to help her. It's up on the 3rd floor. Valeska pressed Astro's arm in glee. Pinkard lived on the 3rd floor. They were taken up, and the door unlocked. "She's been here only a little while," said the janitor. "She didn't move in all her furniture. But you can get an idea what the place is like." They walked rapidly through the place. Only one room was fitted up, and that but scantily, with only the requisites. The kitchen contained a few utensils, and it was evident that the occupant of the apartment took her meals outside. Astro walked to the dumb waiter and lifted the sliding door. Opposite, only 3 feet away, was the corresponding door into Pinkard's kitchen. A glance at Valeska was hardly necessary. She nodded her head emphatically. "Who lives here?" Astro asked. "A Miss Deming. She's an actress, I hear. A pretty girl she is, too." "Well, I'll come and see her. Much obliged, I'm sure." "Do you think you will take it?" the janitor asked. "I'm afraid it's too small," said the seer, as they went out. They were hesitating in the vestibule, and the janitor had left them, when Valeska exclaimed, "Why, there she is now." Astro looked out. A very pretty woman was walking toward them. By Pinkard's description alone, he would have known her, even in her spring costume, for the lady in taupe. She held her head erect, ran up the steps, and, as they made way for her, entered the vestibule. Astro turned in time to see her open the letterbox of the 3rd floor suite. She took a key from her pocketbook, unlocked the door, and went upstairs without looking behind her, which, said Astro, smiling, explains how she is able to know so easily when Pinkard is at home and when he leaves to walk abroad, and how the flat was entered while she held him spellbound with her talk, added Valeska. "But not how she is able to afford an $85 a month flat when she's out of a job. Astro scowled. Nor who it was who climbed across the shaft, entered Pinkard's kitchen, and ransacked his study. Astro finished. For further particulars, I think we'll have to apply to Miss Van Amsterdam. Oh, said Valeska, I forgot to tell you that Pinkard was once engaged to Miss Van Amsterdam. She threw him over in a particularly nasty way 2 years ago, when she was engaged for a time to Count Vanola. How did you find that out? The steward of the Grill Club owns a half interest in the Peerless restaurant, though few of the members know it. I lunched there this noon, and gave him some tips on the stock market. Now that Mr. Callendon is a power in Wall Street, he doesn't forget his friends. The steward was duly grateful, and told me several interesting things. I shall cultivate him in the future. Ah, Valeska looked up, smiling. So Miss Van Amsterdam was afraid of being exposed in this book, was she? Well, I hope she'll read the manuscript quickly. Yes, said Astro, as they walked back to the studio. I hardly think it will be necessary for us to do anything more. I venture to make a prophecy. The lady in taupe will call on Pinkard again within 3 days, and the manuscript will be returned. See if I'm not right. I am going to write Pinkard to that effect tonight, and enclose my bill for $100. It was 4 days afterward when Pinkard made his third appearance at the studio, smiling broadly. By Jove, Astro, he said, I wish really you'd tell me how you did it. I need it for my play. I'll swear it's too much for me. Well, what happened? I don't see why I need tell you. By Jove. Pinkard shook his head. You've certainly got your crystal ball well trained. I wish I could make my character Grant Hope as sensational as you are. I've got your studio all right, but I think I'll have to get you to take the part. You could make an audience believe anything. Of course I got the manuscript back, as you said I should. Is your play cast yet? Pinkard laughed outright. Part of it. What do you think? We've signed the lady in taupe for the heavy woman. After all, she's an adventuress, all right. Talk about romance in everyday life. She made a grandstand play with me for fair. Do tell me about it. Well, last night she turned up again, as bold as brass. I taxed her with being accessory to a felony, and she only laughed, by Jove. She swore it was all a joke, just to awaken my interest in her, and then she promised that the manuscript would be returned if I gave her a part. Well, the audacity of it tickled me just enough to accept. I wanted to see if it was a bluff. And what do you think? She said, as soon as I consented to the bargain, that I'd find the manuscript on my study table. I raced in immediately, and there it was. Here's your $100. You're a wizard. Sometimes I suspect that you were in cahoots with the lady in taupe and planned the whole thing yourself. But who on earth is she, anyway? Astro chuckled good-naturedly. I'm not wise enough to know that. She is certainly clever, though. If you hadn't engaged her, I think I should. Well, said Pinkard, rising to take his leave, there are tricks in all trades, they say. I won't inquire into yours, but if I want any more sleuthing done, I'll know where to go. I'll certainly send you a box for the opening night of The Chameleon. I'm going to rewrite that part for the lady in taupe. By Jove, it wasn't half good enough for her as it was. Well, Valeska, said Astro, that proves again the value of a knowledge of human nature plus a friend below stairs. I fancy Miss Van Amsterdam must have a rather guilty conscience to be so afraid of the revelations of Pinkard's book. She certainly secured a clever assistant in the lady in taupe. It must have cost nearly $1,000 to put that little game through. I'd rather like to know, though, whether it was the heiress herself who crawled through the door across the shaft. At any rate, it was lucky for Pinkard that he wasn't a cad, as he said. I'm afraid his book would have never seen the light else. Valeska placed her hand lightly on the seer's shoulder. But you didn't mean, you wouldn't really have engaged the lady in taupe as your assistant, would you? His answer was not in words, but Valeska was apparently satisfied. It was evident that she had no longer a fear of any such dilemma. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess. Chapter 24. Mrs. Stellery's Letters. She must be a beautiful woman, Mrs. Stellery, said Astro. Stellery looked a little embarrassed. He pulled his blonde mustache thoughtfully. Why, yes, I used to think so. When I first married her, one gets used to a face, you know. I see. Still, your wife must be charming. At least, her anonymous correspondent seems to think so. He is certainly very complimentary. See here. The seer picked up one of the letters from the bunch on the table, opened it, and read aloud. It may sound banal to say you're pretty, and yet every woman likes to know that she is. You're far more. You have an original type of beauty. One watches for your smile, hoping it will come soon. And that constellation of dimples in your cheeks. Stillery laughed faintly. Just about the way I used to talk, he acknowledged. When I first courted her, I was quite poetical about those dimples. Named every one after a different star, I believe. Queer, this chap has picked up the same idea, though. It was on Astro's lips to say that the simile was as old as woman's love and man's, but he did not. He turned to another letter, typewritten like the other. You're like a little gray mouse. I wonder if there is any lurking devil in you for me to evoke. With your gray eyes, you looked so demure. Are you really as quiet as you seem? I'd like to have a talk with you alone and see. She has a devil in her, all right, remarked Stellery, and a delicious enough one, too. Oh, she can be charming, that mouse. It's very evident that the fellow who's writing these letters doesn't know her very well. That's one satisfaction. Astro took up one more. I saw you at the opera last night. You had more style, more apparent culture, more caste than any woman in the house. Once you looked full at me, and I wondered what it would seem like to have a wife like you, to own you, and be owned by so wonderful a creature. How proud I'd be. I remember that night. Mrs. Stellery does look well when she's dressed up, but curse such audacity, writing to my wife like that. It's an outrage, by Jove. You'll see why I don't care to go to the police with these letters, but they must be stopped, and I must find out who's doing it. How long has this been going on? For 2 months, now. I have a bunch more of 'em at home that my wife gave me. The letters on the table were all written on telegraph blanks and enclosed in government-stamped envelopes. All typewritten like these? No, the first ones were crudely printed in pencil, as if a child had done them. And all of them complimentary? Every one of them. How often do they come? Every 2 or 3 days. Mrs. Stellery has been away visiting in Philadelphia the last 3 weeks, and they followed her down there. She brought back a whole lot of them to show to me. Did she show you the first one when it came? Mr. Stellery considered the question a little. No, not for some time. Not till she had received several. In fact, at first she didn't want to worry me, she said. Then she decided that I ought to know about them. Anyway, some of the first ones were left in the letterbox, but most of them have been sent through the mails. Does Mrs. Stellery seem to be much worried at receiving them? Decidedly. Of course, it isn't as if they were as unpleasant as anonymous letters sometimes are, but she didn't want me to go to you about them, and thought that they'd stop coming after a while. In point of fact, she hasn't had any this week, but I want to find out who's responsible for them. And, from what I've heard of you, you're the one to do it. I see. Astro let his chin fall into his palms and stared at the table in silence for some time. Stellary walked up and down, examining the furnishings of the studio. He picked up a gold stiletto and fingered it, walked to the wall and looked at an antique bit of tapestry, smiled at Astro's white lizard in its cage, and returned to the seer, who looked up to say, "It's queer that a man who professes to admire her so much doesn't have the courage to tell her so, isn't it?" He watched Stellary between half-closed lids. "You don't know her. My wife is a very proud woman. She'd not stand for it a minute. I'm sure of that. This chap has some romantic notion, or he wants to make trouble. It seems to me the letters are a bit too literary in style, as if he were used to composition. And what he says is true, too. How does he know my wife has dimples in her shoulders? By Jove! How does he know how she looks in an Egyptian scarf? She hasn't worn one since her honeymoon when I got one in Cairo. Why, I might have written those letters myself. Little intimate details that make my blood boil to think of another man's knowing. Little tricks she has I didn't think anyone else had ever noticed. It's amazing. Are you home much of the time?" Astro asked, stacking the letters into a pile on the table. "Not much. That is, until lately. I'm a busy man, and when I'm at home I try to get rid of some of my outside work. I have a den down next to my library, and often spend the whole evening there. I've been trying to get together a lot of information on the history of Wall Street coups, and it takes about all my spare time. All the relaxation I get, really, is in bridge at the Percentage Club." "Why?" He stopped and darted a look at Astro. "Oh, I only wondered how much time your wife had to herself." Stellary wheeled on him. "See here, I hope that's no insinuation. My wife is above suspicion. You understand that. Good Lord, why should she show me these letters, if she weren't?" "Oh, my dear sir," said Astro suavely, "don't take it that way. I was wondering if anyone were watching her, following her. Nevertheless, I should like to know, also, just whom she sees, and where, and how. You have given me a difficult task, Mr. Stellary, and you must forgive me if I seem curious, but I presume I shall get it all better in my own way. You don't mind my calling on Mrs. Stellary, I imagine?" "Why, of course not. She'll be glad to see you, I suppose. But, of course, it's a delicate matter, and she's naturally sensitive." "Very good." Astro rose, tall and distinguished. A veil seemed to be drawn before his eyes, masking all expression, as if, having learned all he could of his client, he was anxious to be alone to solve the problem. Stellary seemed to feel the change of atmosphere. He reached for his hat, shook hands, and left the studio. "How do you diagnose him, Valeska?" Astro asked his assistant, who had overheard the talk. "A clever man, absorbed in business, a bit cruel, or at least inclined to be cold and unsympathetic, and yet honorable and loyal at heart. I'd hate to be in love with him. He'd make me suffer. And you?" Astro smiled cryptically. "You work from your feelings. I from my facts," he said. "Fortunately, we often come out in the same place. But, speaking of facts, try and see what you can make of these letters. It's an amusing complication, and a new variation of the anonymous letter." Valeska sat down and looked over the pile. As she examined them one by one and threw them into a heap to begin over again, she kept up a running commentary, mostly stamped at the Madison Square Branch Post Office, a few at Station E, that's on West 32nd Street, isn't it? One or two at Times Square Branch, and one at Station 1, 105th Street, all but one mailed in the early afternoon, written on a Rem Smith typewriter, a pretty old one, I should say, for the alignment is bad. All the small O's register below the line, and all the capital N's above it. And I should say that the writer is not in love with her, only pretending. How do you make that out? Astro smiled curiously. I can feel it. Too literary? Oh, I can't explain it. Only, I know if I got letters like this, I'd throw them in the fire. Your gracile hands. Bosh. Yes, I noticed gracile. It seems to be his pet word. Also jimp. Queer love letters. I agree with you. Love letters. They're deeper than that. You're right, and there is small possibility of finding the author unless we discover the motive first. There are thousands of persons who might write these letters. What I have to decide is, why should any one of them do it? It may be a mere practical joke. If that's so, it would be done by someone who can watch the effect upon her. In any case, I take it that it must be someone who knows her. What good could it do a stranger? What good could it do a friend or an acquaintance? Flatter a woman with all sorts of intimate, original compliments? Not spoken, so that she would have to blush, deny, and reprove, but written so that she could read and reread them in secret as often as she liked. Arouse her curiosity, a powerful ally. Her sense of the romantic, a still stronger one. And finally unmask yourself as the adorer. I don't know that it's so bad a way, after all. Unless you try it on a woman who shows all the letters to her husband, said Valeska dryly. Yes, but how's the writer to know she will? He's probably conceited enough to think she won't. There's one other way of discovering the writer. Find a Rim Smith typewriter with an alignment imperfect in just this way. Yes, said Astro. We might begin and fine-tooth comb the city for it. Still, accidents do happen, luckily for prophets and seers. And, at any rate, that will be the final proof. Well, I'm going to reread the whole bunch, look for some unifying theory, and then call on the lady. I confess I'm curious to see her. Mrs. Stellary, he was to find, was a woman of by no means an obvious type. Outwardly, it is true, she manifested social grace and experience, was handsome rather than beautiful, with a dark, serious face and finely chiseled features. One would call her aristocratic in looks and manner, and yet, behind the conventional aspects in which she showed herself in company, a keen observer would note subtlety after subtlety. That she had a fine mind and a fearless one was occasionally proved by the flashes of wit and perspicacity that illumined her conversation and colored what might otherwise be a rather bored and repressed, though perfectly polite habit of talk. She seemed aloof, waiting for something interesting, all but effete. Her smile was elusive, but when it came forth, compelling, captivating, and as soon as it had created that impression, it faded and the weary manner asserted itself again. Only the mouth was temperamental. The gray eyes were well-schooled, though velvety soft. She had a trick of half-raising one eyebrow, which gave a whimsical relief to her haughty pose. One could fancy her always playing a part, and wonder what the real woman would be like. Not very different from other women, after all, if one judged by the quivering lips. This, at least, is the way Astro described the woman to Valeska later. He was waiting in the reception room, looking at a novel entitled The Guerdon, when Mrs. Stellary entered, one brow delicately arched, as if she had not been quite sure whom she was to find. He introduced himself, and for a moment she seemed embarrassed and turned the conversation to the novel. "Have you read it?" she asked. "I met the author, Mr. Askerson, lately in Philadelphia at a dinner, and he sent me the book. I saw him only twice, but he seemed quite an extraordinary man." Astro turned to the title page, and before finding it noticed the inscription on the fly-leaf, Viola Stellary, her book. A quaint enough wording to arouse his smile. "A problem?" he asked. "Love after marriage, the modern theme," she replied. "I'd like to know his solution." She merely smiled. It was her only smile during the interview, and the talk passed to the letters. She had no idea, she said, why she was being so persecuted. The letters were stupid, and apparently meaningless, yet they annoyed her. Their audacity had now begun to worry her as well. If anything could be done to stop them, She would be glad. Yes, they had ceased coming, for the time being, and perhaps it would be as well to wait and do nothing. But now Mr. Stellery himself was aroused and wished the matter investigated. He was too busy with his press of work to spend much time on the matter. He was a very busy man, quite absorbed in his work, and she had hoped to go abroad with him in the spring. At present it seemed impossible, and so on the talk ran, while her expression said, "What are you going to do about it? I don't care." Then a card was brought in, and she said, "It is Dr. Primfield, my husband's brother-in-law, you know, married Paul's sister, who died 2 years ago. He's a physician. We see a good deal of him." She did not add that he bores me, but the merest drag in her words implied it. In another minute the doctor came brusquely in. He was a nervous, slim, snapping-eyed man of 35, with a jerky way of speaking and moving. He said, "Hello, Lila," shook hands, bowed to Astro, and looked at him with a professional eye, seemed to decide that the palmist was all right, flapped himself into a seat, screwed his feet round the legs of a chair, and began to talk very fast to his hostess, ignoring Astro. Mrs. Stellery endeavored to include both guests in the conversation, but found it difficult. Astro, seeing that he was in the way, at least of the doctor, withdrew and went back to his studio. On the way he stopped at a bookstore and bought a copy of The Gurdon. Dipping into it, walking down Fifth Avenue, he came across a sentence, reread it, shut the book with a snap, and walked home thinking. Arrived at the studio, he laid the book open at the page he had read, before Valeska. She laid her soft gracile hands, palms down, on the table. She read aloud and looked up. "Did you find Jimp, too?" "You'll have to read the book and see," was his answer, and then he described the interview. "If you find Jimp and nuance, for there are several nuances in the letters, I think it would be well for you to apply to Askerson for a position as secretary. Only on the chance, a slim enough one, but all we have at present." But Stellery is right. The letters do sound literary, though Mrs. Stellery is wrong. They are by no means stupid. If I could only think of a motive for a man like Askerson doing such a sentimental thing. He might want to see what she'd do, and use the episode in fiction. Yes, that's the trouble. Men have many motives, and often several at a time, really mixed. Women seldom act except with a single definite motive, no matter how they conceal it or even pretend to themselves that it's different. I wonder if the author could possibly be Dr. Primfield. Why Dr. Primfield more than another? Astro laughed. There doesn't seem to be any other, yet, and there was something queer in the way he looked at her. How did he look at her? This way. But Valeska, seeing too well what was in his eyes, turned away her own. "Well, I'll read the book," she remarked, leaving, "and I'll read the letters again." There were, Valeska found, 3 Graciles, 1 Jimp, and 2 nuances in Askerson's novel, in connection with their recurrence in the letters. The coincidence might mean anything or nothing. What was more important was to get a sample of Askerson's typewriting, and to this end Valeska, in the guise of a stenographer in search of work, visited him. She found Askerson to be the farthest removed from her preconceived idea of a novelist. He was a short, round, and chubby, seraphic-looking young man, with light curly hair and the mien of a preternaturally solemn child. His earnestness seemed absurd masquerading in this juvenile guise, but once that inconsistency was forgotten, under the spell of his mental power, she found him a most interesting man. He was in the midst of his work, dressed in a pink silk shirt and white duck trousers, his hair a mass of light, wavy locks over his eyes, smoking a briar pipe. He assured her that, though he would like to employ a secretary, he could not afford it. Besides, he was engaged in dramatizing The Gurdon, and had to work it out himself on his machine, inch by inch. He had to refuse her request, but seemed willing to talk. Valeska had prepared for the interview by reading everything of Askerson's that she could find. Among other books, she had discovered a slim book of poems, privately printed during his college days. As a last resort, she used this, hoping to play upon the vanity of the poet in him. "I heard a girl once recite one of your poems, Sea Magic, I think it was called. Do you know where I could get a copy of it?" He seemed pleased. "I didn't know anyone remembered that verse," he said. "It's one of my favorites. If you'll wait, I'll see if I can remember it. I'll typewrite it for you, if you like." He sat down to his machine, puckered his brows, and began to write. He paused once in a while in search of a phrase, which he usually found by a hard glare at the ceiling, and finally finished it and presented her with the sheet. "Would you mind signing it?" she asked timidly. He put his name in a flourish at the bottom of the page. She could scarcely wait till she was in the car to examine the printing. The small O's registered a little below the lines, but the capital N's were in true alignment. Astro shrugged his shoulders when he saw it, and pointed silently with the stem of his narghile to the word gracile in the last stanza. 2 days after that, a hasty summons came from Stellary over the phone at 4 in the afternoon. He wished Astro to come immediately to the house, but did not care to tell, over the wire, why he was needed. Astro took a taxicab and went uptown immediately. He found the broker in his den, writing at a big table covered with sheets of paper. On a smaller table stood his typewriter, a sheet, half written, sticking from the roller. Stellary looked up with a worried expression. "Take a seat," he said. "I want your advice, or, rather, your help. Things have come to a crisis. Brush those papers on the floor anywhere." As Astro sat down, he noticed a wastepaper basket behind him, a little to the left. As he seated himself, he pushed his chair back a foot or so that the basket was within easy reach. Stellary took a letter from his pocket and passed it over. "Here's what came yesterday," he said. Astro opened it and read, "I simply can't wait any longer. I must see you. You must know, by this time, how madly I am in love with you. I don't dare to speak to you face to face, unless I receive some encouragement. But I want to end this suspense immediately and know my fate. Will you meet me tomorrow afternoon at 6 o'clock at the prescription counter of the Times Square drugstore? If you'll be there and will let me speak to you for only 5 minutes. Please leave a candle lighted in the window of your room tonight between 10 and 11 o'clock. Well, did she like the signal? Said Astro, handing back the letter. Stellary frowned and nodded. See here, you can imagine how I must feel to have this sort of thing going on, he said, and it's enough to make me fairly sick. But I want to trap that man and find out who he is. That's why I sent for you. Mrs. Stellary objected very strongly to lending herself to the scheme in any way. It was all I could do to get her to light the candle. In fact, I had to do that myself, but after talking it over and deciding that there was, after all, no real danger of her compromising herself, she consented to be at the rendezvous this evening at 6 o'clock. She doesn't seem to be curious. The thing disgusts her. But she wants to put an end to the matter. Of course I can't be seen there, or he'd never appear at all. That's what makes me wild. I'd like to go down and punch that chap's head. Instead, I've got to stay here and wait. I want you to follow her down. Nobody will know you have anything to do with it, of course. And find out who it is. If it's someone she doesn't know, then we'll put that chap in jail. If it's a possible thing. He had worked himself into a passion as he talked, and, rising and gesticulating, walked back and forth in the little room. Astro watched his chance, and, when Stellary's back was turned, reached into the wastepaper basket, drew out a sheet of typewritten paper, crumpled it up in his hand, and slid it into his pocket. Is Mrs. Stellery at home? He asked. No, she had an appointment this afternoon, but she'll be at the drugstore at 6. She promised. I wish I had known this before, said Astro. I should have liked to have my assistant with me. I've been trying to get you on the phone all day, but, in point of fact, though Mrs. Stellery consented to the signal, I had to argue with her all this morning to get her to meet this man. You can imagine how I feel. I wonder if I've done wrong. Can you fancy how it feels to send your wife to a rendezvous to meet an anonymous correspondent? By Jove, I didn't know how much I loved her before. You know, I've neglected her shamefully, I suppose. I've been absorbed in my work, and that's why this sort of thing has been possible. I suppose people have seen her going about alone, and have thought, perhaps, that we were estranged, even. And everything this damn scoundrel has been writing her is true, by Jove. She is charming. You can see that. She's one of 10,000, that woman. I ought to know. Now, at the faintest prospect of losing her, absurd as that chance is, why, I'm fairly crazy about her. If I saw that man with her, I don't care who he is, I believe I'd kill him. Which is another reason for your not going, said Astro, rising. There must be no scene. You can trust Mrs. Stellery to make the talk brief and forcible enough, and, in any case, you may depend on me to protect her. It was nearly 6:15 before he reached Times Square. He entered the building and started downstairs toward the subway entrance on his way to the drugstore below the street, when a man brushed past him, almost jostling him off the step in his haste. The man looked round to apologize. It was Dr. Primfield. Oh, I beg your pardon, he said, and looked at Astro queerly. Haven't I met you somewhere? He added. Astro recalled the meeting but did not mention his own name. The doctor appeared to be a little embarrassed. I've got to catch a subway train, so you'll have to excuse me, he said. Otherwise, I'd like to have a talk. I have some theories of my own about capillary markings on the fingers I'd like to discuss with you. Good day. And he was off like a busy squirrel. As he passed the drugstore entrance, Astro noticed that he gave a swift, apparently uneasy look inside. Mrs. Stellery, however, had not yet appeared, but at a few minutes before 6 she walked in the door, handed a prescription to the clerk at the desk, and seated herself without appearing to recognize the seer, who lounged at a counter some distance away. She was beautifully dressed in the prevalent mode, and sat like a fashion plate, without expression on her proud face, as if bored to death. 6 o'clock struck, and no one approached her. 15 minutes went by, and still she sat, calm and haughty, in her place. Finally, when the prescription was handed her, she walked over to Astro and bowed coldly. Do you think it will be any use waiting longer? She asked. Not the slightest, was his reply. No one will come, I'm quite sure. She looked up at him with a sudden keen expression. You are sure? She repeated. Quite so, Mrs. Stellery. May I escort you home? When they arrived, the servant who opened the door put a note into Mrs. Stellery's hand, saying that it had been delivered by a messenger boy. She tore it open, read it, and passed it to Astro. It was, of course, impossible for me to speak to you, as you were watched. The next day, as Astro and Valeska were driving uptown, returning from a case that was then puzzling him, he proposed that they rest at Sherry's and take tea there. It was not yet 4 o'clock, and there was no one else in the room when they entered. Tea, muffins, and jam had hardly been ordered, however, when Valeska suddenly exclaimed, Why, there's Mr. Askerson now. And there's Mrs. Stellery as well, Astro added. Master and assistant gave each other a quick glance, then turned to the approaching couple. They were earnestly conversing, and did not, apparently, notice that there was anyone else in the room as they walked across to the opposite side and sat down. Then Mrs. Stellery cast her gray eyes slowly about the room and met Astro's. He and Valeska could see the color mantle her cheeks as she turned away. Askerson was slower at perceiving who was present, but when at last he noticed Valeska, he turned suddenly and said something to Mrs. Stellary. The latter was too well bred to turn. Perhaps she was too busy in attempting to mask her thoughts in her haughty, cold expression. They did not look over again. Well, if Mr. Askerson has written those letters, it's about time for him to explain now, said Valeska. I think he's dear, but why should he take such an elaborate method of making love to her when he can meet her like this whenever he wants to? Perhaps he can't. There's no reason why he shouldn't, is there? It's all right. Do you think he wrote them? I don't know. If it hadn't been for your meeting Dr. Primfield, I'd be sure. Askerson's typewriter leaves it in doubt. Oh, the typewriter, we agreed, was only the final test. What you must seek is a motive. Well, then, Askerson is romantic, and a bit afraid of her. Dr. Primfield is practical, but afraid of her husband. Either may be in love with her. I don't think you have proved a sufficient motive yet for so extraordinary a course. But, by Jove, look at that. If there isn't Primfield himself. It was Primfield, indeed, who entered at that moment, looked about, caught sight of Mrs. Stellary, walked over to her table, and spoke. She reached out her hand and smiled faintly. There were a few words of introduction, and he sat down at their table and lighted a cigarette. Now, said Astro, you have a chance to vindicate your woman's perception. Watch and see which of those two men is in love with her. Valeska narrowed her eyes and watched. It was 5 minutes before she said deliberately, I think neither of them is. Astro laughed softly. Well, my dear, I have a better motive than you have yet discovered. What is it? She asked eagerly. I won't tell you yet. I'll give you a chance to think it over by yourself. But at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the writer of the Stellary Anonymous letters will walk into my studio. At 10 next morning, Valeska came swiftly into the laboratory where Astro was experimenting with phosphorescent sulfide of calcium screens. The sight of her face made the seer smile. It was so puzzled in its expression. Mrs. Stellary is here. She says you wish to see her. Are you going to have her meet the author of the letters? Yes, he answered, putting down a varnish brush. And if you want enlightenment on human nature, I advise you to listen in the anteroom. He took a piece of crumpled paper covered with typewriting from his pocket and handed it to her. She looked at it carefully. Then, as she stood for a moment staring at him, her face changed. Oh, she breathed, and walked rapidly back to the reception room. Mrs. Stellary was waiting for him, standing beside the granite trough in the center of the studio. Her eyes were fixed blankly, but at his coming she turned a white face suddenly to him. You said that you had discovered the authorship of the letters, she said, and her voice was very low. I'm anxious about it. Do you really know? Are you sure? He nodded gravely, motioned her to a seat, and sat down himself. My dear Mrs. Stellary, he began, I want you to trust implicitly in my tact and my consideration. I shall do nothing whatever without your consent, you may be sure. Indeed, it was to ask your advice that I sent for you. She continued staring at him anxiously, and her lips formed the words, my husband. Mr. Stellary shall know only what you please to tell him yourself, he answered. Then you do know. Her lips were trembling. It was my business to find out. Who wrote them, then? She demanded almost fiercely, as if defying him. Mrs. Stellary, he replied, you are a clever woman. Not only that, but you have a profound knowledge of men, and you have a heart that, in its danger, knows how to ally itself with your brain. You mean that you wrote them yourself? For a few minutes no one would have recognized her for the proud, serene woman of the world. A strong effort of her will brought her back to something like composure, but now she must talk. "If you knew what I have suffered," she exclaimed. "We have been growing away from each other for a year. If it had been only a quarrel, we might have made it up. But this was only his carelessness, his absorption in his business, his thoughtless cruelty. I wanted to arouse him, rekindle his interest in me, make him love me again. If I could. Oh, can't you see? It may not have been right. It was a deceit, I know, but I missed him so." "My dear Mrs. Stellary, you needn't justify yourself to me. All I need to say is that I'm sure your ruse has worked." "Oh, I know it has, but I had some good advice. It wasn't all sheer woman's wit. Mr. Askerson helped me. I don't know how I came to confide in him. I've seen him so few times. But he wrote most of the letters for me, and I copied them, so they would seem more like a man's letters, you know. But I confess, I don't know what you'll think of my praising myself so. All those intimate personal things were truly my own. Most of them my husband had said to me during our honeymoon. I thought they would be most likely to arouse his jealousy." "Oh, he's jealous enough," said Astro. "You needn't fear that you haven't succeeded. He has threatened to kill the writer of the letters." She smiled wistfully. "Well, I hope he won't kill me when he finds out I'm the one. And that's the question. I always expected to tell him, but now I'm afraid to. I didn't quite intend to let it go so far, and I don't know how to explain. What shall I do?" She looked up at him with tears in her eyes. There was no haughtiness left now. "I think you needn't worry," said Astro, giving her his hand in sympathy, "for I met Mr. Stellary this morning on his way to the office. He told me that he intended to take you abroad immediately. That, he said, would stop this nonsense and give him a chance to get acquainted with you all over again. He said he was sure you had been left alone too much." "Really?" she said, suddenly smiling. "Oh, then I'm sure the letters will stop. And," she added softly, "when I've quite won him back, and we're happy again, I'll confess everything." She paused a moment, then spoke as if to herself. "There's a little canal in Venice I love. It's called the Rio Margherita. I think it will be there in June, just after sunset." She looked up wistfully as she added, "Oh, I do hope he'll forgive me for being such a schemer." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Master of Mysteries. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess. Black Light. Surely it has been a curious wooing, for Astro, seer of secrets, so confident in other matters, so keen in his insight into human nature, so quick to think and bold to act, had shown from the first a strange timidity when it came to a personal relation with Valeska, his assistant. His manner had long been merely brotherly, modified only by his relation as instructor to her, but of late he had begun to make tentative suggestions, as if to try and sound her affection. From these Valeska had instinctively warned him off, and his tact had made him accede to her wishes. It seemed as if he feared to lose her by speaking too soon, but at last he had spoken. The words had sprung unpremeditated from his lips, on the surging impulse of the moment. Nor were they the fruit of any dramatic moment, merely the sight of her in a characteristic attitude at the table, her blonde head illumined by the electric light, and a sudden terror struck him lest destiny should sweep them apart and write the story of their 2 years' friendship in the chronicles of the past. So many things in his life had faded like autumn leaves. He must be sure of her, sure of having her beside him always, sure of the inspiration of her companionship. The speech came on the instant in a passionate demand. It had appeared to frighten her for the moment, as if it were a question she had long been dreading. She had asked for some time in which to consider it, and he had reluctantly consented. Since then he had not mentioned the subject, but he had watched her silently with fear and constraint in his manner. Valeska found it hard to explain why she had been unwilling to answer, but as she went over and over the question, it seemed to her that their friendship had been merely the product of propinquity. They had been thrown together continually, had incurred danger, and had enjoyed victory. How, then, could she be sure that it was no more than friendship, a common interest in their work? Love, she had always thought, should come with a flash of sudden illumination, as a divine gift, as a sudden wonder, convincing in its very mystery. But her feeling, was it not the mere result of a daily comradeship? Was it a fatal, irresistible appeal of the soul? She found him aristocratic, generous, talented, finely perceptive, and delicate. But was this all? Her love, if it were love, spoke a commonplace tongue, and she had wanted words of fire. So, for a week, she went over and over the subject, subjecting herself and Astro to a searching criticism, and as yet she had found no answer. He came into the room one morning, carrying from his laboratory a large black square object, which he set on the table. She looked at it, and then her eyes questioned him. "It is a lantern of a special kind," he said. "It casts black light." "Black light!" Her delicate brows rose. "That's what Dr. Le Bon calls it. You see, the visible spectrum, or all the light we can see, is only about 1% of all the vibrant energy emitted by the sun or any other luminous body. Beyond that visible spectrum lie, at one end, the ultraviolet rays, and at the other the infrared. I have here a lighted lantern enclosed in an opaque box, which cuts off all the visible rays, but permits the other 99% to pass through. The flame inside is now casting rays of black light through the opaque sides. Black, because they are invisible. Light, because they will illuminate certain objects. I want you to witness an experiment. You recall the celebrated interference experiment of Fresnel, in which light added to light produced darkness. Well, I shall show you how darkness added to darkness may give birth to light. It is Le Bon's discovery. Now, come into my dark room, and I'll show it to you." At the farther end of the laboratory he opened a door which led into a small dark room. Entering this, and closing the laboratory door, he opened one into another dark room beyond, carrying the dark lantern. They both entered the inner dark room, which was ventilated through a circuitous light-proof pipe. The room was absolutely black, but Astro, well used to the place, feeling his way with his hands, set the lantern on a table. "Upon a shelf here," he said, "is a Chinese image of Buddha, which some weeks ago I coated with phosphorescence sulfate of calcium. By this time all its luminosity is gone, and it is absolutely invisible. But now I shall direct the invisible rays of black light from this lantern upon it. Watch." As she waited there in the silence of the dark, Valeska strained her eyes for nearly a minute in vain. Then a faint, luminous blur was apparent. It gathered intensity and showed a triangle of violet radiance. In another minute it had taken the form of a squatting Buddha and glowed plainly, the only visible thing in the room. "It's wonderful," she breathed. "Oh, that's not half that can be done with black light," Astro said, as he took the lantern and led the way out. "With it one can photograph objects through an opaque screen when they are illuminated by ordinary sunlight. By using a screen of sulfate of zinc and training this black light upon an object, one could see it even at midnight, half a mile away." When they came out into the great studio, He dropped to his favorite place on the divan and went on. Phosphorescence, opalescence, and fluorescence are queer things, Valeska. They haven't been half understood till lately. When what is called the new physics came into being through the discoveries in radioactivity by Monsieur and Madame Curie, it used to be thought that after a phosphorescent object had remained in the dark for a while and had ceased to be luminous, it ceased its radioactivity and needed a new bath of light to make it act again. But Le Bon found that it would radiate for months after all visible glow had disappeared. We have proved it with this black light just now. He had taken up his narghile and sat looking off into space with a mystic expression on his face. It was one of his dreamy philosophical moments. Valeska recognized the mood and waited for the inevitable parable. For, to Astro the seer, modern science was but an allegory of the intellect and the emotions. By it he explained even his own charlatanry. Isn't it like absence? While our friend is present, he is bathed in the matter-of-fact light of day. He is radiant, luminous. When he disappears, for a time that impression of him lasts, like the phosphorescent glow. Then the light fades and we begin to forget. All save those who truly love, who truly know, whose soul can still perceive the mysterious astral black light he radiates through the dark. His influence persists, transmuted from mental into psychic energy. Sela. He dropped his narghile and sat with folded hands, looking at her as if she were miles away. His smile was the calm expression of his own bronze Buddha. But Valeska took the parable to herself eagerly. Yes, it's true. And that's just what I need to know before I give you the answer you want. I don't know whether I really love you or not. You're too near me, too intermingled with my life and my work. If I could try that test of absence, if I could wait till your phosphorescence fades out, then I could tell whether or not I was affected by your black light. I'd know then just what you were to me, alone in the dark. Shall we try it? He asked gently. Shall I disappear for a week, say? I'm afraid it would take at least a month, she said. He laughed. Well, as long as you like. Will you really? He bowed gravely. I shall disappear tomorrow. You may use the studio as you please. And when you've found out whether or not you can be affected by my psychic black light, you will let me know. Do I care? Do I care enough for him? Valeska asked herself the next morning as she walked to the studio. She had thought of it almost all night. She had risen with the question on her lips. She had seen him every day for 2 years. The thought that today, and perhaps for a week or a month, she would not see him, gave her a strange feeling. Was it a relief or a pain? As yet, she could not decide. As she entered the studio, it seemed strange not to find him there at first. Then, insensibly, she began to find it hard to believe that he was not there. Everything suggested his presence. The curiosities he had collected, the weapons, the Egyptian sculptures, tapestries, gems, all evidences of his taste and his researches. She could not rid herself of the feeling that at any moment he might come in. He was near her, somewhere, waiting and watching for her. But this, she said to herself, was only the effect of the familiar environment in which she had been used to see him. But it became at last too strong, too insistent. Surely she could never decide till she sought a new atmosphere. She was sorry that she had not disappeared instead of Astro. But at least she could leave the studio and be alone for a while, to think it out. As she opened the outer door, she heard the soft ringing of the electric bell in the studio, which warned them of visitors. It still rang as she closed the door, and it gave her an uncanny feeling, the one spark of life in that dead, empty place. She hurried away and walked swiftly toward the park. Do I care? Valeska had little doubt of it when the next morning she walked to the studio. One day had made her sure she wanted to see Astro again more than she wanted anything in the world. The day before had been empty and vapid. She had scarcely reached the reservoir in the park before she knew what a fool she had been ever to doubt. The product of mere propinquity or not, the feeling she had for him was paramount over every other emotion. She wanted him back, to see him, hear him, and, well, he would find out what else. Again the empty studio smote her with the strange feeling that, despite the fact that she did not meet him there, he was near her. Now it was a tantalizing thought. Why had she not arranged how to notify him? She had been so sure that she would need a month, that she had not asked where he was going, and she had now no means of letting him know. It was absurd. Must she wait for him to write? After all, had she really no means of discovering his whereabouts? She looked eagerly about the studio. For 2 years she had been his assistant in unraveling mysteries. Why should she not now profit by her apprenticeship? But how? It came to her then that it was, so to speak, by means of black light that he himself had always worked. Most people saw only the outward and visible signs, the 1% of facts that were luminous and obvious. His delicate mind registered the infrared rays of psychic action. He vibrated to the ultraviolet waves. Could she not do so as well? She was a woman and had intuitions as well as intellect. She had emotions finer than men's, but her emotions told her, somehow, irrationally, that Astro was still there in the studio. She could not believe, quite, in his absence. Everything shrieked his name to her. She could close her eyes and see him before the porphyry sphinx, examining thumbprints at his table, poring over the mimic planets of the orrery, figuring out nativities, gazing into his crystal ball. That would never do. She must keep her imagination as an instrument with which to work on facts. Where, then, were the facts that could help her? She set herself to investigate the studio thoroughly, inch by inch. At the first round, she found nothing not in its accustomed place, nothing new, nothing significant. She sat down at his table to think, putting her elbows on the blotter and letting her head drop into her palms. Her eyes fell on the blue blotter. It was changed every morning, ordinarily, but now she noticed pencil markings. A small square drawn with its diagonals. Would this be mere thoughtless penciling, or perhaps a clue? Next, an envelope lying beside the inkstand attracted her attention. Surely that could mean nothing. And yet, as it lay with its face down, the X-shaped cross of its gummed edges suggested the diagonals of the square. Either one alone might have no significance, but the two taken together, the hint, perhaps, repeated. She smiled at the very absurdity of so frail a clue. Then her eyes dropped to the wastepaper basket. This should have been emptied yesterday morning, yet it contained a few scraps of paper. She stooped, and she drew them out, one by one. 3 were blank. On the 4th, she found the following: St. Patrick's Cath, 115 10th Avenue, Pier 83, NR 320, 3rd Avenue. She gave a little cry of triumph. Here at last was something to work on. She considered the addresses carefully. What did they mean? Astro had never mentioned such places, yet the notes were in his crabbed handwriting. She knew of a certainty that the studio had been cleaned the day before yesterday. This writing, then, must have been put into the basket after they had had their talk. If so, then they meant something. The first thing to do was, of course, to look up these localities and see what she could find there. St. Patrick's Cathedral and the Pier 83 seemed unlikely places to discover news of Astro's whereabouts. but she determined to visit all 4 before she returned. She called a taxicab and set out first for Pier 83. This, she found, was at the end of the 42nd Street side of the Weehawken Ferry. She walked along the wharf and found a tug laid up there. Besides this, there was no sign of life. What should she do? Asked the tugboat men if they knew where Astro was. That was nonsense. She walked up and down for a half hour and discovered nothing which she could possibly twist into evidence. She decided then that she would visit the other places, and then, if she found nothing suspicious, return over the ground again. St. Patrick's Cathedral next. There it stood, on the corner of the avenue, and she recalled how Astro had once called her attention to its resemblance to a vast Gothic rabbit. The 2 transepts did resemble a bunny's haunches, and the front towers were like ears. She smiled at the thought, but got no nearer Astro by the pleasantry. She walked inside, sat down on a seat, and thought, what associations could this have with his whereabouts? Why, he was not even a Catholic. He always said he was a Buddhist. Well, if this were a part of the black light his memory emanated, it was black indeed. In 3rd Avenue her hopes went up. Number 320 was the entrance to a brick apartment house. There was a sign indicating that flats were to let, and she rang for the janitor. By him she was shown a very pleasant 4 rooms and bath, whose windows were on a level with the elevated railroad, but it was as bare as the palm of one's hand, with no lines she could read. She asked tentatively of the other occupants, and found that all, with the exception of a couple of old men, were married families. Yes, a man had been to look at the flat yesterday, but he had worn a beard. Was this a disguise? But if Astro had come there with the intention of renting a flat temporarily, why should he have left the address in the wastebasket? And, moreover, why should he have coupled its address with Pier 83? There remained only the 10th Avenue address, and this she found to be a huge unoccupied building with shuttered windows, belonging to a gas company. Opposite was a vacant lot piled with lumber refuse, beams, and timbers. On the other side was the gas tank's cylindrical bulk. She could find no watchman to give her permission to enter. What pretext could she give for wanting to see the premises? Even if she inquired at the office on 18th Street, she could think of none. Better think it over and plan a campaign. She had this much information, at least. Now what she had to do was to find some plausible theory to utilize it. Back she went to her room and cried herself to sleep, as any other woman would. She missed Astro more than ever. Before, she had a hunger and thirst for his presence. Now she wanted his help and protection. Oh, she was sure enough, now. She felt lost without him. She saw how necessary he was to her, how he had made life different, romantic, picturesque. It was a sad little Valeska that crept to the studio next day. She took up one of the cushions of his divan and kissed it passionately, buried her face in it for a while, then sat resolutely down at his desk to work out the mystery of his location. The more she thought of it now, the surer she became that he must have left these clues on purpose to guide her in her search. It would be like him to test her that way. There was a sort of humor in it that, at last, she saw. Well, then, she would be a worthy pupil. She would prove that his lessons had not been without effect. She, too, would be a seer of secrets. With a smile on her lips now, she began the problem, but again she stopped. It was absurd to think of him as being away. She was so used to seeing him here in the studio that she could not take her task seriously. Could not she go into a trance, as he had so often pretended to, and summon him to her, or project her spirit to meet his? Could she not perceive the radiance of his secret black light directly through her intuitions? without this tedious and stupid analytical logical process? As she sat there, she could almost feel him at her side, leaning over her shoulder, looking from the door of his laboratory. She looked up with a start from her reverie, and was a little frightened to find herself alone in the great studio with its shadowy corners. Then she went back conscientiously to her study. Was this the meaning of the 4 addresses? It seemed evident that it could not be in any one of the places. That would be too easy an explanation of the mystery. Was there any esoteric significance to the Weehawken Ferry or Pier 83? She laughed at the idea. All she could gather from the addresses was that Astro was probably in New York. Well, that was something. Her mind jumped to the square with diagonals, to the cross on the envelope. How did they fit in? Why, for all she knew, the pattern on the carpet or the legs of the chairs could solve the mystery. No, there must be some relationship between these things. If these evidences were left purposely, they were correlated one to another. Her mind went back to memories of Astro. He used to jump up and walk back and forth as he considered his problems. So up rose Valeska and began to pace the room. As she passed the bookshelves, she noticed that one book stuck out a little from the others. It was a volume of Poe's Tales. She pushed it back and continued her promenade. She went over the addresses again. St. Patrick's, Pier 83, 320 3rd Avenue, the gasworks. It came to her vaguely that these places were about equal distances apart. Now, could that mean anything? Then she thought that she could consider them more clearly if she had a map. She went to the shelf, therefore, took down and unfolded a large map of New York, and laid it on the table. She next took 4 pins and marked each place. They were indeed equal distances apart. She measured them with a ruler. Then she noticed that they seemed to form a square, and tested it with a little transparent celluloid triangle Astro used for plotting horoscopes, and found it was true. The sides were about 1.25 miles long. Again she dropped her chin on her palms and her elbows on the table and studied the pins. But her thoughts wandered. It seemed as if Astro should be there to help her as he always had. She thought, with a smile, that if it were propinquity that had made her love him, propinquity was what she wanted most. But she forced her mind to the subject and remembered the diagram drawn on the blotter of the table. Why, that was a square, too, and it had its diagonals drawn. The hand reached her at last, and, seizing a pencil and ruler, she drew in the diagonals on the map, and looked curiously to see where they intersected. On 34th Street, between 7th and 8th Avenues, but the studio itself was at 234 West 34th Street. She jumped up, then, her hand on her beating heart. Her intuitions, then, were true. She had felt the black light of his presence, though he was invisible. He was in the studio, and had been from the first. He had, perhaps, even looked from the doorway, as she had fancied. She trembled as if at the presence of a ghost, and feared to see him. But where was he? Must she look in every nook and corner? Should she call him out loud? Hungry for him as she was, she could not yet do that. Her heart beat too fast. Yet she longed to tear the mystery open and let in the light again, the old-fashioned sunlight of his actual visible presence, and break into tears on his shoulder. She moved across the room on tiptoe now, as if she were guilty of some crime in being there, threw herself on the divan, and tried to think it out. As she calmed herself, the thought of the book she had replaced on the shelf came to her, and she ran across the studio to take it from its shelf. It fell open of itself to the purloined letter, and she smiled to herself. That proved her hypothesis to be right. Was not the purloined letter concealed in plain sight, so prominently placed that it escaped the search? Then Astro's hiding place would be as obvious. if she reasoned aright. Could she solve that as she had solved the other, by her intuitions, by means of his black light? Black light! The very words were enough to tell her. Where should he be? But in the dark room where she first witnessed his experiment, where the little phosphorescent Buddha, though invisible in the dark, still radiated its mysterious waves of energy. So it was solved. She hugged herself with delight, and smiled at the prettiness of his plans. How well he knew her and her mental processes. Indeed, he must know her very soul, to be so sure of her and her ways. Indeed, he was the seer of secrets, for he had seen hers before she had discovered it for herself, had waited with patience and tact till she should know and be sure of her own love for him. A wave of impatience to see him, speak to him, touch him, swept over her. Of course, he had retreated to his hiding place when he had heard the ringing of the bell on the door. She had been there for an hour, and he must be tired of waiting there, well ventilated as the dark room was. So she crossed to the laboratory door, opened the door of the little anteroom, shut it behind her, and put her hand to the inner door, opened it, and listened. It was black and still. For a moment she almost fainted with the fear that, after all, she might be mistaken and he was not there. Her childhood's terror of the dark returned, but she put it away and tried to speak aloud. Her voice came thin and small in that closed space. "Astro, I have found you," she said, tremblingly. "I have seen your black light in the dark, and I know, now, I want you, dear." She gave a little cry as she felt two arms take her in their grasp. Then the touch of his lips thrilled her, and she laid her head on his shoulder in peace and contentment. When Astro took her out into the light, it blinded them with sunshine so that they staggered and could hardly see. The thrilling of the electric bell interrupted them in their dream. "It is the clergyman and the witnesses," said Astro, smiling. "They are just 5 minutes ahead of time. I didn't expect you'd find me till 11 o'clock at least." End of section 25. End of The Master of Mysteries by Gelett, Burgess.